Damn, somebody played 89 games. Christ, okay. Touch grass, but whatever. I believe it's a lot of games, though. 89 is so many. I mean, I'm impressed. That means that they were grinding all weekend. I mean, we can name and shame other people too, but...
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to the Fairytale Frenzy, Fairytale Fables launch event tournament. Yuckmouth, would you like to tell them what we're up to today?
So for the Fairytale Frenzy, a launch event for the game that just went into open beta today. In fact, so if you haven't already tried it, be sure to go to Steam, download it, or also available on mobile. But today we're going to take some of the top 50 players from the leaderboard, and as Jeebus mentioned, Jeebus isn't the only one that's impressed and surprised by the number of games that some players have already gotten through in a short amount of time. Just in 3 days, players have climbed into that top 50. We're going to pull some of those players through a bit of a random draw, and we're going to let them battle it out. And there's a bit of a prize on the line.
That is absolutely true. So Jeebus, I got to ask you. What do you think about playing some mages again, friend?
That's fun. They've limited the power level of mages a little bit more than I'd like, perhaps by adding mana systems. So the amount of spells you can cast is capped. Looks like I have an echo of some sort.
Shouldn't have an echo anymore. I'm sneakily de-echoifying in the background. I know that's not a word, but
it seems like it's fixed. Okay.
You used it in a sentence, so it's a word.
It counts now. It counts. It definitely counts. Well, I want to start here with a couple of things. Obviously, you got myself, Jeebus, and Yuckmouth as your hosts here today. We are here to commentate, spectate, cast you a handful of tournament games. We took the top 50 players. Well, 5 is not 50. Anyway, we took the top 50 players. And everybody who made it to top 50, we took a snapshot right at the start of stream. So y'all got snapshotted. A lot of you are already aware of the fact that there is a role and a special channel for you in the Fairytale Fables Discord. If you would like to get to the Fairytale Fables Discord, exclamation point FTF will get you in there. I know the top 50 are already in there, but I'm just saying in general. Wait, it's not FTF anymore? I did FTF Discord. What did I put in the stream title? Oh no, it's Frenzy. It's Frenzy. Shoot, I already messed up. But exclamation point Frenzy. And so what I need from the top 50 folks right now is, if you got that role, go ahead and make sure you get yourself into that Discord channel. There's a tournament section in the Discord. You need to make sure that you get yourselves all up in there. Let me take a look at that. It is called Tournament. And Kivial in the background will be kicking off a raffle here shortly. So the way this is going to work, top 50 are eligible to play. We're going to kick off a raffle for the very first lobby. That's going to be 8 slots, 8 players in the very first lobby. Whoever at the top 50 wins those first 8 slots, we'll kick that off, set up a lobby. We will, play that game and spectate that and take a look at that. And then whoever takes top 4 in that lobby is moving on to the finals. We'll repeat that with one more game. Game 2, we'll get another top 8 or another 8 from a raffle. Get the top 4 from that game. That will form our top 8 to start a race format. And we'll talk more about the race format when the time comes for that. But, I think now might be a fun time to announce something. Yuck, Jeebus, did you hear the top 50 are getting some gems?
Yeah, it's a nice reward for the players, especially the ones that don't get to play today, because as I mentioned, it was a real grind for these players. They played a lot of games. I'm sure they had fun doing so. But yeah, some people are going to feel left out, unfortunately, because not everybody's going to be able to get into this tournament. And don't worry, we're not going to leave you with nothing. Yeah, you're going to be able to get a nice chunk of gems just for making it to the top 8.
I've been corrected, Yuck. It is crystals, apparently not gems, my mistake. So the top 50 are going to get enough crystals, and that key is going to have to be shared privately by one of the admins in that channel. So admins, I'm gonna rely on y'all to go ahead and get that sorted out, make sure everybody gets their hands on a code. Definitely wanted everyone to have a shot to unlock a hero throughout the course of the games, just in case, you get offered a batch and the ones you had unlocked already, you didn't really want to play in this tournament setting. So that'll take care of that. Second announcement, this one is more generic, Jeebus. There's a code Frenzy. Do you know what that'll get you?
Yeah, so the top 50, they get a separate code that gives 12K worth of our in-game resources here. That's enough to unlock effectively 3 heroes. But the code Frenzy, if you type that in the shop, gives you 4K, which should be enough to give you 1 hero. So everybody is eligible to get that. I believe that it expires December-ish something.
I thought
double check here.
December 29th?
December 28th.
December 28th.
So you have a little less than a week to use it. A good way of getting access to an extra hero unlock, which certainly helps a lot. If you have ones that you like a little bit more than others, then you're able to get access to that. So type in code Frenzy, go into the shop, punch it in, boom, 4K gems.
And of course, it would be nice to tell them what they're playing for. Yuck.
Yeah, we have a custom. Hold on. What is it actually? It's 2 things, right?
I was waiting for you to say hero border. If you look at the stream, I might have.
Yeah.
I might have set you up, friend.
Border. Yeah, you did. You totally did, and that's okay. It was the second thing that I was forgetting. Of course, a hero border, and there's like a cosmetic or something
There's
as well. Help me out here.
A board, a hero border and a board cosmetic. So the hero border that you're seeing right now, that is exclusive. Yuckmouth, unfortunately, not eligible to win that, did not make the top 50, is not playing in the tournament today. So this will be the only time you'll see him. Well, today will be the only day you'll see him. I'm going to do this to you multiple times.
The crown looks good on me, though. Even though I fumbled through the explanation of what the prize was, I appreciate the prize.
So in short, I do want everybody to know we'll give some more information on the border, some more visuals and things like that another time. I actually don't have that at the moment, but that I have seen is definitely in the works and looks real cool. So you'll be happy to have that board. This is the hero border to show off that you happen to hit the top 50 and take that first crown. Now, one thing I got to double check. I gotta double check how the raffle setup is going. Let me take a glance at that. Oh, well, it would appear that we have the raffle all set up. We have 32 participants already entered in the raffle. Looks like the draw kicked off prior to the stream. So don't want to let this linger on for too long. I know some folks who are top 50 may not be here right yet. They may show up in time for the second draw, but this first draw, we got 32 people already.
It is worth mentioning as well, if you are here and you're looking to play, you were in the top 50 and you aren't selected for this first game, feel free to stick around. Stick around not only for the gameplay and for whatever excitement we're going to witness, but also there will be a second game. We're going to draw those players after the first game. So just because you don't get drawn right now doesn't mean that you're completely out. You can hang around and still have a shot.
All right. So now I would ask Kivial, how you looking on the draw? You think we're about ready to go? Because I'm about ready to pull.
Looks like they're manually having to redo it. Something wrong with the bots, so they're just running the drawing right now. Okay.
Well, let's keep an eye peeled on that, because that's going to be the most important thing. Yeah, outside of that, I mean, this has been an interesting last 3 days. I want to touch on that really briefly. It's been an interesting and exciting and honestly a bit surprising to me last 3 days. A lot of folks popped in. We had a lot of folks, a lot of people from a universe that we all used to be a part of who were taking part in the beta testing, but we went and launched, Fairytale Fables, and I say we. I should be clear that this is a solo developer project done and orchestrated entirely by Laralas. So all of the credit, all of the kudos, everything goes out to Laralas for this thing even existing right now.
Yeah, big shout out to Laralas. And I've been traveling, so I haven't been able to play as much. I'm really excited today to pick up some things from some of these players who have been able to get a lot of games in. This game, I put a little bit of time in already, but it's complex, it's deep. It's easy to dive into, but, to master the game, it's going to take some time. And some of these players are off to a great start.
All right. And, we had Wednesday, folks started getting keys, folks started streaming, right? Opened up. We've only been really playing this game in earnest since Wednesday, and the top 50 leaderboard, all of the folks who made it up there, they've only been doing it since Wednesday. People have just been absolutely... I've hopped on Twitch and seen 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 streamers live 24 hours a day. It's been a lot of fun leading up to this. And also, that is correct. They did get confirmation from the back. Kivial is having some issues with the bot and is going to have to find a way to take the folks who reacted and raffle them off in a different way. But it will still be a random draw, so working on that.
Well, shout out to Kivial for helping us out with that. These things happen. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I'm sure Kivial can come up with a way to do it fairly and get us 8 well-worthy players.
Well, so just so you know, everybody's on mic at all times, right? I warned all of us at that, but I figured, you know how it goes with these tournaments. We have ourselves some technical difficulties, so we got... Oh, wait, I am actually not a microphone, but we have a couple of fun scenes like that we could use. Just in case we got some technical difficulties.
that's to demonstrate some of the types in the game. There are a number of different character types. I mentioned there's some complexity here. There's some synergy between some different types. Some types you go all in one direction. And that's something I'm very curious about today. What are these players, some of these better players, gonna do? How do they approach the game? Are they building their team around the characters they're offered? Are they building around the treasures they're offered? Is it from the beginning of the game? Do they get a hero choice that they like and it sends them in a specific direction and they stick with that? Do they have comfort picks? You know, just something that they've spent more time with that they want to focus on? Yeah, I'm really curious. Are players just looking for the dominant strategy, whatever has so far developed to be the strongest in the meta?
So
yeah, certainly with 35 different heroes available, they're going to start from that. I mean, just like it was with a lot of these type of games. You sort of look at your hero first. You know, you're going to be looking to play tempo early, make sure that you're setting yourself up for a mid game that's not just bleeding out, certainly. And then there's quite a few really powerful strategies that you can lead into from you know, like tier 4, tier 5, leading into some of the end game stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah, and there are some very strong tempo plays if that's the route you want to go and delay deciding what your direction is. That's one strategy. You can chase treasures early. There are still mage treasures. Shout out to you for that, Jeebus. You can find those on level 3 and 4. So, you know, there are a few different ways that you can approach the game. And again, I'm just curious, what strategies have these players developed so far? Are they going to stick to those in the tournament format? You know, in tournaments, you sometimes play differently than you would play in a ladder situation. So just a couple things we can keep an eye out on.
Absolutely. I'm keeping an eye on the back end, too, as this is going on. I saw Kiviol has made an announcement. There are 4 players in the top 50 who are unaccounted for. If you wanted to play today, hop on into the announcements and track down Kiviol, and you can... I think there were some mismatches. Laralas added a place in the game where you could throw your Discord name so that we could match people up pretty easily here today, but a handful of folks there that may be looking for. That said, still just keeping an eye on the Enchanted Entryway channel in the tournament setting or section there to go ahead and see who will end up winning the draw. Oh, wait, never mind. The draw is complete. We have it. I have the confirmation from Kiviol. If Kiv and background folks, if you could announce that, I'm going to copy paste that into... Oh, if I copy paste that into Twitch chat, it's going to just turn into one big long line. Well,
do it. It sounds great.
Oh, wait, no, it's spaced. All right, so first 8 are drawn, and it looks like our competitors for the first lobby are Maniout, Charlie Chessie, Seacrow, Johnny Cat, Tikuwabu, Duke, aka Duke Silver, I believe, Drain Smith, and Old Dirty Moose. So congrats.
Yeah, definitely a few names in there that I recognize, so this should be a good group.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to ask, if your name is on that list that I just threw in chat that just got called out, and I'm sure that's being communicated on the back end, if y'all could join the staging parlor voice channel in that tournament section, and then the admins will go ahead and drag you to where you need to be. But if everybody could hop in there, join staging parlor, and start streaming your game, please, that would get us started on getting that first game running.
And yeah, while they're doing that, let me remind everybody again, if you did sign up or try to get in, if you're in the top 50, you're not in this opening group, don't fret. There is going to be another drawing after game 1 for another group of 8 players, so you still have a chance.
All right, I'm seeing everybody filter on in. Yeah, I don't want to waste any time. I want to get straight to this game 1. So as soon as we get everybody in here moving, I'm ready to get moving.
Before we get too far into it, hopefully all the players still have the stream open, because one of the features in Fairytale Fables is the ability to change the fight speed. Or Steve.
Yeah, we need to have a quick conversation about that. I don't know if the admins have had a quick conversation about that with everybody in the back end. We are making the request today that you all play on 2.4x. for the purpose of following along on the action on stream. Unfortunately, any faster and the fights become unrecognizable. I know that's not exactly the speed everybody would choose to play on were they choosing the speed themselves. However, it's just for the fact that at 4x, we can't really pay attention to it. That said, if you run into a situation, a combination of things, a mechanic in the game that sets up a very long-running loop. I think Stars actually got a slight animation bump last night in anticipation because Stars were one of the main offenders. If you run into that, you can speed up, and if it's really going to destroy your entire next turn, you can skip if absolutely necessary. It's going to be Scout's Honor. We're going to ask that you play the majority of your games on just 2.4x so that everybody has the same shop time, and that way when the broadcast goes, we can actually see how the fights play out.
Yeah, and we're asking all players in the lobby to play on that speed, not only the player spectating. It's fair that way, and sometimes we'll potentially bounce around to spectate a different player. We want it to be consistent. We want it to be to a point where we can follow along, as you mentioned. So yeah, don't skip the fights for now. Don't speed it up too much. When you're playing on your own, if you want to go fast, believe me, I get it.
Oh, you know what? I think it's being set up a little bit differently. I'm gonna, just so you guys are aware, I'm gonna pop us over into that other channel, just the three of us. I think we're gonna join them there.
Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of folks already getting ready. I'm seeing a lot of stream shares going up. So it looks like we're close. I'm just waiting on the go-ahead. So what they got to do is they're setting up a lobby in the back end and getting everybody organized in via a code that takes just a moment. It should be relatively straightforward though. So as soon as I get go-ahead from the moderators, then we will go ahead and just kick off game one.
Yeah, again, shout out to the help we're getting on the back end from Kiv. It looks, from what I can see, that we have 7 players appear to be ready. I don't know who we're missing at this point. Hopefully they can get that out sorted. Shout out to all the players that have gotten in there quickly and gotten set up for us. We want to get this started as much as the viewers do.
Yeah. We do. Well, now I'm looking at who we have available to spectate. You mentioned, Yuck, lots of familiar names. Lots of familiar names. Anybody here would be a good one. I'm not even sure who. I think I'm probably going to close my eyes and click a button, and we'll watch whoever we're watching to begin here.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I don't think you can go wrong here. Again, these are all players that managed to make it into the top 50, so they're all very competent players. And yeah, we'll bounce around potentially as players get knocked out, and when we see some exciting things happening. But where we start, you just can't go wrong here.
Oh, it looks like Charlie Chessie is saying some problems on my part. Sorry for waiting. Replace me so that you don't wait for me. Charlie, as long as you're legitimately okay with that, we can run just a one-off raffle to grab that 8th slot. It would not necessarily preclude you from having a chance to play today. You could definitely enter the draw for the 2nd lobby. So if you can get any of those technical difficulties sorted out prior to that, that would be great. But Kiv and moderators, if you're hearing me on that, maybe if you could set up a quick emergency one-off draw so that we could get our 8th player.
But also, thank you, Charlie, for communicating that in a timely manner. So we're, because we want to be fair to the players that we're drawing, we want to get you in. And so that could have gone on for a little while had you not let us know. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, stuff happens. I get it.
I mean, we had stuff happen already, so we clearly aren't here to judge.
I mean,
imagine the bot cooperating properly, like under the gun like that. It never does.
I thought Yuck was alluding to calling me out for. I was pretty dead set on getting this stream started 11:55 my time on the dot, letting it run for 5 minutes, and then going right on time to the event. And of course, technical difficulties in the back end, just getting when you draw a few people together and put them all on a screen together. Yeah, it took 4 more minutes than I anticipated, throwing everything 4 minutes behind.
It's also worth noting it's been a while for the 3 of us to have hosted a tournament. We are super excited to be back, but we had to work through a couple of things to, you know, get to this point. But here we are.
Someone hasn't even been in the country for 24 hours on this panel, so.
Yeah, in fact, I just got back into the United States this morning. Yeah, so I had a great bit of travel last week. Happy to be back. And as I mentioned a little while ago, very excited to get a fix of Fairytale Fables, see what these players have been able to figure out and learn a few things.
I'm hearing that they got Tom with an H. Oh, and I'm also going to have to take a look at my microphone settings. I apologize.
Yep, looks like we do have 8 players set up. Tom with an itch, or with Tom with an itch. How are we saying this? Congratulations, you're the fill-in here. And yeah, I think as soon as we can get settled here, Horse Thief, with whatever you've got going on, I think we should be about ready.
Yeah,
we hear you.
Okay, I see what's happening. You all can hear me, and we're picking up twice. If I mute myself where you can hear me, oh no. But if I mute on stream, hold please.
Okay, hold. While I'm taught how to pronounce Tom with an H, I don't know. I kind of want to add a little bit to that. I have to be honest, but I'll go with it. I understand that's what it's intended, but you know these names can be tricky sometimes.
Can I throw a wrench in the works? Because I know exactly what I need to do to fix my crackling microphone in a way that'll work perfectly, but can I put you two on the spot for casting game 1 as opposed to our initial plan, and then I can, in the background, get that sorted out?
It's probably fine.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good to me.
All right, so lobby is ready. Is that correct?
Who are we spectating, by the way, Horse?
Who are we spectating, by the way? I'm just going to glance at a couple of streams here because it is, just full disclosure, it is Discord stream, so we're going to grab folks whose stream quality looks about as crisp as possible to start here. I'm going to go with my gut call. I'm going to follow Tiku Wabu. I'm going to start with Tiku Wabu.
Yeah, that's worth noting. So if you see any issues with the stream quality, it may just be that the video that we're getting from the participants is not as great of quality. We'll try to stay on players that have you know, high resolution, but sometimes it's out of our control.
All right, well then, without further ado, I'm gonna swap us over to the. I mean, lobby ready to fire, I should ask, I suppose. Tournament quality 1, lobby ready to fire. I'm going to swap us over, and I'm going to pop off the screen, and then folks in the back end will go ahead. Feel free to fire at will.
Yeah, and good luck to all of these players. Congratulations, first of all, for being in the top 50 and having this opportunity. Then you were drawn to make it to this point. Now, good luck in this lobby. Again, the top 4 from this lobby will advance to the finals, which is a race format. And the race format, if you're not familiar, we'll explain it a bit later. But that one is absolutely a fan favorite, and I personally love the race format.
Yeah, the race is always really fun to watch. It gets really exciting, especially once you get the first person live, and then you know, when there's 2 or 3 people live, all of a sudden it becomes a very different game, the way that some of the tempo choices can play out.
Yeah, so it looks like they're getting the lobby organized now. Again, we're going to be spectating Tiku Wabu, and yeah, I'm excited. We've been waiting for this for a long time now, and it's fantastic that we're finally here. Any names on here, specifically players that you want to note that you think are noteworthy? Players you know from anything prior or that you've faced in this game already? Jeebus?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some notable. I mean, Duke Silver was certainly there. Manu, both had a pretty large presence back in Storybook Brawl. And I think they're both as well, to be sort of the favorites here. Just, you know, kind of out of nothing there, but we'll have to see how the hero selection goes.
All right, so the lobby's starting. We're on a countdown, just a few seconds to go. We're going to hop right in, and we're going to be offered a few different heroes to choose from. The heroes they range. There's a big variety between each. I'm sure everybody has their favorites. The one I'll look at here is Hercules. The number there, the 1 times 3, that's the amount of hero attack, which is a mechanic that, as far as I know, is unique to Fairytale Fables and can be quite powerful. It looks like we're hovering Fortuna, though, Jeebus.
Yeah, I think of the heroes that are here, Fortuna's probably the most, we'll call it high rolly a little bit. But the Fortuna allows, as soon as you reach tier 4 and tier 6, it gives you a free level 6 character that gets added to your shop. So there's quite a lot of different options as far as what can actually pop up there, and it can really, sway your game in that direction.
Yeah, I like free. I think pretty much everybody does, and giving you access to a higher level character earlier in the game can not only be quite powerful, it can help you decide what your long-term direction is. And the sooner you can do that, I think the more success that you're going to have. So we're already seeing a feature in Fairytale Fables is that you have a free refresh of the shop each turn. We've already used that, and there are also items. So we were able to buy a character, play a spell, which is a great spell early in the game that's going to give us an extra gold, which is going to allow us to buy a 1-cost item.
Yeah, and this 1-cost item just happens to give 1 additional health to the character that's holding it, and it can be resold again later for 1 gold, which is really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to witness what I was talking about earlier with the hero attack. We traded with the character on our opponent's board, but it does summon another character. We are able to tie the fight, however, because we have 1 attack 2 times at the end of the fight from our hero itself.
Yeah, and there is mechanics within the game and even an entire sort of archetype that is fully revolving around giving yourself additional hero attack, which we'll see if that comes into play in any of these lobbies here.
Yeah, I imagine we will see that. That's the Hunters, and the Hunters seem pretty strong, in my opinion, when you can build the comp out and have all the pieces that you want. We do pick up a goose here. What the goose is going to do is, after we have it on our board for a few turns, it's going to sell for more gold. So we're more or less banking gold for later in the game.
Yeah, and on Fortuna especially, because you don't really know the direction that you're going to be heading, the free tier 6 character that you get can really give you a direction to play towards. Having that extra banked gold can give you a lot of ability to lean into that a little bit more once you reach tier 4.
Yeah, 100%. And we pick up an owl here, which is a mage, Jeebus. I know you're celebrating in the background. So there's an option here. I'm not saying it's an option you would ever want to go with, but you mentioned earlier that you can sell items. We do have 2 items on our characters. In theory, we could sell those 2 items to get 2 gold. We would sell them for 1 gold each, and we could go ahead and grab this goose if we wanted to out of the shop. Looks like we're not going to do that, and I prefer holding on to the items for now anyway.
So I think the reason that you wouldn't want to do that here, so the way that the goose works is, you see that little counter in the top right corner. Basically, it says every 3 turns that you have that goose, it increases the value that it sells for. And because we have 2 separate geese here, they each count separately. So if we buy the goose this turn, it will only get 1 instance, I guess, of a turn that we've owned that goose. So if we wait, we'll actually get an extra counter for it, so we'll be able to sell it for more gold later on.
Yeah, so we lose a second fight in a row. We're not taking a lot of damage from these fights, but we can see already that these players in the early game have built some tempo boards, and we're already struggling to keep up. So we're going to triple the goose. We're going to be offered some treasures. We're apparently going to take 3 extra hero attack, which is really, really strong, especially in the early game.
Yeah, it's a high tempo choice that allows you to sort of tie a lot more fights than you would normally, giving you 5x2 rather than the 2x2. So your attack does go up every time that you level. So we were 2x2 since we hit tier 3. Then plus 3 gives us that 5x2 there.
Yeah, in fact, if we had some extra hero attack in the last fight, we may have been able to tie. So we are on level 3 now, so we unlock the ability to grab level 3 characters. We are going to go ahead and sell the goose now, presumably to buy 2 level 3 characters. I'm not exactly sure if the farmer is something that we want here, but it's logical. If you're going to sell the goose, you need to get value from that gold.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense here. Our board is a little bit weak, given that a lot of our power was sort of tied up in that goose. So picking up a couple of reasonable high-statted characters should help out.
Okay, so this is an early game dwarf board, and again, a lot of tempo that we've seen from our opponents. This one's tough. We are just shy of the amount of hero attack that we need to tie that fight, and the character that survives is golden. So we take some extra damage from that. We're down to 21 health. It's pretty early in the game to be at 21 health, I feel like.
So this spell is really interesting, specifically on Fortuna here. The spell that's in the shop gives +2 EXP. Wow, that's really powerful. Yeah. So the spell in the shop gives +2 EXP for an immediate buff, and then after we roll 3 times, we lose that EXP. Well, it puts us to tier 4, so we immediately get our tier 6 character offering. In this case, we got Archangel, which combines very well with the other angel that we have, allowing some of our angels to be, I believe, resummoned. Which gives us a direction. I mean, it's certainly through tier 4, we're going to be looking to play quite a bit of angels.
Yeah, that's a spell that you may not want to play on every hero, but as you mentioned, on this hero, it's super strong, and I feel like that was a pretty good outcome for us for a level 6 character that also already has some synergy on our current board and can give us some direction. You can definitely lean into the angels here. So I love that play. I was going to say a strategy that you can implement here is to, decide how often you want to roll, because as you mentioned, you roll a few times and then you lose that experience, which we mainly played it to get that level 6 character, so I don't think we're too worried about that.
Yeah, if you can afford to hold off on rolling for a few turns, it does help a lot. It gives you the ability to pick up your tier 4s a little bit early. The Archangel that we got is incredibly powerful this early on. It re-summons an angel with 150% stats up to 3 times. So this one angel that we have was able to be brought back into play multiple times, which to that effect was very powerful.
Yeah, and we saw it right there. It looked like at a glance, if you didn't know what these characters do, that we weren't way ahead. But not only does it re-summon the angel in the front row that we have, it has ranged, which is a very powerful effect, especially when it's sitting on 24 attack in the back row, and you have angels in front to protect it.
Yeah, if we roll again, we won't be tier 4 any longer. We'll lose that EXP. So you see, looking at the character portrait, we're now back to 3.2.
Yeah, and we only have 6 gold to work with remaining. Again, we do have a couple items we could sell if there are 2 4-cost characters that we'd like to pick up here. We're thinking about it, something in the shop. I don't know exactly what the plan is here. Yeah, it looks like we're buying 1 level 4, and we're either going to buy the 2-cost character to more or less bank a gold, or we could consider, again, selling the items here. Also, something I want to mention here, we see Tikuwabu hovering at the top where you can see the other players in the lobby, and you can see their board from last turn. So scouting is something you can do in this game, and the seasoned players will see what their opponents are up to and make decisions accordingly. So maybe you reposition, maybe you buy a spell or a character that you wouldn't have otherwise. So Tikuwabu is definitely taking advantage of that feature.
Yeah, luckily our tier 6 should be able to do quite well for at least a bit, kind of regardless of what else we purchase. So it gives a bit of a leeway to piece together the rest of the board and then get to some of the later turns, given that we spent 5 gold on essentially no EXP at this point, since that buff is now gone.
Yeah, but luckily with that 5 XP, you gave us a free level 6 character, so exactly. paid for itself already. And as you mentioned, we're strong. We're actually so strong that we're able to knock a player out of this lobby. GG to John. Yeah, that's a pretty quick knockout for the first knockout in the lobby. And we go on and we pick up another tempo character here. When you can buy something out of the shop and throw it on your board and it's instantly 24 attack and 25 health, you're really happy with that.
Yeah, the dogs, especially like the Husky, have a mechanic that cares about which position that they're on, turn over turn. So the Husky gets a lot of additional stats when it's farther away from it was previously.
Yeah.
And then each turn it keeps an eye on kind of the position that it was the turn prior. It wouldn't surprise me if they bought a Husky already, if they don't sell maybe some of the items, or possibly just the like the owl and the dog in hand to pick up this other Husky.
Yeah, you definitely want this second Husky. Something that you can also consider when positioning your Huskies is that your bench also comes into play. So for instance, if you put that Husky at the far end of your bench, then it's further away from slot 1, for instance, and could set you up for a strong play next turn. So there were some different ways we could have played that. We definitely want the second Husky. It's strong, as we've already been talking about. Also sets us up for possibly a level 4 treasure, which the level 4 treasures are quite strong. Treasures generally get stronger as you get to higher levels. So yeah, if we could get a treasure, we'd be real happy. But we're just happy right now. We seem to be cruising at this point.
Yeah, the Archangel is very, very powerful through the early game, giving you effectively an entire army worth of angels just by having the 2 on the board is a pretty big game. Now you see the Huskies kind of lost all their stats here. All we really need to do is reposition them a bit, and now they will be shifting into those 3 positions most likely throughout the turns while we still have them. But it's something that you kind of always have to keep in mind when you're playing the mobile dogs like that.
Yeah, at this point in the game, we only have 2 dogs. It's not too difficult to get them swapped around. It doesn't take a lot of time or thought. But I will admit, when you have a lot of dogs on board and you need to shuffle them all, that can get to be quite a lot.
It can be, and knowing roughly what the ideal positioning pattern is helps a lot with those. With the Huskies, it's generally slots 1, 4, and 7. So you just kind of rotate them between those different positions, and you can kind of, since we have the 2 Huskies, just keep them within that same track, and they're going to keep a decent amount of stats. Certainly, slot 1 is going to be the 21, 22 next turn, and then slot 4 will be the 12, 13, I believe, on the next go around.
So as we're heading into combat, we haven't picked up a lot of angels recently, but we are protecting our health total with the way we've set ourselves up for now. Our opponent also playing Husky, by the way, so maybe this one will be a little bit closer.
Yeah, luckily, we don't need other angels to be able to still take advantage of our Archangel here. And the fact that the Archangel is ranged should allow us to, at the very least, tie this fight. But winning it wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, we are in fact able to win, and our opponent's hero attack at the end is not enough to clear our final character, that level 6 character that's carrying us at this point. Here's another angel. We're at least considering it. If you see the blue number 1 that's on that card, that represents mana. There is not only gold in this game, but also mana. You generally pay mana for spells, but there are also some characters that will cost mana. We currently have 2 mana to spend in this turn, and I believe we're going to spend 1 of those 2 mana on this character.
Yeah, that's one of the sort of mid-game angel payoffs. It counts the number of angels that you have, and it just has stats based around that. It's also ranged. So it is what we would have been looking for sort of through that turn 4. Came a little late, but it's still very welcome to see in this spot.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that we are not ahead on XP at all. We did play the XP spell that boosted us up to get us, a bit of a head start. but then we rolled a few times, and that put us back down to our natural level. So there could be players ahead of us in levels for sure. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But finally, we're going to get another treasure. This level 4 treasure should be a lot better than the first one we were choosing from. Let's see what we have here, Jeebus.
It looks like we've opted for Shooting Star, which is not surprising. It's an incredibly powerful treasure that gives you stars based on the characters that die. Stars themselves being normally a little bit more difficult to get charged, but this allows you to pick up some of the things that increase the power of your stars without needing any charging things, just because you're able to get them just from your characters dying instead.
Yeah, and so to explain stars just a little bit, it's gonna be more or less a delayed attack that happens after a specific number of attacks happen within the combat. So you see they're popping up in between our board and our opponent's board, and there's a counter at the bottom that's counting down the number of attacks before they proc, and the number at the top is the amount of damage that they'll deal. So you see one fire off there. That's especially strong against these summons who don't have a lot of health, and you want to be able to just chew through those. These stars are helping us do that.
Well, our opponent has a very strong cat board here, so we weren't quite able to keep up, but not too bad of a loss.
Actually, a little bit unlucky there, too. If we would have attacked the other surviving character, the one that we attacked into had low enough health that our hero could have attacked through it, and it could have been a tie. So a very close one there. We do see that we aren't as safe as maybe we were thinking we were just a little while ago. Our opponent is on pretty low health, as we still have 7 players alive in this lobby. So I don't think it'll be too long before we see the next knockout or two. We do pick up a pair. That's a level 3 pair. So again, we're looking maybe for treasures, but that also builds into our angel synergy.
In this spot, I'd also, especially on Fortuna, be looking to get another +1 EXP to get access to the tier 6 for free again. Obviously, that's a very large power spike that we can get access to. So hopefully we're able to secure that, and that it works with what we've already got. The Medusa-esque character, this is a pirate that does a similar effect for those that are familiar with the sort of slot 5 for that.
Okay.
Picked up here.
Yeah, exactly. This character does not transform, but it is a bit of a scam character. It reduces the stats of anything it attacks into. And as I mentioned, we might be looking for a treasure. Well, here we go. Here's Starcatcher, which does have some synergy with the other treasure that we picked. But I really like Baby Mimic here. If you're not aware, Baby Mimic will attach to the next treasure you take, and it will basically double that treasure. So especially now, with the timing of where we are in the lobby, we'll be to level 6 soon. As Jeebus mentioned, if we can get some experience, we would love to get to level 6 right now, if possible. But yeah, if we can get a high level treasure and double that treasure, well, we might be off to the races.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Baby Mimic, especially with how close we are to 6. If you're able to duplicate some of the more powerful treasures in the game, it can really change the way that your game plays out.
Yeah, definitely. And again, yeah, if we can pick up some experience here, that would be great. We see that we have no trouble in that combat. So Tiku Wabu handles that opponent quite easily. So yeah, we're up against first place in the lobby in this next battle. So I guess that'll help us gauge kind of where we are in comparison to everybody else.
Our board is not necessarily incredibly well set up to be able to deal with dwarves, especially where they're probably at. I mean, that board looks very, very strong. We'll have to see how helpful the it's tricky because we have the Husky that wants to be in slot 7 now, but we also sort of need the buff angel as well as well,
yeah,
wait a
interesting.
minute. That changes everything. We might just be playing dogs.
Yeah, we thought we were angels because the first level 6 character we got was an angel. It maybe turns out that was just a tempo play to get us to the point of playing dogs. I will say that our scam character that we picked up should help us out against dwarves because they typically have large stats. But yeah, we found the XP spell that we were talking about. And yeah, okay, now we have a decision to make.
Yeah, so Nero, generally the way that you want to play it is slot 1 and slot 7. So this one gives a very large food buff to all of your dogs when it enters the battle. So for every slot that it is away from the initial, from the previous one, so generally it'll be 6 or 7, right? Because it's the full board. It will give, I believe, +5 for food per position that it's away for your dogs, which is a lot.
Yeah, and as you're referring to, positioning is very important in Fairytale Fables. You know, we have a number of things that are fighting kind of for position 1, and we have to make some decisions. It looks like we're going to leave our scam character there against the dwarves. We did skip the corgi, though, so maybe we're not going full dogs. We'll have to wait and see. And unfortunately, our scam character is attacked into at the start of the fight. Certainly not what we wanted.
Yeah, we have a lot of angels that really want to be in the back row and protected. Basically, our slot 5 is a little overtaxed right now, so we couldn't quite protect our scam character. But the Nero was enough stats that it didn't really matter, so we're in a pretty good spot here. So yeah, we see the Husky again wants to be in the back. So do all the angels. So do basically everything here. So it's a little tricky. But if we can find another Nero, or if we can find some of the other level 6 payoffs, I think we could be in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, and we saw the ranged keyword be very effective here. We had 2 ranged characters in the back row, and we were able to win against first place. The player that was in first place going into that fight. Turns out now we are in first place. As we lose the second player, we're down to 6. We're getting down to the meat and potatoes here. And again, we have this baby mimic. So if we can get a spicy treasure lined up here, a higher level treasure, that could really put us over the top. But for now, we're scouting a board that does have quite a bit of numbers involved. We're also, Jeebus, we're between a few different comps. We have some angels, we have some dogs. We haven't really talked about it that much, but also some stars. We have the star treasure, but we also have a character on board that if we float at least 1 gold at the end of the fight, it's going to add some more stars. So I feel like this is either a combo build or we're just having trouble finding the pieces or making up our mind. I'm not exactly sure which.
A Star Child, which is the unit that we have in slot 4, is the one that generally cares about, you floating 1 gold, and then it's able to put up a couple of stars. Is a very strong tempo pickup, I think, being that it allows you to just give a little bit more oomph, especially when we're fighting things like the dwarves or our next upcoming battle is some angels here. We really just need numbers, because we don't quite have enough of a cohesive plan. You know, we have a handful of angels, a scam unit, a couple of dogs. We just need some amount of stats. And the stars can sort of make up for that a little bit, giving that character effectively 33 attack, as opposed to just the 11 that it looks like we have.
Yeah, I find Star Child to be very interesting because it is quite strong. It's a great tempo play, as you mentioned, but it just always feels a little bit strange to float that gold. You know, you want to continue to improve your board. Certainly can be worth it at times, but it's, it's a bit of a give and take there.
Scam unit doing some work here. It's likely going to need to... Oh, we should be fine.
Yeah, we have a lot of extra effects going on here. We have the stars. Our opponent has some stars as well. We have our hero attack at the end of the fight. Is able to clean it up. We got a really nice attack from our scam unit attacking into the angelic commander to, help keep that opponent comp from getting any bigger than it already was. And it was a formidable opponent already. So pretty decent combat for us. Yeah, still at 6 players. We have a couple players very low health, but we're feeling fairly comfortable at 16 right now.
Well, I guess we're not committing to the dogs here. We did just pass the other very strong dog So likely we're not leaning into Nero at all here, and we're probably going to move maybe towards Angels. Yeah, the other tier 6 dog, let me bring up the name here, but it's a good character that has a dying breath ability that actually allows it to share. It's called Herding Dog. So it gives you all of your characters with food stats greater than 0. The food stats of the Herding Dog, 100% of them for that fight. So basically, all of the stats that Nero gives, it just gives them again to all of your characters with food stats. So, but we didn't pick it up. We picked up the other Angel, which I think is fine.
Yeah, and shout out to Horse Thief for pulling that up on stream for anybody that isn't familiar. As even some of the players that have sunk some time into this game are still learning some of the comps. Dogs are a strategy that I haven't spent a lot of time with. I look forward to trying them more. They are pretty interesting. And yeah, as you mentioned, we picked up a pair of the Archangels now, and there's the treasure that we're looking for, we've been hoping for, especially with this baby Mimic. So we're going to get basically 2 level 6 treasures, or a copy of whichever one we pick. So that should be fun. If we can make it out of this fight at 22 health, we really like our chances in this lobby.
I would predict that we may be losing this fight.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. So we're not making it out with 22 health at this point with a lot of golden characters on our opponent's board. And speaking of dogs, that is a dog comp, pretty well assembled dog comp. We just want to try to get rid of some of the damage from these golden characters.
Yeah, they have one of the level 6 treasures that gives you a duplicate of your slot 1 character as long as you have an open slot. It looks like they got a golden Nero. It's possible that they just bought a couple of them, or perhaps they kissed a 5 into it.
Well, the bad news is we took a pretty bad loss to Duke. Shout out to Duke, who was our opponent there. The good news is we're in the top 4, Jeebus. So all of these 4 players remaining will make it to the finals. It doesn't mean they don't want to win this lobby. They all certainly do. And we've got some work to do if we're going to win this one. So with these treasure options, maybe not exactly what we're looking for.
But we can skip and go for gold, which I think is also acceptable here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really improve our board state too much. Hopefully we can pick up another Angel to fit on this board.
Yeah, you know, looking back a little bit, Jeebus, the position that Tiku is in, I mentioned before we actually got into the game that players sometimes adjust the way they play when playing in a tournament setting. You can sometimes look at the situation. What are you playing for? What do you need? What's the goal? In this particular format, you just needed a top 4. So since we didn't commit to a build, maybe that was all part of the plan, and the plan was just to ride out the tempo that we had put on board and just casually roll into a top 4.
So it looks like we're picking up another scam unit, which generally is pretty good against dwarves. I don't feel like we really have enough of a cohesive comp to keep up with something fully set up already like dwarves or like dogs. So I could see moving in the direction of something that looks like a scam build.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like we just didn't commit, and not that there was one specific turn. You mentioned, you know, one situation where we could have picked up a level 6 dog to add to our comp, but it just seems like at that point it was going to come together a little bit too late. As we see this late in the game, our opponents are very, very strong. Yeah, that's a lot of numbers. As you mentioned, we picked up the Succubus in the back row, which is good against this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it's not good enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to beat a couple of 700s here.
Okay, and it looks like that will be enough damage to eliminate Tiku Wabu. GG to Tiku Wabu. I believe we'll hop over and spectate Designated Villain, who was the dwarf player that we just faced.
Okay, here.
And as we saw for designated villain, we have some dwarves, and for horse thief, that's the Drain name on Discord. Yep. If you're unsure, that's perfect. We have in the back row, we have 2 copies of Edmiri, and what they do is they boost the stats of all of your dwarves based on the number of items you have. It doesn't even have to be items on your board. You can also hold those items in your hand, like on characters in your hand. And speaking of number of items, look at our slot 1 character. I'm not even sure, what is that, like 7 items here? That's definitely giving us a lot of stats just from that unit alone.
Yeah, it looks like they have maybe 4 pouches, which is generally a very you want as many of those as you can really get when playing a comp like this. So I would say that they're in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to deal with. We also have the Mirror Fairy in slot 5 here, which is going to see all of the stats gained by the other dwarves and gain those itself. So the Mirror Fairy, just by itself, is going to be massive. Looks like we are facing Duke, who we saw a little while ago, and had quite a strong dog comp. Is it going to be enough? I like our chances here with these dwarves.
So for me, I think it depends on if they picked up some of the other major pieces that I think the dog comp can use. I think that like the hardworking haymaker can be a really good way of keeping some of those food stats, so that it's not just a single individual boost, but that it sort of cascades. If they got additional copies of like the herding dog, I think they can compete on numbers with what the dwarves are doing.
Another thing worth noting is this is a comp that really likes the item that doubles entrance abilities, and we don't have that. Okay, so we were apparently scouting a different player than who we're facing here. This is Secret playing cats. This is the first time we've seen a cat comp, and yeah, we can see this is a bit of a challenge for us. We do have enough stats, just barely though. That was incredibly close. And that's what cats can do. They just continue to throw more and more things your way, and those things often have nice stats of their own.
Yeah, even leveraging the plus 500 attack sword from multiple characters just wasn't quite enough. Dwarves are very powerful.
Yeah, and we don't even have a final form dwarf comp. We still have ways to improve this for sure. It's not even a golden Edmiri. Yeah, we're picking up more items. As I mentioned before, you can add items to the characters in your hand. So we buy a 1-cost item, throw it on a character in hand. That's just going to give us bigger stats. So yeah, I mean, there are things we can do. We're not just waiting around. We're hopefully getting stronger each turn. And this wasn't the strongest turn, to be honest. So again, I think one of the key things we'll look for, in addition to another Edmiri, is the item that's going to double the entrance effect of Edmiri specifically. And that should really seal the deal here, I believe.
Well, interestingly, we are already tripling our entrance effects. If you look at our treasures, we actually have a baby mimic on that entrance doubling treasure already.
Yeah, it's a great observation. Yeah, because as I mentioned, the Edmiri not even being golden and generating that amount of stats, well, that's the reason. We do, on this player, designated villain, get to see the power of Baby Mimic, especially when attached to something that's not only strong, but also fits your comp perfectly.
Yeah, the drumroll already is a very good treasure in this comp and in a lot of the entrance comps. So the reason that we grabbed this other Tempe and we're just holding it in our hand is if we're able to triple that Tempe, then the entrance effect that we're doubling, or in this case tripling, gets even better, because now the effect is 3 times our stats times, you know, that double entrance. So that'll make both our Tempe larger as well as the Mirror Fairy.
Yeah, and I think it can also make sense to add an extra character to your bench, because that character can hold another item. So maybe if you're late in the turn and don't have a lot of gold left, maybe that's something to consider, buying a cheap item, throwing it on a character. So Duke, as we mentioned, quite strong, but this Mirror Fairy, it's just way too massive at this point.
All right.
Okay. Here we go. That's another Edmiri.
Yep. So at this point, I would think that we're just looking for more pouch type effects as well as, you know, a triple.
Yeah, another level 6 treasure. Battle Song Sword gives us extra stats. Doesn't seem important. The diamond. Start of each fight, if you have at least one space free, summon a copy of your first character. Well, we may shuffle some things around a little bit. That's going to be quite good for us.
I would think so.
So what do we copy here? Is it Edmiri? Do you ever copy the Mirror Fairy?
No, I think we just copy Tempe because I believe that it'll give the copy based on the stats.
Okay.
After the entrance. I'm not actually sure though.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% on the order of things. I think if you put Edmiri in slot 1, I think it will gain its effect. I think the entrance effect will trigger. I could be wrong on this. Feel free to correct me, anybody in chat that knows this. We should have some of the top 50 players still watching because, as I mentioned earlier, the players that didn't make this group can still make it into the group for the second game. We're doing the scouting, though. We're doing our due diligence and trying to make decisions. I mean, we don't have anything else to do. We're out of gold. We still have a bit of time left. So, yeah, it looks like maybe we're not going to reposition. So maybe you're right, Jeebus.
If it works the way that I'm thinking that it does, it will not worry as much about the items that are on the slot 1 character. It'll wait until the entrance effect happens, all the buff goes out, and then it will give us a copy of the fully buffed character. But we'll have to see how that ends up triggering.
For what it's worth, I'm not entirely sure that it matters. I think anything we copy is going to be enough. We got a lot stronger with that second Edmiri on this turn.
That being said, the cat board with the extra 500 attack there in slot 1 is going to be pretty tricky.
Yeah, I don't think it's automatic, but we just have too many numbers at this point. That's a 2,400, 2,406 Mirror Fairy. It doesn't guarantee us, as we see, a lot of summons coming from our opponent's hand, but we just have too many numbers. GG to Designated Villain, who's going to win this lobby. Also GG to Seacrow, who built a very, very strong cat board and gave us our first opportunity to showcase that kind of build. Well, hey, welcome back, Horse, and shout out to you in the background for bringing up some information on screen for the viewers and also for us. It was a fun game to watch. We saw a variety of comps, far from all of them. In fact, the first player we spectated was kind of playing three comps at once, if I'm being honest. That didn't quite work out. Unless Tiku, as I mentioned, was playing simply for top 4, and that certainly worked out. So GG's to all of those players that made the top 4. You're going to advance to the finals, which is going to be a race format. You're going to have to stick around and watch the second game while we get the second group in, and then we'll pull you back in for that race.
Well, GG's again, yeah. Designated Villain, a.k.a. Oh, shoot, I already forgot the a.k.a. name. Yuck, Jeebus, that was a lot of fun to watch. There were... What we just ended up with big old dwarves versus a little bit of hand summon with cats at the very end there. Surprisingly, Duke's giant dog board didn't quite get there, and dogs are very powerful.
Yeah, we saw how close that was. If we didn't have the treasure combo with Baby Mimic, we just don't get there. That was so many extra stats that was developing on our board just from that. Yeah, we needed almost every bit of it. It was still pretty close. I thought we had enough stats. Jeebus made a good point, though. That ended up being closer than I expected.
I mean, never count out the plus 500 attack in your slot 1 when you can cram, what was it, 6 or 7 characters in that same slot to be able to attack. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of characters we had to get through between the summons, not only from the cats, but yeah, also from the pirates. Luckily, we were able to do so. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more dwarf comps, some more cat comps.
Well, as a point of clarification here, the next lobby's already ready. Kiviol has been coordinating with the top 50 in the background while that game was going, so I believe we have our list of 8 players already ready. That said, I need to find that list. Oh, actually, my apologies. We have a lobby already going. Let me just double check where that lobby is. It might have moved to the other channel. No, we have a lobby going in our channel, starting up. All right, they are populating a lobby. Looks like our 8 players are Satan Worship. We got Astrid the Cat, Pavlov. Oh, shoot, 2 of these are... I'm in streamer mode. Hang on, I got to exit streamer mode. Okay, we got Satan Worship, we got Hamio, we got Astrid the Cat, we got Pavlov, we got Immortal, we got Johnny Cat, and we got Happiness LTD, and Tom with an H appear to be our 8 for this run, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully I'm not mistaken.
Wait.
Am I mistaken? No, I am terribly
right?
mistaken.
I don't think that's right.
That's not right. That's not right. There, that was from an old draw from a... Okay, the bot has been incredibly unreliable. Kivial has given me the list of names. I will post them in chat. It is Hoj, Ninja Sniper, J-Mac, Endozoa, Friendly Fries, John TCGs, Turnt, and Kamba. Here, let me drop those. I apologize. I should pay more attention.
Again, in this lobby, some names that I'm quite familiar with. I think this one should be spicy. And shout out to the Friendly Fries.
Oh, yeah. The friendliest of fries. All right. Well, they are currently floating their way into the lobby. So that does mean that we do have our top 4 from the first game that are eligible for the race, that are moving on to the race. Looks like those top 4 are Tikuwabu, Duke, Silver, Villain, and Seacrow.
Yeah, so those 4 players, stick around and watch what should be an exciting lobby here and scout your competition a little bit, because these are some of the players that you'll be playing in the finals in the race format. And Jeebus, we've read off a name of very strong players. I asked you last game, is there anybody here that you want to give a special mention to?
If I were to bet on somebody to both win this lobby and probably the whole thing, I would bet on Endozoa. I think Endo has a very strong grasp on this game and most auto battlers in a way that a lot of people don't. And that was the case with Storybook Brawl, and I think that's the case here. I've watched him play quite a few games, and there's a level of consistency that you know they'll bring to any lobby that's kind of hard to argue with.
I'm not at all surprised to hear you say Endo. Yeah, I might have to pick Endo as a favorite here as well. Proven to be good, as you mentioned, at a variety of different games. And I know has been putting a decent amount of time. Even shout out to Endo for giving some feedback during the closed beta and some great suggestions. So yeah, Endo is going to be a very formidable opponent, but let's not crown him too soon. As we were talking about, a lot of great players, like genuinely noteworthy players in this lobby. So we'll be sure to keep an eye out on Endo, but he's going to have to work for it.
It's really interesting how
absolutely
a lot of your experience in the prior game that we're all aware of and is in the back of our minds and in a forefront in our hearts. We're seeing a lot of names from that, but a lot of that is transitioning over. That said, just because you know how to make an endgame state doesn't mean you know how to make the biggest endgame state. Endo probably is one of the folks who knows how to make a real big board, but we saw that Duke board, that's a lobby winner board right there, right? And board got even bigger than that in the end. Looks to me like
that is true.
We just got 8 of 8 in the Discord, so we must be very close to launching the game. I'm waiting on production to let me know when we're ready to fire here.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, some of these players have played in custom scrim lobbies, is what they refer to them as, and scrimmage against other very good opponents. Those players with that experience should have a bit of an advantage here, because the players that are just playing on ladder, sure, you're gonna learn a lot, but it's gonna be a bit different. The lobby pacing can be different. The in-game boards, Horse Thief, as you alluded to, might look a little stronger and a little different. So there are a group of players that I think might have a bit of an advantage.
You're going to see a lot more counterplay as well in some of the higher tier lobbies. You know, the knowledge on how to play around certain strategies. Generally, something like Starcat's is very strong on the ladder. It's where you leverage the star charging with a couple of your characters, and then you also have cats to sort of fill in the stats on your board. And then that combination is generally very good. But there are ways of attacking that that, you know, if you're not actually counterplaying towards, you're just going to lose to it. But if you counterplay it, you know, it can fall apart pretty easily.
Yeah, and another thing I think gets overlooked a lot is how do you build into a specific board? You may know how to survive the early game, you may know what an end game board looks like, but how do you get from point A to point B? What does that mid game look like? What do you need to do to not only protect your health, but also start to build into whatever strategy you're going for? And that's something that I believe takes a little bit of time. And yeah, these players will have that figured out certainly these are the top 50 players, or a group of the top 50 players. So they've got time in the game. So we'll follow along and see what kind of journey we can take. I do expect, though, that we could see some players play specifically for the top 4. As I mentioned with Tiku Wabu, potentially was the strategy. So maybe we're going to see even a different strategy this game as opposed to what we'll be seeing when we get to the final.
That's a good point. All right, I'm going to put on the prize, the hero border one more time on Yuck here before we flip over. The lobby is ready. Production, I'm going to flip us over. Go ahead and fire one ready. And I am going to start us, Yuck, on spectating Endo. This time around, Yuck and I are going to be the ones doing the chit-chatting. So, Jeebus, I'll talk to you in a few.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are, Yuck, you and I looking at Endo. Production, go ahead and fire that lobby, or whoever is the lobby boss, go ahead and fire that lobby at will.
I can't say enough. Yeah, appreciative and thankful for the people working in the background. Shout out again to Kiv, Horse Thief, everything you've got going on. A couple of hiccups early on, but seems like we're hitting our stride now. And yeah, Endozoa, that's who we're going to spectate. We were just talking about Endozoa. Jeebus and I both like Endozoa as potentially a favorite for the whole thing. Horse Thief, any opinions and any comments about any specific players here?
You know, I have been eyeballing the leaderboard, keeping an eyeballing the leaderboard, looking, and it's just a lot of the names that you know and a lot of the names that you recognize. There are a handful of folks that were just jamming games, absolutely. I was watching Happy was on that rank 1 jam for a few days, so I was keeping an eyeball on him. But I know anybody who made it in the top 50, it was as of Thursday, everybody had at least 20 games played 2 days in the top 50. As of yesterday, I don't even know. I think it was 30 to 40 games. Today, I can't imagine the top 50 players, any of them being under 40 games played. It is absolutely outstanding or surprising just how quickly people jumped in, picked up, started slamming games and understanding things.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for the lobby to fire here, Horace, this might be another good opportunity for anybody that's tuning in a little bit later and didn't see the start of the stream. Maybe you can tell them how they can get some gems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or sorry, crystals.
Crystals. Yeah, we're gonna flip back. We had a slight technical difficulty there. We're gonna let them reassess that. If you would like to get your hands on 4,000 crystals, aka enough to unlock a hero, you can use the code Frenzy in game. That's an in-shop in-game code. You got to go into the shop, and there's a spot in the shop where you can put a code in. Frenzy, code Frenzy.
Yeah, everybody should go and do that. Be able to unlock an extra hero. There are a lot of heroes to try out. I'm sure everybody's going to have their favorites. I'm not even sure which one is my favorite at this point. I play quite a bit. I have some that I prefer over others, certainly, but I don't have a favorite horse. I think maybe you do, but I'm not certain. What are you thinking?
You know, there are quite a few heroes in this game that I'm finding myself enjoying. If I had to give you a gut call, I mean... Oh, wait, we're in a game.
Oh. Yep. Let's get straight to the action.
We're in a game, but Endo missed turn 1, took a hit, and is now choosing a hero on turn 2. We're in a game, but it doesn't look like it's working right. Endo's on 5 gold. Something went wrong here. There's going to be some more. There's a remake happening. This is not a game. Don't worry about that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you caught what was happening. I thought we were just behind, had missed some. Yeah, exactly what you're alluding to. Yeah, they're bouncing out of that lobby. They're gonna start up a new one and let everybody get a fair start.
But apologies, back to your previous point. If I were to think about heroes that are just kind of generically strong, Fafnir is one of the first ones that comes to mind. Fafnir, the gold hoarding dragon, has an effect that when you skip a treasure, you get a whole board buff. It's kind of like an aura. I don't think it's got the aura tag, but I think it buffs your whole board like +1/+2 to start. And then every time you skip a treasure, that buff goes up, meaning that's a pretty straightforward hero to play in that if you can get an early triple, level 2, those treasures not as valuable later in the game. You might not rely on them as long. You can skip that first treasure, no big deal. And then all of a sudden, you're just in much better shape. Your board is stronger.
Yeah, I like that hero. That is one that I often find myself picking when it's offered. So yeah, if you need to try out some heroes, you like having extra options, all of us do. Also, if you like free, make sure to use that code Frenzy and get your 4,000 crystals so you can do so.
Now, I will say, if you're a fan of shenanigans, now something more up my alley, I wouldn't say this is the first hero you should unlock. However, I have been having a ton of fun with Dionysus. It is so hit or miss. It is such a risk every time you play it. But on the second turn, you will get an upgraded character that costs 3 gold. A 2 cost unit upgraded, but it'll cost 3 out of the shop. You don't get a treasure, but if you can hit the right upgraded characters when you start getting to level 3, 4, 5, 6, and something that can maybe give you a game plan when you're on 3 or 4, and then something that fits into your game plan when you're on 5 or 6, it feels really good. But that hero is also really hit or miss.
Yeah, that one is interesting, and every game feels different and unique every time you play it. You said maybe it's not the first one you unlock. I think you can't go wrong with your first hero or your second hero to unlock. Just unlock what you like. There's some, some wildly varying options to choose from.
I'm kind of curious, Jeebus, what are your pocket picks for heroes? Oh, Jeebus, you're muted.
Uh-oh, we lost Jeebus?
Yeah.
We need you back, Jeebus.
I see Jeebus talking, but I don't hear Jeebus talking.
Yeah, I don't hear him either.
Looks like they're at 5 of 8 on the lobby remake. Looks like they're plugging away on that.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take it too much longer. Hopefully we can get this audio issue figured out in the meantime.
I apparently muted Jeebus.
Oh. Well,
that's on me. Jeebus, sorry about that. Didn't mean to mute you.
It's okay. I think that Yuck is also muted the same way, but nonetheless, they are. Happiness is right. I was going to say the mage heroes. So there's quite a few heroes that get treasures essentially for free. Either as soon as you hit tier 3, you get a level 4 treasure, or every 3 turns you get a level 3 treasure. There's one that as soon as you reach tier 5, you get a random 6. So there's a bunch of essentially treasure heroes that are given them, and a lot of times they're very good at facilitating mages if you're looking to do that. I don't know who would do that necessarily, but I think that's a good way to start a lot of times.
No mage enthusiasts around here, you think?
None of them.
No.
Not at all.
No, okay. Well, technical difficulties.
Thank you for your patience, everybody, as they are trying to rebuild this lobby.
Yeah, I think they've tried a couple times to make the lobby, and it doesn't seem to be either letting all the players in, or it just hasn't been joining the players in. So they're resetting that right now, and they'll give it another go.
I mean, since we're in technical difficulties and we got a moment here, this is making me think of. I have a past in, working in a company that was software as a service, right? So we had production deployments on a regular basis. And I recall things going to launch, like a particular little launch event that happened on Wednesday. I recall things launching in my past life. I rarely recall anything launching without a major outage in the first 24 hours, 48 hours. To be fair, not everything was a big change like that, but I have just been absolutely gobsmacked with the fact that Laralas, you know, the keys were readily available on Wednesday. There was no blocker to anybody playing. A whole bunch of new people showed up on Wednesday. There's been no major outage in the last 3 days. It is absolutely absurd to me that 72 hours, and there have been bugs, and then a couple of people have gotten into a stuck state here and there, but no major breaks. Absolutely wild.
They are still having some issues. It looks like they're going to attempt to fire the lobby.
Looks like they're
horse.
booting up lobby here, and then they have, I think, figured out a way to fix the issue of the players not connecting properly. So,
yeah,
interesting.
Hopefully so.
Okay, I'm keeping an eye on
horse,
Endozoa stream. They're currently minimized, which strikes me that there's still a little bit of back and forth going on.
Yeah, I think
they are
they're gonna
needing to restart their client.
Okay,
so that's why
they're working it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because, of course, we're doing standard ladder rules, standard ladder timer, standard ladder everything, but need to organize the games in the custom lobby mode. Now, that's why Laralas is in charge of getting the custom lobby set up so that all the rules are exactly standard. Because one cool thing about Fairytale Fables is you can go in custom lobby, you can customize anything. You could just make the exact batch of heroes you're looking for and the exact batch of treasures, and you can play that exact game if that's what you want to do.
The game is up, so you can click back into Endo. They are at Hero Select.
I am on Endo. We are flipping over now. Actually, I need to just minimize this. We're already up and looking at Endo. Endo is in. Unfortunately, skipped over the Hero Select here a little bit, yuck, but Endo has picked Brother Gambler. Didn't really pay attention to the other three options. Brother Gambler is an interesting hero, and I'm going to pull it up so I don't get the text wrong. I know Endo's over there hovering it. At the start of the fight, at the start of each fight, for every 2 lost gold plus mana, give a random of your characters +1/1 permanently. For each above 2, increase the buff by 2/2.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for sure. I didn't see all of the options. I did see that Fortuna, who we spectated some last game, was one of the options. And I think a pretty good hero. So I don't know if this is a favorite for Endozoa.
It looks like Yuckmouth is still muted in the
okay, thank you.
stream together, so you'll have to fix that. But
Yuckmouth is not muted on my side in the stream. Oh, no, chat can hear Yuck. Thanks, Jeebus.
Nope, we're good.
So yeah, one thing I wanted to note last time, this hero, I don't, like you're saying, Yuck, I don't know if it's a particular favorite for Endo. Very interestingly, Endo picked up a tempo piece, right? The bat in the bottom right is normally a 4/3, deals you 1 damage when you take it, and it's just a stat. You know, you may play toward demons later, you may not. Demons may or may not be all that strong. All of that aside, picked up a tempo piece, but Endo still had 2 mana left over, so that counted. It counts what you lose in terms of gold and mana, and it's every interval of 2, right? So Endo had 2 mana left over, which gave a random 1/1 buff to the only thing on the board, making it a 5/4.
Yeah, we've now added a range character, which would be fantastic to catch that buff. It does not here. And I want to point out something that we hadn't talked about yet. For anybody unfamiliar, our opponent there had a character with the keyword flying. And what that's going to mean is that it's going to attack directly into the back row instead of attacking the front row, which would be what would normally happen. I think maybe there was a way we could have placed the range character in the front to make sure that it wasn't attacked into. I'm not sure if Endo just chose not to or just wasn't paying close attention. As these early fights, there's usually not a whole lot of strategy that goes into it. But as I say that, we're seeing Endo scout his opponent.
Yeah, and as you had mentioned last game, the scouting is from the last turn. So Endo's looking at the board from the previous fight and kind of making decisions and positioning around that. Now, what you're noticing on the opponent's board, the opponent is Ares. Ares uses the hero attack to start the fight, and Ares also bought a dog. I can't remember the specific name of that dog, unfortunately, but that dog gives you +2 attack as an entrance effect at the start of the fight. So Ares is going to come in with at least +2 attack from what you see on there, at least 3 attack, and shoot 2 3 attack shots to start this fight. And then we'll have bought something else on top of that.
Yeah, so it looks like Endo tried to play around that as much as possible, put some things in the front row to soak up some damage. And it's just simply going to be a tie. Cambo probably just expected going into that fight that it would be a tie. As we see, he tripled that dog on board. So we're still at 29 health. We've made it to level 3. We instantly see 2 level 3 mages. I'm sure Jeebus has an opinion here. What are you thinking? Do we care about those mages? I'm not sure that Endo does.
They're very interesting in that they are phenomenal tempo and phenomenal power if you intend to cast any number of spells. Just casting the free spells alone might make them useful ranged characters on your backline, but if you don't intend to cast a whole bunch of spells, they don't get really, really big, and our board doesn't really... That shop didn't necessarily... Our board doesn't necessarily scream mages. We don't have a mage's treasure yet. We really don't. I mean, it's so early. Of course, we don't have a game plan, but it was a little tough there to justify 2 1-power range characters, probably. Yeah.
Well, it's also an interesting dynamic. If you take those, you want to spend your mana on playing spells every turn. But this is a hero, as you mentioned earlier, that if we don't spend our mana, we get buffs on board. And, you know, they would have been good targets to catch those buffs. But it's a little bit hard to get full value if you want to go that path. So we actually end up picking up a dwarf that's going to give a boost to the characters that have items. We make sure we have our items on our ranged characters to make them as... you know, as strong as we can possibly make them.
So now we're matched up against John, and it looks like John's getting kind of a Royals-looking board on Fisher King. Fisher King, of course, waiting to hit level 5 to get that free level 6 treasure, so playing some tempo. But our Ori, which is the dwarf in the back middle, what we would call position 6, boosted our Elaine the Songstresses, which are our range characters with the swords, enough to win that fight.
Yeah, it looks like Endo is debating whether or not to take this level 2 triple. The level 2 treasures aren't always super powerful. Obviously, in this case, you could take the Wishing Fountain that's going to turn into a level 3 treasure. It takes some time, though. Maybe that's too long. You can skip for 1 gold. Of course, we have a couple other options here. So, Endo initially not sure that he wanted to look at these treasure options, decided to go for it. And here we are. Any thoughts here, Horse?
Yeah, I'm seeing Endo flip back and forth. They're debating which one they want to take. It's interesting because if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Wishing Fountain's all right. Farming Tool's probably not my favorite, but Magnifying Glass is especially interesting in that there aren't that many ways to get an extra attack. There are a lot of ways to pump the power of your hero attack. Now, granted, if you want a really big hero attack, you have to put a lot of effort and focus into getting a really big hero attack. But having an extra attack gives you a lot of leeway to work early on. And then maybe if you only play 1+1, 1+2 attack spell, that might be enough to allow you to kind of be a little bit greedier with your resources early. But Endo opting to skip makes sense to me.
Yeah, there was also a tempo treasure that gives your characters +3/+3 for a single fight when you recruit them from the shop. You know, decides to take the gold, we skip. And we utilized all of that gold. We now have items on all of our characters on board, which along with the dwarf gives them extra stats. So it seems like a solid tempo play. It's certainly enough to get through that fight and still be at 28 health. We're maybe not quite at the stage of figuring out our direction. As we scout our opponent, our opponent's board looks fairly strong.
Yeah.
Are we going to lean into anything here? Or are we still just playing tempo, you think?
I feel like the idea here is still just keep collecting tempo. That said, I gotta imagine, I know that there are certain pieces that I gravitate toward if they show up at certain times, you know, especially early level 2, level 3, when you can't really build into a specific game plan because most of the key stuff isn't showing up yet. So there are a lot of specific sorts of things that I'll kind of do to build a strong board that can fight for a little while. And it makes me wonder if Endo is just kind of navigating through those same sorts of decision points and, you know, characters that Endo likes in order to survive the early game and get to the later game options. That said, Endo just got a huge boost.
Yeah, this is something I'm surprised we didn't see in the first game. This is such a strong tempo play, especially when you're only aiming for top 4. We pick up the eggs. They're huge stats, as you can see. The downside, though, after they die 3 times, you lose them forever. You can play around that a bit, and to be honest, after a few fights, if they die, sometimes you're just okay with that because you've already allowed them to do what you hoped they would do, and that's protect your health while you make your way to the later stages of the lobby.
It's going to be really interesting to see if Endo can get a triple. So we're looking at 2 boards side by side, and, you know, before those armored eggs getting picked up, Endo was not winning that fight. With those armored eggs, one of them even survives the fight. So now you see the one on the left there now has a 1 on the top right on the counter. It has died 1 time, so if it dies 2 more times, it'll disappear forever, like you said. The one on the right, 0, has not passed yet. If Endo manages to triple that, those counters go up to 6. So it retains any of the times they've gotten popped so far, but all of a sudden you get a few more lives on your egg, and you get a little bit more time to maybe upgrade that with, what is it, New Love is the name of the spell?
I don't know that it fits here, but I see a very familiar looking character in this shop.
Interesting.
The second from the left,
what is that
specifically.
character?
Shout out to Theft. That looks like a horse thief to me.
Sure does. Horse Thief's a very interesting and fun tempo unit, and I am incredibly happy it exists in the game. Horse Thief is a pirate animal. Oh, Endo buying the Horse Thief. Oh, come on now. Horse Thief has an effect. Horse Thief steals 3/2 in stats from adjacent characters. So right now Endo is putting it between the eggs. Steals 3/2 in stats from adjacent characters, keeps them permanently. The stat steal is temporary, so the eggs won't permanently lose those 3/2s. So what you get is something that is slowly self-scaling by taking away from the rest of your squad a little bit, but it's always keeping it, right? So it's always getting a little bit bigger. Getting it on 4.0 is probably the most appropriate time. Honestly, I think my favorite time to get a Horse Thief is if I can upgrade an upgraded 3 while I'm level 3 and get a Horse Thief on level 3 that's upgraded. That's a lot of fun.
Well, also it fits here nicely with these eggs, who we know these aren't permanent characters, whether it's by choice or, you know, it just happens naturally. We're going to borrow some stats from those. Yeah, borrow, steal, you know, what's the difference really? I did notice that we had a level 4 pair in that shop. It looks like we did not lock that shop, but we are cruising through this combat. We're going to win another one, Horse. We knock our opponent down to 16 health, and yeah, it looks like we have a few players in the lobby that have to worry about their health total now. Luckily, we're not one of those players because we've just developed so much tempo.
Yeah, those eggs really will tie you over in the mid game. The interesting thing is, I want to talk, and I don't want to get too into massive strategy conversation. It's 3 days. It's been 3 days. But what I want to talk about a little bit is just kind of the pace and the flow of the game. Early on, levels 2 and 3. There aren't a lot of ways to scale. You really are spending a lot of time filling your board. You're thinking about, do I combine this or that because I'll have 1 fewer character on the board, but I'll get a treasure. You're making decisions that will shape the rest of your game, but you're not really doing huge power plays. Level 4, similar sort of deal. You should have a little bit more information, so now all of a sudden you might be building toward a specific angle, but a lot of the powerful things open up on levels 5 and 6. So level 4, you're still not really doing much more than kind of linear scaling. You know, you're adding pieces in that might fit a strategy later, speculating a little bit. It's levels 5 and 6 where things really start to go to a point where, you know, that last game, you saw Duke Silver's very strong dog board get beat out by a very strong dwarf board. That's when things need to actually fit together a little bit better. So what Endo's got going on here, right, with these 2 eggs bouncing back and forth, the one of them went twice, is now on the bench, so it doesn't die a 3rd time, so Endo doesn't lose a gold. Just buying the eggs alone has kind of bought Endo a free pass through level 4, as long as Endo plays somewhat honestly with the rest of their slots.
I see Endo giving me a shout out after buying the Horse Thief character. There's a Yuck the Yak in that shop. Endo was sure to click on that and didn't fully hover it, but that is Yuck the Yak. It certainly doesn't fit. Could possibly fit with the hero. Worth noting that we haven't gotten what I feel like is a lot of value out of this hero. We're still doing just fine, by the way. But yeah, shout out to Yuck the Yak here.
Looks like we've got a bit of a farming situation potentially on turned individuals.
I think you were spot on though, Horace. It seems like we're just delaying any commitment or, you know, real impactful decisions. We're just playing full tempo at this point. We see our upcoming opponent also has the Horse Thief on board along with a couple of dwarves. It's fun to see people play that character.
One of the things that I'm really enjoying right now, Yuck, is because a lot of people are exploring things for the first time and kind of wrapping their head around everything, there are a lot of viable strategies right now. Strategies that you can take and go win a crown with. You can play with dwarves, you can play with angels, you can play with some scam pieces, you can play with some goods, you can play with dogs, you can play with cats. There are all these things that could win you a lobby. Obviously, different things, different power levels, what have you. But what I've found is that very often level 4 is where I get offered a couple of interesting, very interesting things that may go into level 5 and 6. And by level 5, I find that my board is usually, when I'm getting to level 5, it's split in 2 different directions. There are 2 angles that, based on what I've been offered thus far, I've been kind of enjoying. And I'll find that my board's usually a hybrid of about 2 things going into level 5, and then I'll make my call. So seeing Endo playing this way is kind of reminding me of what I might be doing.
Yeah, I noticed as we're scouting our opponent, they also have a treasure map active. So, you know, if that's something that they can get value out of this turn, that could be very impactful. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. And if they don't get it to proc this turn, they're obviously going to want to not lose any health here and try to make it later in the lobby to get that value. Treasure map quite strong. So the next treasure that they discover will be a couple levels higher. And yeah, that can really swing a slow start, which it looks like maybe they haven't had the strongest start as they're currently in 7th place.
It's a solid point, and you can get a lot of power on the board in a turn. So that pirate map, like you said, if that went off, all of a sudden that last turn board, this turn may look drastically different. It's going to be interesting to see what J-Max got here. On Odysseus, getting a free treasure every 3 levels, or every 3 turns. So it looks kind of similar to Endo's board. I'm seeing some tempo pieces. I see a horse thief. I see some big dwarves. I see a muddy ocean crab. And in the end, we're going to tie with hero attack.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where both players are probably comfortable with the tie. We see a star child in our opening level 5 shop. Do you think we'll go with stars?
I think we're going to find out what Endo loves to play. Well, I don't know, though. Do you save your strats? Let's say Endo loves Star Child, would happily play Star Child. Does Endo dodge the Star Child this game because Endo's just, you know, angling for top 4, but saving the big guns for the race? Star Child is very strong. I think you could take this and plan to build your board around it. That said, we don't have any synergies for it at the moment. But we don't even have a treasure, so we don't really have synergies for anything.
Well, we've also just been playing full tempo, and Star Child, you know, can give direction, but it's also strong tempo, and maybe we just lean into that. Maybe we just delay making a decision, and it kind of seems like that's the case.
Well, it wouldn't shock me if Endo's got a little experience playing stars, and it would shock me even less if Endo's got a little experience playing cats, because cats, if you don't know, are quite powerful at the moment. Noticing Endo picks up the Star Child, picks up the catnip bottle. Both of those are phenomenal tempo compared to what the board was at the start of the turn. So we'll get a little bit more power from the catnip, summoning a funny cap, buffing the whatever's remaining on the board. Although that'll happen. The buff comes in next turn because this turn we didn't summon any cats the last fight.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Endo is sure to put the item that increases attack onto the Star Child because the amount of attack that comes from the stars is based on Star Child's Star Child's attack. So we're going to get a little bit of a extra oomph out of those stars that we generate. And we have 2 gold left. We don't need to float 2 gold. So I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Is it the item, maybe?
Maybe thinking about taking that experience if you lose a fight, selling off a... Maybe we're just floating the 2. Maybe we're just floating the 2. The interesting thing...
it's for the hero power. That's what it is.
Oh, you're right,
Decided
you're right. What am I saying?
Yeah. So apparently we think that we have things on board that might stick around for a little while. It's the only thing I can, you know, use to justify the reasoning behind that. So we have a flying character, as I mentioned before, attacks into the back row. Unfortunately, our opponent has a tech piece that really counters that pretty strongly. The chair, it you know, prevents, it absorbs the damage that was going to go to the character behind it, and that seemed quite powerful there. Knocks us all the way down to 17 health.
Yeah, Camp is playing a really fun board. Our last opponent there playing, like you said, the chair, protect the backline, but also playing 2 duelists. So those are level 4 pirates that summon anything in from your hand that is level 5 or less. So Camp is over there putting some powerful stuff protecting it with a chair, and then summoning extra fighters into the front line for more combat. But Endo, I believe, if we had to guess last turn, was hoping that that hero power buff was going to go on the Star Child. And there was one thing I wanted to mention, Yuck. There's a bit of a meta developing where folks are saying, put an item on the Star Child so you remember to flow to gold. People are...
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I'm good with that. So, does this mean we're going to try to build into dwarves? We saw last lobby how strong dwarves can be. Maybe that's been the goal all along, just play tempo and because dwarves do really come online as a lot of other comps do once you get into level 5 and level 6.
Well, I've been running around saying Smithy is the mitochondria of the dwarf, and Endo's got 2 Smithies.
Powerhouse, huh?
Yeah. So with the way Smithy works, you can potentially win a lobby even if you can't find an Admiri, as long as you can find a multi, because Smithy can make your items so big that multi can give your items such a big buff that you can get a 5-digit mirror fairy. You can do it just with multis. Multis alone are so much power. Then if you can stack an Admiri on top of that. So Endo's Tempo Catnip Bottle and Tempo Star Child may be just that. But that said, it may all come down to whatever Endo finds on 6 first.
We also see our opponent has a couple of Star Childs on board going into last round, so this round possibly even could have tripled that. We'll have to wait and see. Again, we're going to sell to float 2 gold instead of 1 to get the extra hero power buff. I'm sure you're right. Endo certainly wants this buff to go on something that is going to stick around on board. Star Child may be a good target, but maybe we just want these to land on the dwarves.
Maybe. So our Fisher King got the Golden King treasure. That one is, if you have 1 open slot, everything on your board is upgraded, and the Fisher King is using some hero attack with that. We've got a fairy on the front that when it dies, it gives double its stats because it's upgraded to something else. And all those upgrades spell a lot of stats.
Yeah. Well, yeah, was able to triple the Star Child, as I mentioned, that turn. So not ideal for us. That's just, you know, too many stars flying our way. We weren't able to dodge them all. So down to 13 health. We do face the ghost this round, though.
Oh,
so
Fries,
that
GG.
gives us a little bit of breathing room.
Fortunately, Fries is our first KO. Be very interesting to see. So one thing I've noticed, or I suppose I should say I haven't noticed, is Endo playing a lot of experience. Endo got straight to level 5, right, and immediately spent 2 gold in the first shop on 2 very strong tempo pieces. Not necessarily rushing to get to 6 fast, although there are some really amazing options on 6 that will, you know, end up shaping this board. But we're looking at a level 4 triple. Do we want it?
Well, this is not the first treasure we've looked at this game. This might be the first treasure we take. As we talked about the early game treasures, you don't always want. Sometimes you skip those. Do we want a level 4 treasure here? The answer turns out to be no. A very quick decision here from Endo. Certainly not what he was looking for.
So the one treasure I want to point out in that last batch is Immutable Idol. That one is a very coveted early game treasure. If you can get that one very early, what it does is at the start of your fight, it sets the permanent stats, and you have to hover over a character to see the different type of stat buckets they have. There are a couple of different stat buckets, but usually the permanent stats are a little bit lower than what you see on the card. It sets the permanent to 14-14. So you get that very early in the game, and you get something like that 2-1 ranged Elaine the Songstress. You stick Elaine in slot 1, start of your fight, Elaine gets 14-14 next turn, take another Elaine, do it again, move the 14-14 Elaine to the back. But a little bit too late for that in this spot.
So what I think we may be doing here is trying to play into the hero power. We know we have a ghost fight, so maybe we're placing things on board. Never mind, we're actually selling out to buy a level 5 pair. Maybe we can triple that and actually pick up our first treasure of the game. We have a couple options at level 5 treasures here now that we have a pair, as well as that's Narcissus. Is that correct?
Narcissus, yep. The Narcissus effect is only need 2 copies to triple. And like you said, we are very close to 2 level 5. So it looks like we're looking at a little bit of a hybrid board over here. A little bit of mage action going on from Fries' Ghost. Kind of similar to what Endo was doing on level 4. You don't build anything incredibly cohesive until later.
Yeah, so we saw Endo skip a couple of range mages. As soon as we hit level 3, Fries decided to go down that mage route. It did not work out, however. So Endo progresses on as we lose 2 more players in that round. So for really these remaining players, it comes down to the next player that gets eliminated is not going to make the finals, because 4 of these players will advance. I'm sure all of these players will recognize that. At the same time, I'm confident they all are competitive enough that they still want to win the lobby. And here, is this finally going to be a treasure that we actually take?
Well, none of those immediately do anything for our board. However, 2 of them help us tie fights. So I'm curious if we end up taking a tempo option. None of these really scream dwarf. There's a level 5 treasure that doubles your entrance effects. That's the one that we would have really loved to have seen, but we didn't get offered that.
No, we could take 4 extra gold. It could be handy, but what are we going to do with 4 extra gold? It's a couple extra rolls to maybe hit a treasure or maybe find the piece to really push us in the direction, whether it be dwarves or somehow we have to pivot to something else. We are at the stage of the game. I think you want to know what the game plan is, what you're doing.
Looks like we picked the garlic cabinet. That one,
yeah.
If you happen to lose a fight, it has no effect unless you lose a fight. If you lose a fight, all of a sudden you get 25 extra attack, and I think even actually 1 more attack count, but you get a whole bunch of extra attack to tie the fight.
Well, let me cut you off here, Horace. We did take that, but here's an Admiri in the shop. So we thought maybe Endo was looking to go dwarves. If there was any consideration, now's the time to grab that Admiri, and then we know for sure.
Interestingly, an Admiri with a Dwarfy that we might be able to squeeze out enough gold. Now that we have Admiri, we don't necessarily want to be selling items. If that's the, I don't know, it looks like Endo is lining up to buy it, but if Endo chooses to buy this Admiri, we don't necessarily want to drop a whole bunch of items, right? We want to have as many items as we can, because Admiri buffs all your dwarves based on your item count. It's 4/4 per item when it's not upgraded. But there's also a Dwarfy in that shop, and if we wanted that Admiri, a 2-cost Dwarfy looks pretty appealing too. At the same time.
Yeah, it does. And this comes back a little bit to what I talked about earlier, is how do you navigate to get from point A to point B, from the early game to the late game? Well, one of the things Endo has done is pick up a lot of items. That could be because the plan was dwarves, or it could just be because there was a value in picking up some cheap items. But certainly having those when you pick up the Admiri is, a big power spike that you get right away.
Looks like those catnip bottles are doing a really good job slowing down, absorbing some hits, but Ninja Sniper's board is just large.
Yeah, but ranged is quite strong, as we see there. Our ranged dwarf was able to attack multiple times. That's enough to tie the fight, and yeah, we lose a player in 5th place. So both of those players are certainly happy with the tie in this situation, because it means they both are going to advance.
So we officially have our top 8 for the race. Unfortunately, I have no idea what that full list of names is, but I will ask production to go ahead and ping me in the Discord with that, and then we'll have that to share. So now we got 15 gold. We have a really strong effect in Admiri. Presumably, we want to find multis and more Admiris and whatnot. What do you want to do, Yuck?
I want to find more Admiris and really commit to the dwarves. If we see the option to get a level 5 treasure, I think we might as well look at that. And, well, I don't know if it's streamer luck. Usually they call it the caster curse, but Endo is immune to that, apparently. We definitely hit that Admiri just on the first roll. The free shop refresh. And what did I say about treasures? Do we want to look at this? I think I'd like to look at it, and Endo agrees.
And we're offered Bottle Lightning Elemental Swords and the Mask, the Hero Mask. This one's going to be interesting. Double stats of your first character, 6/2 to your whole board, or a mashup of 2 hero effects in 1.
I don't know. I think I would lean towards Bottled Lightning. I trust Endo to make a great decision here, but that's the one that catches my attention here. Dwarves, you generally have big stats, and yeah, you're only doubling on 1 character, but that could still be a lot of numbers.
I gotta say, there's a part of me that hoped Endo would gamble on the Hero Mask just to get Tinkerbell, just to get half-cost items. Well, not 40% cost items. I think that was probably the best pick, what Endo chose here, the Bottled Lightning, but I would have liked to see the Tinker gamble.
Okay, so now we want to pick up cheap items for sure if we see them. Maybe don't want to spend too much gold on items. Also still looking to pick up a couple more dwarves at some point. Maybe we're going to be picking on what dwarves we pick up. I don't think we have to scramble. I mean, we're at 13 health. We potentially survive a loss. We'll find out now, though, against first place in the lobby, who still has a lot of health. So this is going to be one board that we have to worry about.
We've got Ares Kamba coming. And, oh, we've got that hand summon. Presumably even more hand summons than the last time we saw Kamba.
Yeah, these are pirates, and these pirates are summoning other pirates from hand, also boosting stats of this Mirror Fairy in the back row. But yeah, it's not going to be enough. We edged this one out. The hero attack puts our final remaining character down at 15 health, but that's enough for us to win.
And we are to the top 3 now. So it looks like we're up against John again on that Golden King Fisher King board. That's terrifying. So if you do your scouting and you look at the Fisher King and you see that Golden King, you see the empty slot, you might think, oh, okay, an empty slot. Now, what you got to remember is everything on that board is going to be upgraded in the combat. And the Fisher King only needs to find something with a really powerful effect, put it on the board, and the Fisher King in this spot will get whatever that effect is duplicated.
Yeah, and all 3 of these players have a bit of health to work with, so this could be a few fights, some play, some counterplay. These players that have made it this far certainly will be looking to play around their opponent, as we see Endo scouting and thinking, as opposed to just automatically rolling through the shops to look for something specific. There's some thought going on here, and knowing Endo, there's some deep strategy brewing.
Yeah, if you're Endozo in this spot and you're looking at that board, you're seeing some pretty powerful stars. We just hit turn 15, which to me kind of, that's my rough point of the late game has officially started. People are going to start putting things, people are only going to be buying things that work together at this point in the game. So that Fisher King board, if it's already charging up some pretty powerful stars, Endo's probably fairly aware of how that whole star build is going to play out and understands exactly what power level an upgraded this or that being added to that board is going to represent. So I believe Endo is probably going to be beelining primarily for big effects, and there's a multi in the shop.
Yeah, we also picked up a Mirror Fairy this turn, which that's going to be a huge deal. That's going to be a lot of stats. We've talked about that before, but it's going to see all of the stats gained by the other characters, and it's also going to gain those stats. So, yeah, this is a big turn for us. Yeah, we're going to see how we stack up again. Can we potentially see a Dwarf Comp win 2 lobbies in a row?
It's possible. I just got to wonder... I can't quite understand how big that Fisher King board is going to be till we see it, because we're only seeing last turn. I got to wonder how strong that's going to be. I think it's going to be fairly terrifying. I want to see the size of these stars. We're getting 270 attack stars to start. Yeah, flow to the gold. No, we're getting a full line of 70 attack stars to start because we have Titania. And look at the upgraded Cat Queen in addition to all that. Endo's board is huge. Endo's got a big 250 range character in the back line, but that kind of has to carry here, and I'm not sure it's enough.
Well, and because all the golden characters, you take extra damage from goldens, but we are able to remove all of them but 1 from the board, so we're still alive, and the way the fight sequencing works leads us to facing a ghost. I think it is going to be possible for us to, you know, catch up and maybe keep up. Another Mirror Fairy is definitely something we're looking for. If we can golden the Mirror Fairy, that could be huge. It soaked up a lot of damage, dealt a lot of damage in that last fight. Clearly wasn't enough, but maybe that can be what puts us over the top here.
I do want to point out, we wouldn't have perished if we hadn't cleaned up that one last thing, but Endo's Garlic Cabinet saving 2 HP in that fight might be relevant later. That Garlic Cabinet could be a pretty good pickup. Now, to be fair, everybody's going to be hitting for at least 6 because everybody's level 6 at this point, so Endo would have to heal a little bit for that to be the case, but it's interesting.
Yeah, unlikely. And again, we're not only looking to improve our board, we haven't seen a lot of low-cost items as we've gotten to the late game. If we can pick up some more items, that would be very helpful, especially if they're just the 1-cost items.
Well, and there's one item in particular we'd love to find, which is a 12-cost item that doubles your entrance effect. And I know Endo is looking for it. We don't have the money to afford it now, but that's the sort of item that you have to debate. Do I lock a shop for that?
Well, when you're facing a ghost, you can justify doing so, I think. I mean, also you have the hero power that, you know, helps you not feel as bad about it, I guess is the way I'll word it. Still not necessarily what you want to do, but makes it more of an option than it would be in some other situations. But in this position, apparently we're just rolling. We're looking for some specific pieces. You talked about this just a little bit ago. Endo will certainly know, you know, what level of power, what level of strength does he need on his board to be able to compete with the current remaining opponents. Turns out we do just end up buying a 2-cost item, which we're not unhappy to pick up the item, quite the opposite, but we rolled a lot of shops there, spent a lot of gold without doing a whole lot.
Yeah, I think at this point we're really looking for duplicator effects. Maybe, I can't think of the name of it. It's Ascension something or other, but the 12 gold spell that upgrades a character could be a lot of power really fast. Just big effects right now kind of are the thing that we need. And every single one we get gives us another 50, 50, 100, 100, 200, 200. Gets our mirror fairies closer to, you know, 4 and 5 digit stat lines. We're fighting against a Ghost and Ninja Sniper, and it's not a small board.
No, it's not. We certainly see why Ninja Sniper made it to the top 4 here. We're going to be able to handle that board, but we only have 1 character remaining against the Ghost. So you can see that these players are putting up a good fight. And we still have 3 players. I said that we could go a few rounds from the top 3 because they each had enough health left. We saw that with Endo losing a fight, but it wasn't enough to knock us out. So we survive, and maybe we can punish our opponents for not, you know, getting rid of us while they could. Another Mirror Fairy would be quite strong. You know, another treasure. As you mentioned, a spell that would golden one of these characters on the board could be good. We do pick up another level 6 dwarf, so we're getting stronger.
Yeah, I don't hate finding another copy of a level 6 dwarf in this spot. You know, 12 gold spell, really nice in that, let's say you upgrade one of your Admiris. Now, right now you have 2 Admiri effects. Then all of a sudden you have 3. If you were to buy an Admiri right now, you'd go from 2 Admiri effects back to 2. You only duplicate the effect right there. It's doing the same thing if you upgrade the Admiri the old-fashioned way. So it could be nice just to get some stats right now. But also, we could use a level 6 treasure. Those are pretty strong, so it would be nice to get an upgrade the old-fashioned way. And now Endo's got to decide, well, are we selling?
This is awkward, right? Because we can get to that, but we have to sell a lot of things to get to it. And then we'll have 6 characters on board instead of 7, because once we buy that, unless we wanted to skip the treasure and buy something else, which I don't think that's part of the game plan. Yeah, this is a little bit of a strange spot.
Yeah, do you sell items, which, okay, you lose a whole bunch of stats. You can't do that. But if you did that, then you could still play a full board of dwarves. You could play that Ori. Do you sell your bench and sell 1 item and play 1 down? You're still selling an item. You kind of rocking a hard place here. You really want to get the extra power on your board. You really kind of want that treasure this turn. Endo, I think, is going back and forth. You can see by the locks and unlocks.
Yeah, I mean, the real question is, can you survive this fight if you don't take it? And Endo looks like was trying to make that decision. It's not an easy decision to make. We have Centomani Stone doesn't really fit here. Pirate Safe also doesn't fit here. So we take Piece of Infinity. Not what we wanted. Definitely not what we wanted, but it's worth taking here in this spot.
Piece of Infinity, the only one giving us any stats right now. It's a very slow scaler, but here we are. We got to see if upgraded Mirror Fairy has what it takes to beat Kamba's hand summons. Again, I'm really curious what Kamba's going to be dropping on the board. We know they're pirate monkeys, and there come the pirate monkeys, and that's a big board buff.
Yeah, and also a golden Mirror Fairy on that board as well. Ooh, we got a bit lucky on that attack. Our Mirror Fairy managing to survive the scam, and we, in fact, knock out Kamba. It's a close one, a different attack there, and that's a lot closer.
Yeah, GG's Kamba, 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 Kamba.
I think you missed one.
Kamba.
There you go.
Got
Nailed
it. All right. Endo's decision to get that triple, get that treasure right away did not result in a problem in that fight. So now Endo really needs to fill that board slot, because unlike the Fisher King, who's getting an effect for having an empty board slot, Endo's getting no benefit. So Endo really wants to find probably, well, now if you get an Admiri or a multi, it's pretty awkward. Maybe just a Smithy. Maybe a Mirror Fairy.
Speaking of awkward, there's a 1-cost item in the shop, but you don't have anywhere to put it.
Oh.
So you can't buy it. You definitely want to buy that in this situation, but you have to place it on a character. Do we want another ranged dwarf? I think it could make sense. Maybe stats are more important, but it's too hard to pass this up when it's right there in the shop, because you don't know if you'll find anything better if you continue to roll past it.
The problematic thing for me, and the reason I think we had to pick up that Smithy in particular, is if we combine multi or Admiri, if we don't do that with a spell, we play down a slot again. We don't have anything to, we don't have anything in our hand. We don't have any other dwarves to replace. So it's obviously a very, very, very good dwarf, one of the best dwarves. So I guess we throw it down there, and then when we combine, maybe we can find another dwarf if it comes to that.
So we do see our final opponent here. Wait, actually, no. There's still 3 players alive, according to the top of the screen.
Yeah, that is the
either
case.
way.
I saw -5 on Kamba's name after that fight.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but what I did see was John has 15 health remaining. So even if we're able to win a fight, we may not be able to eliminate John. So we might have a couple of rounds yet to go, but it starts right here with winning this fight. We do see that we put our ranged dwarf in slot 1, which is going to get some bonus stats. And you don't always want your range in the front, but in this case, Endo's happy to put it there.
Oh, and apparently someone spotted it. It seems that Kamba may have had Chrono Crystal, which allows you to survive the first time you would be KO'd.
Yeah, I don't know. Potentially did. I missed that. If it was there, I wasn't really looking for it. But yeah, we do still have 3 players remaining, so a couple of turns to go.
So the cat board got even more cats, as in 1 extra cat queen, which is a lot of extra power. And we've got 84 damage stars being charged by that star child. Those are not as impactful as they once were. We may have hit a point where we're not as worried about the cats anymore.
Well, I have to say, 84 damage against 2,000 health. You know, I'm no mathematician, but give me the 2,000 every time.
Tend to agree. And that win looked handy. So John now has seen the gauntlet and knows what John has to overcome.
Yeah, did John have a good way to even try to overcome this situation? I'm not entirely sure that it's going to be an easy path to figure it out. Exactly what I said could happen. We win against John. We don't eliminate John. And with Kamba surviving, that means we get the ghost again. So a turn where, you know, if we end up hitting one of these triples, which we do here, we're going to have enough gold left to buy another character, which is great. But even if we had to play down here against the ghost, we're probably okay with that. And Golden King is an option here.
This is an interesting treasure select here. Golden King, now, of course, we've got 2 upgraded Admiris and an upgraded Smithy. That's a ton of power. I can see why we had to take it. Also, though, we're almost at a Golden Admiri anyway. Problem with those treasures was none of them really did much except for the Golden King, I think. Now, opting to go ahead and buy a level 6 character and spend 3 gold on a spell to heal up 6 health.
Interesting. Well, you talked about that earlier, about the breakpoint of health and saving a couple health earlier could be relevant. It looks like Endo agrees and thinks maybe that if he loses a fight, 11 health will be enough to survive, and it certainly could be.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Endo's board, and I got to think they're cooking. This is all of the dwarves that you want to find. Maybe not the exact number of them in quantity and upgraded and whatnot, but Smithy, Admiri, Multi, Mirror Fairy being an honorable dwarf at this point. This is where you want to be. It's a good board. If we can get maybe a couple more treasures to play with. Endo still has a lot of room to grow, though. So we've got double your entrance effect items. Endo could easily pick those up for 12. Throw an upgrade on an Admiri, get a treasure, probably ideally a level 5 treasure. That might have been part of the reason Endo also was doubly incentivized to pick up that Smithy because of dynamic entrance on level 5.
Yeah, well, we should cruise here in this fight against the Ghost and see who our final opponent is, unless they happen to tie somehow, which is not impossible when stars are involved.
We're up to a 2800 Mirror Fairy. Yep, not much to get too excited about there. That one is very one-sided against a Ghost who hasn't had the chance to play.
Yeah, we talked about a while ago. The first time we faced that board from Ninja Sniper, it seemed formidable, but we've been through a few turns since then. So now we are into the top 2. There's really some strategy here as far as how to play against a specific opponent. If you're the one that is ahead, maybe you don't need to overthink it. I think we're in a pretty good spot, but Endo making some decisions here.
That's a really interesting move by Endo to pull everything to the bench except for that one Smithy and then scout a little bit more. And also very interesting, yeah, Kamba, because of that Chrono Crystal, made it to the top 2.
Yeah. Just when I thought Kamba was out, nope, the other Kamba, one of the other I don't know which Kamba this is at this point, but one of the Kambas is still alive in this lobby and competing with Endo to win. Again, noteworthy that both of these players will advance to the finals in the race format. For now, we have 16 gold. We have plenty of time to figure out what we're going to do with said gold. Endo's, just scouting and figuring out what the plan is before committing to any plays.
I feel like you can digitally see the steam coming out of Endo's ears scouting that board, looking at those pirates and wondering what all exactly is going to be in the hand that's going to be dropping in, wondering just how big those pirate monkeys are going to make that board. Just kind of, parsing through the information available, because while you can scout the board, you do not see the hand. You will not get any information. You have to remember what they were dropping in, and you know, that might have changed. So.
Yeah, also, if we're not doing anything else, we could look to pick up a spell, like this 6-cost spell here. That's exactly what we're going to do. I was going to say, or an item. What are we going to do it? Endo, you're juking me here. I think Endo might be doing that on purpose. Shout out to you, Endo.
It's very interesting there. I don't know if you noticed the multi in the shop that Endo rolled off. That would have been an upgraded multi, which is a chunk of stats, but Endo opting to roll for a combat spell instead.
Well, yeah, it was worth a look at a full shop of spells, especially if you get this one specifically. That's going to turn one of your opponent's characters into a pig at the start of the fight. And when you have a combo board, like the pirates that are going to summon other things from hand, it can really ruin that combo depending on where it lands. So I really like taking that spell here, and this should be the last fight. I think we've got this. We called Endo as one of the favorites. Let's see if we had a bit of foreshadowing correctly here.
Now, interestingly, the brave little tailor, right, took out that frontliner, the Barbarossa, which summoned something in. It took it out, took out all the stats, but doesn't stop the effect. Barbarossa still got the summon off. And watching this fight play out, we end up in a tie of 2 big mirror fairies. This is 2 big stat boards duking it out, and Endo appears to have already angled toward, how do I scam this?
Well, yeah, that opponent's mirror fairy is also massive, and that's a problem. Like, in that fight, we also had the spell to help us out. If we don't have that spell this round, is that going to change anything? And one of these players has to find a way to get over the top. Endo, at 12 health now, has the luxury of possibly being able to lose one time and still being able to get there in the end. But we have to continue to improve. We can't just sit on this and ride off into the sunset here.
I gotta say,
I don't know.
I'm happy I don't have to figure this one out, because
yeah,
you are torn between, can I outstat that? Because it was close, right? It came down to a mirror fairy tie, and those mirror fairies, one was a little larger than the other, but it wasn't so far out of the universe that you couldn't outstat that potentially. But also, if you can somehow Cersei's Cup transform that Barbarossa, the whole thing's over. That other board doesn't fight if it doesn't have that Barbarossa. So Endo knows that.
The mirror fairy as well, right? But our opponent can also do that.
Right.
Yeah, decisions to be made. These late game situations, I'm sure both of these players have been through enough of them that they at least have some type of plan. But there's a lot to think about. And sometimes adding more things to your board can be a way to break a tie. Maybe that's gonna come into play as we pick up a pirate here, of course.
Yeah, it looks like specifically adding more scam things to your board to pick yourself up a tie. Now, Endo with that Golden King as well has a Golden Duelist, right? So that Duelist is going to pull 2 things from the hand, aka the Brave Little Tailor and the Try My Net, which are, the 2 things furthest to the left on the bench right now. The Brave Little Tailor, of course, we just saw transforms things into 0/12s, which makes it very easy to take them out. The Try My Net, anything attacks into it, it goes down to 1 HP. So also a very solid scam option. A little awkward because it'll summon in on the back line, but Endo is just over here making things happen, making moves.
Yeah, 100%. So let's see. Is this going to be the one? Do we end up in another tie? We're getting right into it. Looks like no spell from our opponent, so the boards are going to fight as fairly as they will ever fight. But that's just massive. You summon a minion from hand that shares its stats, and now our opponent's mirror fairy at 25,000. I said fighting as fair. I don't know if fair should belong in any explanation of what just happened.
Well, GG's there to Endo. That changed in an instant, in that Kamba got a second Barbarossa summoning in a second upgraded Pirate Monkey. And when you get twice what your stat generator is, your stats actually, typically go up by about 2. That was an absurd power spike over 1 turn.
Yeah. It wouldn't have mattered there. We talked a few times about the item that gives double the entrance effects, and we've yet to see it. That's another spot where Endo likely would have looked to pick that up, but never found it. At that point in the game, it wouldn't have mattered. Kamba, on the brink of getting knocked out of the lobby, not one to give up, comes back and actually wins the lobby.
Yeah, GG's Kamba. So that gives us our top 8. I'm going to take a look and hope that someone has... Oh, wait. Never mind. We have a... We're ready for the race.
Wow. We go fast.
Oh, shoot. Hang on. Now...
Jeebus, what do you think? Anything you want to comment about from that last lobby?
Oh, no. Jeebus is silent. Jeebus again? What happened? Okay, Jeebus, I can hear you now.
Okay. So one of the easiest ways to sort of defeat like cats and sort of those token boards is with dwarves. You just make a bigger thing than what they're doing. However, the cascading scaling stats of something like the pirates coming into play from hand really can get out of control way more than the dwarves can. The dwarves get decent scaling, but it's pretty linear compared to some of that exponential growth that you're going to see from, you know, this gives us stats to this, and then that comes into play and gives stats to everything else, and then that gives stats to everything else. They get way bigger, way faster.
And apologies, Yuck, for making you peek over the top of this thing.
Oh, no worries. I was going to say, that's definitely a spot where it benefited Kamba the longer that fight or that lobby went. As you mentioned, Indo was improving the board, maybe not as quickly as he would have liked, but it was still no way going to keep up with what Kamba was doing.
So it looks like we can go ahead and get started getting Kamba, Designated Villain, Duke Silver, Endozoa, John, TCGs, Ninja Sniper, Seacrow, and Tikuwabu into our next round for custom lobbies. That said, why don't we take just a 90-seconder while production gets them all lined up for that, and anybody who played in the last lobby, give everybody a chance just to do whatever they need to do before we get that game running. So in that case, I'm going to take us over to one of our cool display screens, and we'll see y'all, like I said, 90 seconds. Be right back. Okay. We are back with you. Looks like everybody got a lobby set up in the background. What I want to do, though, is one quick double check. Admins, any of the players decide to step away at that point? Do you know, or is everybody sitting there ready, waiting on us to start the game? We'll wait for admin response on that. That said, maybe we should talk about the upcoming race format that I was showing off the sheet and blocking off half of Yuck's face with, and I'll show that one more time. So, Jeebus, you want to talk about how races work?
Yeah, so generally the race format works where some point threshold is set. I believe we picked 10, is that correct?
Yep.
And each position that you get for every game is assigned a point. You can see that on the bottom left here. So first is 10 points, second is 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you definitely want to get first if you can, because what it means is once you reach that threshold, then that means that you are live to actually win if you get first in the subsequent games. So whoever gets first in the initial lobby basically is live right away, and all the other players are sort of looking to catch up to that to also be live for the future games. Hopefully also not allowing them to get first and just close it out.
So we have the opportunity to see someone win back-to-back. That is terribly unlikely. However, game's ready, so maybe as opposed to talking about the race too much more, maybe we just get into it as opposed to making everybody wait. Yuck, Jeebus, you two are going to be walking us through this one. So without further ado, let's take a look. Our winner last time was Kamba. I think we might just go ahead and spectate Kamba if y'all are all right with that.
Yep, sounds good to me.
All right, I'm going to flip us over to the game, and admin, as long as the players are ready, launch when you're ready. Oh, you know, I apologize for this. I think I'm going to swap spectates just because I think it's going to make it a little bit easier to see that. Go with, let's watch John TCG's, okay?
Yep, got it.
All right, admin, as soon as everybody's ready, go ahead and fire that lobby. Let me take a look, make sure there are no outstanding notes.
Also, while we're waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to Tim in the chat. You probably saw that, Horace. You've got a lot going on, I know, but shout out to Tim with the gifted subs.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like something happened there with John's game. Maybe they need to do a little redo. John's stream just dropped, so it looks like we got a couple more seconds for a couple sorting out, getting that lobby started.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. Yeah, it is. Looks like it's back up. Couple of minor issues, but overall everything's been pretty smooth, especially with the players needing to cooperate. Getting this many people all on the same page sometimes can be a bit of a hassle. These players all experience not only in the game, but have also likely been through similar situations in the past. So it's been a pleasure, you know, being able to cast and work with these specific players.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I was waiting to see if maybe we would get our timer, but once again, I'm ready. So as long as the lobby is okay, just a generic note to production, go ahead and fire when ready.
Yeah, it looks like they're firing. We may need to relaunch the stream in case they have to restart their game again, but we'll take a look at that if we get that far.
Okay, hopefully we can get in there in time to see the hero select screen. The lobby is currently counting down. Yeah, good luck to these players. The race format is always a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. It's always a fan favorite. It means that the player that wins the tournament is the player that wins the final game, no matter how that plays out. And here we are into the lobby. We see Good Leprechaun, Fafnir, which we talked about a bit earlier, one of Horse Thief's favorites. We watched a Fortuna game in the first game that we spectated today. What do you think? It looks like Fortuna maybe, Jeebus.
So in a race format like this, you're trying to spike a victory, right? You want to win. You know, getting top 4 is great, but getting first is very important in the first one. You know, setting yourself up to be able to first and just close it out is very important. I think Fafnir is very strong, incredibly powerful tempo, especially with things like tokens and whatnot. However, that doesn't always angle towards getting first, whereas Fortuna has that high spike possibility starting at level 4 that you can actually close, you know, get a comp sort of piece together and close out a lobby. So I would think Fortuna here.
Yeah, I like the selection. One thing worth noting, though, is the other lobby that we watched this same hero. We ended up getting characters that pulled us in different directions, and we never really found a spot. It felt like to commit to one or the other. That could have, again, been a strategical decision. But also, when you get a free level 6 at level 4 and again at level 6, a lot of times they're not going to have synergy with each other.
And that's certainly true. But, you know, a free 6 gold on 4 gives you a lot of tempo with the level 6 character. And then, you know, even if it's not the optimal one, it can still give you a lot of tempo at those different spots. So it makes EXP a little bit more palatable. Looks like we're starting off with some royals. We took the ranged one. We're likely going to take the frog here and cast a spell on it. Turn it into the prince, which will also buff the ranger.
It's exactly what we do. We see another royal in the shop. If we want to lock this shop, maybe a little bit easier to justify doing so with the free roll is the spell in this shop as well. Gets you the opportunity to look in an extra shop for free.
Notably, the support squire is actually also a royal, so it does get buffed by the prince here as well. So there's a couple of lines that we can do. Could be buying the second ranger, buying the support, and then just going with that. It could even be buying the sword to give the 3 attack to one of the rangers. I think that's passable as well.
Yeah, good point. The shield page does get the buff. You don't always want supports in the back row to have attack on them. Sometimes you just want them to sit in the back and stay there. But it certainly could make sense here. But we pick up a second frog. Maybe now that's a new plan.
Yeah, I definitely like the frog a little bit better here, especially with the free roll then, because we could find potentially the give it +1 food and actually flip it while we're still at tier 2 here.
Okay, looks like we decided to go with plan A. John did, at least. We're going to pass on the frog. Are we going to take this triple? We'll have to lock the shot for it next turn. This is a spot where, do you want a level 2 treasure? How many level 2 treasures are there that would be interesting to you? Because combining ranged characters is not always a strong play, like just for board strength alone. Sometimes you get weaker.
And you see that we're able to access the collection on the left here and actually take a look and in game and see what those options are.
Yeah.
Which it does use your clock. Obviously, you're doing it while you're still in the shop phase. But looking at the tier 2 treasure options, I wouldn't think that, especially with the ranger, because you're not really getting a lot of benefit out of it. All it's doing is combining it. It actually goes down in stats net because we're losing that second buff from the prince too. So I would say probably pass on it, at least not to lock for sure.
I completely agree. I also don't think I would have taken it here, but I love the fact that we looked at some of the options. What is happening? Three? Okay, I'm kind of lost for words here, Jeebus. What?
Well, we could definitely play a lot of Snow White if we want.
Snow Whites, plural. We can get 2 of them and then decide we can't get all 3 this turn. We could get 2 this turn. It's a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan. I think John's thinking about it here.
I would assume that you can triple it directly if you want.
Yeah.
It's likely that they're going to pass on it. I don't think it's particularly powerful to lean into that. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I agree. It probably wasn't worth it. It was appealing, though. It would have been fun for us. I don't know if I was the one playing, if I would have taken it. I think what I would do if I was playing here is look at that chameleon in the shop with an attack support behind it. Love that chameleon. I don't know if it's actually worth it. Likely not, but it's certainly something that produces some fun in my book.
I think especially on Fortuna, you want to limit your random characters that you're getting to perhaps just your hero power and lean a little bit less into it on every stage of the game, basically.
That's a great point. I agree with you, but I still wanted to see it in play, just for my own benefit, basically. Okay, we're still at 33 health. John able to have enough tempo here to get to this point very healthy. There's another Snow White. The game really wants us to buy the Snow White. We didn't buy the other three. We're certainly not going to buy this one. And we're going to go ahead and scout our opponent before we make any decisions.
So we have a couple of the pirates that's, as long as there's something... as long as our starting board isn't full, it'll summon the leftmost character from our hand. So I think this makes sense since we have the pair right there.
Yeah, and we have two characters, exactly the right amount of characters to summon everything at some point within this fight. And we saw what the in-game pirates can do last game. So I think we're not fully committed to pirates, but if we do end up going that direction, I'd like to think that John is pretty okay with that.
It's nice because the evil pirate crew member in this case does allow you to play something like cats. It doesn't specifically say I can only summon pirates. It can really bring out anything. Bring a box of cats. It can bring out the catnip on 5. It can even bring out some of the scam units later if you want to lean in that direction. Especially if you're able to get it upgraded, maybe get a treasure that cares about the number of starting things on your board to give overall stat buffs. It can allow you to utilize your hands characters as, you know, just more things in combat, which can be interesting.
Yeah, that's a great point. They tend to be very flexible, and unfortunately, we're going to take a little bit of damage. It's our first loss. Not a lot of damage, still at 29 health. There's another level 3 pair if we want the dwarf in the shop. Again, something to think about is, first of all, do you want it on your board? And second of all, do you want to chase a level 3 treasure? Looks like the answer to at least one of those, possibly both of those questions, is yes.
I don't mind taking the pair here. And again, we're still pretty wide open going into 4. We'll have to see what our character is. If we could get an EXP this turn, it also probably wouldn't be so bad. Just to get that level 6.
We haven't seen a lot of experience played throughout our spectating of these lobbies. Tempo seems to be premium. Partially, players haven't been finding the XP spells, at least not at the right time. We did see it used on this same hero, Fortuna, on a previous run, and it worked out quite nicely. So there could be potentially an opportunity for that later. We're not going to see it now. We're going to pick up another pirate, though, it looks like.
So if we do end up going with the pirate gunner, I would think that we would reposition our crew member a little bit so that we try to actually summon them at a late point. So what this one does is when it dies, it actually it permanently buffs some of the leftmost characters in your hand, and then they can be summoned back out with your with the crew members. So it makes it really interesting in that you can give them permanent buffs but still get them into play, and it's ranged. So I think having it in slot 1 is a nice powerful range is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I do think positioning on pirates, it's obviously very important, but I think it can get a bit tricky until you get some more experience. We picked up, is this Woman in the Moon? Is that right? But we picked that up. It wants to see some slays happen. It doesn't really fit what it seems like we're going for, and I don't know if it's one that you build into.
That being said, it is an incredibly powerful tempo play, especially through the mid game. Being a slay character that gains stats every time that it slays. If it's the only thing on your board, you can kind of just eat everything that your opponent's doing. and that'll happen quite a bit, I think. So
yeah,
we'll
again,
have to see.
We picked it up so early. We're just on the first turn on natural level 4.0, if you will. Our opponents, you know, that they won't have anything that can directly compete with it. You know, through a combination of things, maybe. But yeah, it could be quite strong here. And we're seeing more pirate pieces picked up. I think pirates are the game plan through and through at this point.
Looks like we are maybe leaning into Big Monkey a little bit. The 4-cost monkey basically says when it comes into play, it buffs your whole team based on the amount of stats that it's gained throughout this current turn. And so you have the couple of pirates that'll give it some permanent stats. When it comes into play, it'll buff everything for that amount, which I am not too surprised about grabbing here. Especially since we already have a decent amount of the hand pirates going so far.
Yeah, this is the first game that we spectated so far where it feels like we picked our direction early. That doesn't seem to be the case in a lot of situations, but it's the case here, and I like it. I'm content with our current board state. Unfortunately, we do lose here, but not only is it okay for now, it's gonna build and continue to get stronger if we can keep finding the pieces.
It's like we decided to take a sleigh to lean into the tier 6 that we got a little bit more. This one has flying, so it ends up attacking the back row directly as a young Tengu here.
Yeah, and it adds a sleigh character, which helps our Woman in the Moon here. There's a mermaid in the shop as well, which does some sleigh things, but I'm not sure if we're going to go that route. Again, I don't know that we want to build all the way into Woman in the Moon as opposed to just use it as some tempo. It looks like John agrees with that. We're selling here to pick up another pirate.
Yeah, this one's really nice. It gives the characters in your hand +5 food stats, which are temporary. However, the monkey cares very much so about any amount of stats, temporary or otherwise. So when it comes into play, then it will give 66% of those stats to your whole board, since it's unupgraded.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like we're readjusting our hand. This is game Fairytale Fables, where sometimes your order not only matters on your current board that's going to fight, but also in your hand, because we have things that buff the leftmost thing in hand, and depending on how the fight goes, we don't want those buffs to land on that dwarf, which doesn't even keep those stats, let alone it's a dwarf that we probably don't want to keep around for long anyway. So nice recognition by John. Looks like everything's exactly where he wants it now, and we're counting down, getting into the fight.
Yeah, I like putting our sleigh character in 5. Gives it a better opportunity to attack and actually get a chance at slaying and buffing itself. Fortunately, the combat spell did a bit of number on us here.
Yeah, we gained just enough stats on Woman in the Moon throughout that fight to be able to tie. And yeah, I think we're okay with that, especially as we've got so many pairs. We're not finding any treasure opportunities, but we have to find them at some point with this amount of pairs. So if we can continue building into this, we're going to get stronger and stronger. Also, there's some more synergy with having 2 separate pirate monkeys in our hand. And here we go. I said we could use a treasure, and this is our first opportunity to see if we want to take one.
That is a really good upgrade for us here, actually, especially because we picked up the second monkey this turn. What it'll do is it will, instead of summoning just one thing, it will actually summon 2. A Silent Bell could actually be interesting here. Again, that gives buff to the whole board, but we have to have 2 empty spaces. We would end up having to run pretty much to the board that we have right now to be able to leverage that. Maybe not enough summons to make that work.
We decided to take some extra health on our character in slot 1, and now there's a level 4 pirate that we probably want to get to. Do we want to break up a pair to get to it?
Duelist is one of the better pirates. So Duelist specifically says summon the leftmost less than 5 cost pirate from your hand when it sorry, just left cost. As long as it's 5 or less, it will summon it. 5 or lower character in your hand. So it ends up being more useful, I think, sometimes than the crew member, because you don't have to have empty spaces on the board.
Yeah.
But they can just cascade summon as well. You can have them summon one into the other one into the other one. So down the road, when you get more and more of these summon pirates, you can kind of stack them all and have them come into play that way.
Yeah, now you can summon all the things. Worth noting, there's the experience spell in the shop that would give us 2 XP. Not really where you want to see it, though, because if we take it next turn, then we end up rolling a few times and we lose that experience. That doesn't actually get us to level 6 in our 0-cost character. So, yeah, we're just going to pass it. And our comp's coming together. If we can continue to hit more triples and protect our health, I mean, that's always important. We're certainly doing that.
Yeah, I think we have enough ways of putting stats on and summoning these monkeys that we have a respectable amount of stats that I don't think we need to turbo the EXP here. We can sort of just play a bit with what we already have, and then work towards 6 in a couple of turns. I think that'll be fine. Another duelist here, likely a pickup. Possibly Sinbad as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we're thinking about it.
We'd have to put some permanent stats on Sinbad, which would be a little tricky. Let's take a Nocturne.
Okay. So is this a bit of a pivot into potential cats? That you can, as you mentioned earlier, summon some things other than pirates from your hand. When you play cats, they like to see as many cat summons as possible. I'm not sure I saw this coming.
So Nocturne has an aura that gives all of your characters Slay. So this could be a way of sort of leveraging your hero power that you've been granted a little bit better. So you have already been given, in this case, something that cares about Slay. Now for this low cost of 5 gold, all of your characters happen to have Slay. Even if it's not incredible with where you're currently at, it does give a lot of tempo very quickly.
Yeah, I think the Nocturne makes a ton of sense. I'm surprised we didn't pick up the Duelist, to be honest, but apparently John has a bit of a different plan. There's some possible experience in the shop. Can consider it. Again, we're in a situation where getting a level 6 character for 0 cost is going to be great, but is it going to fit what we're trying to do? If it does, we're off to the races. But if it doesn't fit, this is a comp that kind of combos. And if it doesn't fit naturally, it could get a little bit awkward.
Yeah, we are sort of straddling 2 or 3 different comps here. You know, Catnip in a Bottle is a very nice thing to summon, especially if you give it extra stats with the monkey. Those stats go and cascade down one further step on the Catnip in a Bottle into the Funny Cat, so it's interesting, certainly, to be able to move those stats around like that.
By the way, GG to Kamba, who we just faced. That was their ghost. And, well, talk about a ghost board that doesn't put up much of a fight. That's a dog board. And when you don't move their position one turn after another, they lose a bunch of stats. So that was an easy one for us. This next one, by the looks of it, isn't going to be quite so easy.
Yeah, our Tengu doesn't really have much of an option for getting a Slay here. From what it looked like on the previous board, everything was a little bit larger than what that's going to be able to Slay, which becomes problematic because it sort of kickstarts the, you know, the Lady in the Moon getting those stats too.
Okay, we're potentially looking for a level 5 treasure when we pick up Narcissus here, and you're right, that's a lot of stats. We're going to have trouble getting slays, absolutely. And at least 1 golden character in the back row. This is the first time we've seen a full demon board, as a matter of fact. That's worth noting. Demons very strong in the mid game. Don't really scale as well as some other things when you get to the later stages of the game. But for right now, this should be pretty terrifying.
So we opt to take the Haymaker here, which can lend itself to many different sort of endgame comps. At the beginning of each turn, gives 5/3 in food stats. Then you actually retain some of your food stats, 20% of them after a fight. which does allow something like the monkey to continually gain stats here, and then keep them, as well as something like dogs with Nero or whatever are allowed to stick around as well. So that could be interesting. We'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, so there are definitely some synergies between different comps and strategies. There's always some overlap, or not always, but in this case there is. We pick up a ranged character. Still, it's a little bit awkward. The things that we're getting don't work perfectly together. We do have 21 health to work with. We're not too far away from level 6. Maybe next turn even we could have a chance to get there. It just hasn't quite come together. We started off quite strong. We picked up some pairs, not a lot of triples though. And now we're getting to the stage where it seems like we're not keeping up.
Yeah, our opponent's already on 6. They've got a bit of extra XP here, and have really leaned into getting, looks like they already have 3 level 6 characters. So we're going to take a bit of damage here, I think.
Yeah, I'd say that's more than a bit. Knocked all the way down to 8 health. Now you have to worry about losing one fight. You could easily lose 8 health in a single loss. And especially as we scout our opponent, they're in 2nd place, so you already know that we have to be worried. But then you scout their board, and that's pretty scary. Question is, are we even going to make it to level 6? Well, with that spell, we certainly could. Let's see if John decides to play it.
I would think so, because it does give us access to a tier 6.
Okay. I mean, I do like that we picked up a pair, and because we're still on level 6 now, there's another pair of Woman in the Moon. I don't know if we can afford to kind of pull ourselves in different directions. We're also running out of hand space, and by that I mean we're out of hand space. If we want to keep a spot on the board open, which we do, then yeah, it's getting a little bit tough here.
Interestingly, I almost like the Nero more than I like the Archangels here. With the Haymaker, we're in a pretty good position to be able to play dogs. I wouldn't even be surprised if you take the... Okay, maybe not. I would have gone for the dog and maybe the other Haymaker there, and just pivoted fully out of this pirate thing that just hasn't quite come together yet, and looked to leverage the extra stats that you're getting from the food to get some scaling.
Yeah, exactly that. It just hasn't quite come together. It looked like we had a solid start. Now we're on 2 gold remaining, so not a lot we can do. Maybe we decide to give up on one of these pairs at some point. It would certainly help with the hand space issues, just to be able to buy more things. When you don't hit your triples, well, this is what can happen sometimes, and we haven't hit them. We hit one, we picked up a treasure from it. It's not a super impactful treasure, and yeah, I'm worried. I'm a little bit worried. We've seen some things that maybe in a different situation we would want to pick up, but yeah, in this exact spot, yeah, we've gone for what was offered, and what was offered I'm not sure is enough.
Yeah, so that Nero is going to be plus 30. If we had picked up even at literally any of those 2-cost dogs, they're just significantly larger than every other unit that we have on board. So I'm surprised that we didn't grab one of them just as a tempo choice, because it's so cheap, right? But Nero is ranged, so is everything else in our back row. And they do work together, the Archangels. They will resummon each other, so there's a lot of value there.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows the power of ranged.
Honestly, this good boy strategy isn't terrible here either with Nero. Now we actually have something that resembles a comp. The good boy will buff the Archangels, the Nero buffs the good boy.
Yeah, and the good boy is going to buff 3 different good characters, so you can actually control where those buffs go if you have a combination of good and evil or neutral characters. In this case, yeah, we can control the buffs going on the range. We would love that. I do notice that our opponent has a pirate, or a treasure map, I'm sorry. Last time we saw our opponent have one of those, they completed it that turn and it was painful. We're certainly going to hope that, for John's sake at least, that they aren't able to complete it this turn. Question is, do we consider a pirate map ourselves?
I would probably go for the Mana Catalyst as a tempo choice here. gives our board +2/4, which is not a ton of stats, but it is some. I would actually consider locking in this spot for the farmer here. I think it ends up being enough extra stats, especially with the perpetual scaling that we're going to get, that it might be worthwhile, but it wouldn't surprise me if they pass it.
Okay, as you said, this comp is starting to come together. It took a little while to sort it out. We noticed with the hero like Fortuna, it leads to some difficult choices into when do you commit to your strategy, and feels like the game has just been pulling us in different directions until now, at least. It feels like we're settling in. Just need to make it through maybe a couple more rounds to really, piece this together and feel great about it. But it definitely feels like we can win a fight at this point.
So if we would have ended up locking here for the Fisherman and the Flounder, basically the way that it reads is all of your characters get double their stats that they have for food stats. And since all of the stats that Nero's giving are food stats, it essentially would function as another Nero. So you'd be looking at almost 100 stats more than what we're seeing now, just from that one character. I find it to be pretty powerful, but we may not even need it.
Yeah, we didn't need it that fight. We see another good boy. We knock out Duke Silver there. GG's to Duke. Nobody's going to be out of it, though, in this race format. You're just going to be assigned points based off of how you finish. Only one player will be live to win the tournament after this round. So get as many points as you can. Well, for John, getting more points is going to revolve around getting more good boys, at least for this turn.
Yeah, I think we're debating on whether or not we spend 5 gold to get 3 HP here. I would think not so much, but
it's an interesting decision because the amount of health that we have, 8, is quite scary. A few extra health makes you feel more comfortable to be able to survive one loss, at least if it's close. We're strong enough now that it would likely be a close loss, unless we face a powerhouse that we weren't ready for. We decided not to take the health. What about this one? 1 gold for 1 health. It's not as comfortable being at 9, but it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably have liked to have picked up the second Haymaker, whether we have it in play or we just have it in our hand, to try and go for the triple. Not really sure why we picked up the Archmage here.
Okay, well, looks like we might get 1 extra gold this turn if we decide to play that. Unless we want to somehow lock this shop, then we would save that for next turn, I presume. I'm not sure there are any spells in here that we really need.
Unless we're looking to gain 6 HP, we could sell 2 things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we picked up the Wise Merlin, I suppose, because it gives a decent amount of stats to the good boys.
Yeah, I like this play. The health, it seems relevant. Being at 8, I've said it a couple times now, it's scary. It just is. Being at 15, you're not, immune from getting knocked out of the lobby in a single fight, but it's a lot less likely for that to happen.
Good boys doing some good work here. Unfortunately, the buffs didn't go all on the range, but enough of them did, I think, that we have a decent shot here of cleaning this up, as long as the scam units aren't crazy.
Yeah, and I mentioned a little while ago that demons don't always make it to the late game. There are some scam units that pop out here, but the position that they land in and whether or not they attack or get attacked into is relevant, so fight RNG plays a big factor. Goes pretty well for us. We win that one pretty easily, and now we pick up Corgi.
Okay. We're going to want to put Nero back into slot 1 again. So we'll have to shift our units around a little bit. And putting the good boys in slots 3 and 4 makes sense. I'm not actually sure why we grabbed the Corgi. We don't really have a great spot to put it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if John ever finds a way to make it on board. Good point on the good boys moving to 3 and 4. If they die later in the combat, it's more likely that they'll buff the range in the back row. So that would be beneficial to us.
Yeah. Herding dog is a great pickup here. It's possible that we can get rid of all the archangels and just lean fully into dogs. If that's what we're thinking, then the Corgi makes a lot more sense for sure. There's another Nero. This is great here. If we could pick that up and put it into play now, I probably would.
Yeah, there's another Corgi as well. It is a spot where I kind of wish we had an item or two to be able to sell for extra gold because, yeah, it's not that we can't sell and get to it. It's just that we wouldn't want to if we could avoid it.
Yeah, dumping out of a 6-pair is not ideal, but picking up another 6-pair to do it makes it a little more palatable. And having the 2 Neros so that you can flip them back between 1 and 7 over and over is incredibly powerful, because this literally doubles the amount of stats that we were getting. I don't think that we necessarily need this other Corgi. We found enough of the tier 6 dogs that I think we can move past it, so... Okay. It is very good on the build, but I don't know if I want to lock a 5-drop here when we could be finding some... We have so many tier 6 pairs now between the Nero and the Good Boy. I'd want to triple one of those if we could.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse at how big our characters get, and that was enough to easily deal with Ninja Sniper and put us into the top 3 here. So our opponent designated villain is only on 2 health. So we have an opportunity maybe to knock out another player and make it to the top 2. First place is really a big deal in this first game. However, second place is great because it means in game 2 of the race format, you'll almost certainly be live for game 3. But if you can get first place, you're live already in game 2. So next game, somebody potentially could win.
So finally now deciding that we have enough on board to take the... or to lean into taking more of the 5-drops. So you want to be taking these 5-drops if you can to try and get the entrance treasure. The drums are incredibly powerful, especially in this comp. Doubling your Nero really does make a big difference.
Yeah, the entrance effects, we've seen it with dwarves. Similar here, they're quite strong. Again, we don't love selling out there if we didn't have to, but the way the gold works out, we're certainly willing to do so. And here you go.
It's a really good pickup. And we get the drum roll.
Yeah. Yep. This is what you said that we were looking for. We were fortunate enough to find it. And
it also doubles the Haymaker effect, too. So now the Haymaker is giving, I believe, plus 10, 8. And it allows them to keep 40% of their food stats. So now our board not only gets a lot of stats when we enter combat, but we're also keeping a lot more of them round over round with the food stats, which is very important for scaling. And it allows you to grow out of control. Rather than it just being an initial burst of stats, you get to keep them, which is really strong.
This is a huge, huge power spike. It feels like we might be able to win the lobby from here, especially when both of our remaining opponents are on low health.
10-6 rather. It's 5-3 per level, so it'd be 10-6, and then it's twice because of the drums.
Our opponent does have some scam, however. The succubi, 2 separate succubus here, getting pretty good value against us. We're going to see some more scam units at some point in the fight if we make it that far. And with the amount of stats we have left, we certainly will make it that late into the fight. Question is, are these scam units going to be able to deal with these huge numbers that we have?
If it's a bunch of tricksters and the little tailors, that could be bad, but it worked out that the order that we attacked into them was favorable, so...
Yeah. Such is the life of scam. You need the attacks and the fight RNG to go your way. It did not. John got favorable attacks in that one. So we are straight into the top 2. 15 health. Quite strong. Maybe we could triple one of these level 6 characters. Maybe we don't even need to.
I like that we picked up another Herdmaster. The Herdmaster, especially now that we're keeping... I mean, if you look at how large our board is, that's just what the stats are on them now. That's how much food they get to keep. You know, that round over round amount of extra food stats is really, really powerful, because it means that at base we're just much better off than we would be. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, we bought the Mirror Mage, the Mirror Fairy here.
I mean, that's true. At the same time, we have 15 health. We might just win without this triple, and if we don't win without it, we most likely survive. It seems very unlikely that we're going to get knocked out here, especially when we don't see any goldens. At least not last turn. They could have goldens this turn potentially, but it doesn't seem like we're going to take an amount of damage to knock us out. So that'll set us up for a great turn next turn. If we can't just end it here, which we might be able to.
Ooh, I don't know if I love this positioning. I think we end up losing a lot more stats than it's maybe worth to have this Corgi in.
Yeah, so we just grab a cheap character out of the shop to spend our gold and give us something to sell next turn. Also gives us an extra shot at seeing a new character at the start of next turn. Again, if there's a next turn.
I would think that the herding dog is better than Good Boy here. Though if we lose the Haymaker, then... Now, the herding dog should still almost always be better than Good Boy because we don't have that many good characters.
Oh, yeah, something I'm just noticing here for Endozoa. He does have a revive, so even if we win this fight, it's not going to be over. We will get to see that level 6 triple. Endozoa's got some work to do, though. No scam on that board. The Mirror Fairy is quite large. We're only getting stronger next turn. Let's see if Endo can figure it out.
I would suspect that if Endo does have the ability to pivot fully into Scam, that they will. Scam is kind of about the only thing that you're going to be able to find in this spot. To be able to really kind of beat the stats that we're seeing on this side.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that we can look at Orchestra here, which gives you buffs based on the number of different types on your board. The fact that we have 7 different types on our board is, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, the dogs being able to be both, have, you know, some that are evil, some that are good. We have sort of the neutral fairy. It ends up being a lot of different types pretty free, which is nice.
Oh, this is an item we've talked about throughout the stream. I've mentioned it a few times. Double your entrance abilities. Yes, please. We have entrance abilities that we would love to have doubled. Finally, we're able to show that one off.
Still kind of struggling with the Corgi positioning. It's not so bad if we're just switching the one Corgi back and forth.
Now, do you think there is going to be another fight? Do you consider locking for a second copy of a Mirror Fairy? It would only be to try to triple it.
Yeah, I don't know if we really have time to spend another 12 gold on Mirror Fairies. The one is probably sufficient stat-wise.
Okay, and we're worried about Scam probably as much as anything, right? So a golden version of a Mirror Fairy can still be Scam potentially. So
yeah, we have plenty of numbers, really. It's more just trying to convert that into some sort of a victory.
Okay, looks like both players are ready to hop into the fight. We skip down, the timer is over. This could be the last one. John and Endozoa. John wins this one. He's going to take first place and get the 10 points to help him be live already for next game in the race format. But that's an if. That's a lot of numbers over there.
So Monkey out of nowhere does give us quite a bit of stats. I don't know if it'll quite be enough, though.
No, the Corgi and the Mirror Fairy are just way too big. Yeah, Endo, as you mentioned, made some good decisions trying to compete with this. He just wasn't in a spot in one turn to be able to, you know, to find the pieces and get them on the board that they could counter the comp that we were able to build. Yeah, shout out to John. Fun that we were able to spectate through an entire game there. And getting the dogs was not obvious, especially with Fortuna. It felt like we were going a couple different directions, pirates, and then we were doing some slay things, and then next thing you know, we're doing the dog thing. Who let the dogs out? I
think that's what's really interesting about Fortuna is, you know, we got a character on 4 that really doesn't have at that point, right, a lot of support. We were able to pick up a couple pieces for it, you know, allow it to give us enough tempo to get to that late game, and then just leverage that big burst of tempo from both gold and a higher tier unit to be able to get us to that late game and then just pivot into something else.
Yeah, that was a very interesting lead up to the end round there. And it, like you're saying, it kind of calls back to something I was talking about earlier too, is all your big effects are on 5 and 6, right? So the pirate effect was our biggest effect, that pirate monkey throughout the middle of that game, but then getting to level 6 and finding those dogs so fast, you just have the capacity to do that in this game. And in fact, you may lose games if you don't do that in this game, because those big effects on level 6 are real big effects.
Yeah, navigating through the mid game is pretty important here. Same goes for early game and late game. They all have a different reason for why they're so important. Protect your health in the early game. You know, same thing in the mid game, but also may start building towards a strategy. But we've seen it a couple of times. Just because you start in one direction in the mid game doesn't mean you're going to stay there. So being able to find those pivots and those important decision points as you get later in the game, that's really what's going to determine how you finish in, you know, say the top 4. You can make it to the top 4 sometimes on tempo, but from there you've got to complete a comp, especially with all these players that are in the top 50. They know what they're doing, and we've seen a nice showcase play so far.
Well, okay, that was the first thing I wanted to do, was double check if that helped with the microphone crackling at all. Apparently not. Not sure how to fix that right at the moment. Second thing I wanted to do was remind everybody to use code Frenzy in the shop in-game, which is a code that will get you 4,000 crystals, which is enough to unlock the hero. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I've had some production issues with crackling microphone the entire time. Guys, I don't know if it makes more sense for me to step back from casting for right now, because I can't get this fixed. It sounds like both your mics are better than mine.
It's tolerable. We can hear it as well, Horse Thief. It's there. I don't think it's a deal breaker, personally.
Okay. Chat's saying let's just push forward. Yeah, unfortunately, not able to troubleshoot. And thank you both, because I've had a little bit of time and I did do a little troubleshooting whilst I was behind the scenes sharing images of cards.
Yeah, thank you for that, by the way. That's great for me, and I'm sure also great for the viewers.
All right, well, I'm seeing the next lobby looks like it's all set up. I'm gonna double check admin chat and see. Well, when I say admin chat, I guess I'm talking to Lara last. Lara, everything looking all right on your end? Should we, no further ado, jump right into the last game? Because, yuck. Now that we're not vetoing me for microphone reasons, this is going to be your last game.
Yeah, I'm going to cast one more game here. And as I mentioned, there's a chance, it's a small chance, that it could end on this next game. Unlikely to happen. And either way, this is going to be my last game casting. It's been an absolute blast. I'm going to give some thank yous for sure before I bounce out. But yeah, let's see what happens. And then I'm going to toss it over to you and Jeebus for however many games remain in the race format. You know what the maximum is if you do the math, but you don't really know exactly how many games there will be.
So, Yuck, actually, I got a good point from Lara from our admin chat. Maybe I should take a quick glance at our leaderboard, even though we just saw John TCG's win that lobby. Here we are taking a look at the points, blocking half of Yuck's head, as is custom this tournament. So, John taking the win at 10 points is live. The only player live right now. John could win the next lobby and win the whole thing.
Yeah, and then we also see that Endozoa at 8 points for getting second place will be live after this game if they get anything but 8th. So Endo just needs to get 7th place or better to become live for game 3. All the other players, there are thresholds of points that can get them to unlock the ability to be live, but each player will have to kind of keep track of that. It adds kind of a game within the game element.
It sure does.
Yeah, there's kind of two elements at play here. One is making John not win, because then everybody loses. And then the other one is making sure that you have enough points going into the game 3 that you're live. So, the crown. So it really depends on, you know, are there combat spells that you can cast to sort of bully John out of the lobby earlier, to give that option of getting to a game 3. Because obviously the nightmare scenario is that you get enough points to be live, John wins, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, players can also keep track of who is live and target them and play differently against them. That's a real strategy. It's not something you want to do all of the time, but in some situations, you need to keep track of where those players are within the lobby, and if there's anything you can do to keep your chances alive.
All right, well, I think it's time that we tell production, let's fire the next game. I don't want to wait. You and I are going to go ahead and talk through this one, and then, of course, like we mentioned, we'll say some goodbyes afterwards, depending what happens here, but I think it's time to go. So as soon as I see the lobby start firing, I'll flip over, and we're ready to go over here.
Yeah, shout out again to the players for making this as easy as possible on us. A couple issues, we've handled it, I think, very well. And yeah, it's been a pleasure to cast these players. I said it before last game. I'll say it again. I'll probably say it after this game as well, to be fair. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. And yeah, we're getting down to the nitty gritty.
Yep. I'm gonna keep watching John right now, and oh, the lobby is starting, so I'm gonna flip us over there. I'm gonna keep watching John for the time being, since John is our live player. If John pulls out a first place this lobby, and John being the only one live can play specifically for first place, while everyone else kind of wants to knock John out.
Yeah. Target on our back here. So Savitri, Pig Entrepreneur, the Ugly Duckling, Good Leprechaun are our options. Anything you want to shoot for here, Horace? I'm going to say Savitri, preventing your death one time, maybe not as important when you really want to win the lobby.
Yeah, these are kind of interesting because none of these really give you any kind of let's do something earlier than I'm supposed to sort of feelings going on here. Pig Entrepreneur is probably the greediest of the four, I have to say, because you have some options as to how you could store up some gold, and maybe you could leverage that when you get to level 5 and 6 to get things with really strong effects really fast. But maybe you want to tempo your way, and you think that, you know, you can navigate the late game and you got just as good a chance as anybody else to win this thing, and maybe something like the Ugly Duckling we keep seeing John hover here.
Yeah. If this was ladder, I think maybe Pig Entrepreneur would be more worth considering. It does also have 3 hero attacks, and we haven't seen any hunters really in play. But it looks like, yeah, we're not going to go that route. We don't have the strongest hero power, as you mentioned, and we need to win the lobby, so we're going to have to do it through the shops and the treasures.
Yeah, we've got the nice factor that even if we don't win the lobby this time, we can still win the lobby next time, and we can still win the tournament, right? Nobody can beat us right now. This game is not exactly a freebie because other people will go live after this game, but we don't have to win this game to still have a chance to win the tournament. That said, if we can win this thing right here, that's what we want to do if we're in John's shoes.
Yeah, so we pick up a goose on turn 1, which is going to give us extra gold in a few turns, or when we decide to sell it, starting in a few turns. It sells for extra for every 3 turns it's on your board. So we're playing for later in the lobby. This is a hero that only deals 1 damage 2 times from the hero attack, so that's not a lot. So you kind of need your board to be able to compete to prevent taking some early game damage. It's not going to be a lot of damage, but that little bit of damage can certainly add up.
This is a really okay. That was an interesting spot in that we opted to go ahead and play the spell. One of the things that you do pretty early on, and I don't think we've talked about this a whole heck of a lot. We've mentioned it here and there. 1-cost items are truly gold neutral. You buy them for 1, you sell them for 1. So in these early turns when you've got an odd gold count, and let's say you've just got 1 gold left over, you got a 1-cost item in the shop, you happily scoop that up. But also then later in the game when you've got odd gold counts and things don't quite match up, well, then you save that gold up for later. So that turn, for whatever reason, I was just expecting a snap grab on that 1-cost item, and then it was the spell being played.
So anybody that's familiar with me will appreciate what I'm about to say, but you're right. It's never incorrect to buy a 1-cost item.
Now, I talked about that spell being scooped, and the +1 attack, the 2x2, actually relevant that last fight, allowed us to tie.
Yeah, and we're happy with the tie. And that's attack that we keep throughout the lobby, so maybe it gets more value later, but it's already kind of paid for itself in a sense. Interesting. Our opponent has the golden baby monkey, which makes them want to keep things in their hand. Does that mean that we're only going to face a baby monkey this turn? I'm curious.
Well, we'll definitely see something else be put on the board, right, with the extra 4 gold, but presumably they'll keep something in hand because, you know, you put a 1/1 in hand, you get more stats from the golden baby monkey than that 1/1 would have given you on the board.
Well, I mean, if they pick up things with small enough stats, in theory, it might be better for them to keep it in hand, right? I don't know.
Huh.
It's hard to play around this because you don't have complete information. Again, it's early game. It's not like we have a lot of strategies to go with here, but I'm just curious. It's not a character that I've personally run into a lot on my time playing the game.
Shout out to Dionysus. I love that hero. I think it's fun. Not consistent, but fun. And we do have so Seacrow got enough free rolls to get that upgraded baby monkey and the upgraded imp. And so 2 just big stat lines on the board is enough to trade evenly with everything that John's playing right now.
Yeah, so we see a yellow bark in the shop, Horse Thief. I don't think it fits here at all, but I feel like it's worth mentioning.
You know, Yuck, I've spent the last 3 days buying yellow barks when I see them, and I also have done a little close beta testing prior to the last 3 days, and that yellow bark, as much as I love it from history, it is not very many stats based on the way stats grow in this game, unfortunately.
So you're not promoting yellow bark, and I'm saying something's never incorrect. I don't know what wormhole we found ourselves traveling through, but here we are.
It's really unusual. It's really I don't know. I don't know where we are, but you know, maybe that yellow bark does +2 attack later. I don't know. Lara's been doing a lot of balance changes. That's all I'm saying.
We're in a shop with another yellow bark, but in this case, I think more importantly, a couple level 3 pairs. I'm guessing we're looking at the puck.
Usually you're not picking up that Trickster this early. That one saw a lot of play from that Dr. Frankenstein from last game from the scam comps. So I'm with you. That puck is probably what we're locking for.
Something else we haven't mentioned, a lot of the viewers might have noticed if they didn't already know this ahead of time, but our hero attack does increase every time we increase in level. So we are up to 3 attack on our hero now. That'll continue to scale. Well, this is a little bit weird. There's 1 extra gold from the spell in the shop if we really want to go for this cat here. You have to be careful in these spots sometimes and make sure you have enough mana. Because if you were to happen to spend your final mana on the spell and not have enough to buy the cat, that could be really unfortunate.
I love that John is over here scouting the treasures because I couldn't remember myself if the... Oh, and I just had the name in my head and I lost it. I think it's a level 3 treasure. There's a treasure that buffs your characters every time they generate 2 stars. They have to generate stars twice. And I thought that might have been a 2, but I think now it's a 3 now that we watched John look at the different treasure select options here. Maybe
yeah, John's thinking about it. I agree with you. I absolutely love, we saw John do this before. I absolutely love the scouting going on to try to make the best decision possible. If you have enough time to do so, which we did here, yeah, why not do that?
There's something that I've said in the past, which was if you can't think of a treasure at this level that would be useful to you, you might not... Maybe you're not supposed to combine that thing. And John really putting that to the test by making sure there's a treasure. So we got John versus Tikuwabu Daedalus. We definitely have seen a couple of dwarves in the last couple of fights. Last dwarf board looked more like it was leaning toward dwarves than Tikuwabu's board. Tikuwabu looks like just some tempo, and John is okay in this case.
Well, Tikuwabu all the way down to 12 health. That hurts. We had a golden character survive, so it's a little bit more damage than Tikuwabu, I'm sure, wanted to take. Probably more than they even expected to take. Yeah, they're going to have to get that figured out quickly. They're on a hero that they get an extra treasure the first time they find a treasure, so maybe that'll get them turned around.
So right now we're 3.2. We've collected, it looks like a couple of star generators, a couple of demons. We got our upgraded angel cat. Yeah, you know, there's no direction right now. It's just tempo. But those pucks, aka the star generators, which we're being offered a triple of now, which see if John wants it or not. Those are fairly solid tempo because stars are pretty good early game. Nothing has a ton of health right off the bat.
Yeah, I like picking it up here. We see Wizard Hat. That's the first time we've seen that on stream today. It's a Mage Treasure. Shout out to Jeebus. I don't know if we're taking it here. Baby Mimic is so good, but it doesn't do anything immediately. Looks like John is okay with nothing immediately. Again, we're playing for first place, so this makes even more sense. I think it might have been the choice regardless, but when we're playing for first place specifically, we want to do something incredibly strong. Baby Mimic may help empower that.
Debating where to throw this trumpet spell. That's a +2/2 buff. We get to keep it if we win the fight. And do a little board rearranging here. Baby Mimic was a really good pick if we can get something cool later. Baby Mimic is so strong, though. It is one of the best level 3s. Doubling up your next treasure, you just can't always take it.
Yeah, well, the thing that sometimes happens is the next treasure you might want the treasure, but you might not want to double it. Not because you don't want the double of that treasure, but because you lose the ability to double something in the future that might be even better. So we'll see. As our stars clear out everything on Canva's board, Canva's hero attack clears out everything on our board. It's a tie.
Yep. Now we've reached level 4. Now we have some options. That cat choir we can't use right now necessarily unless we had, you know, a couple more cats on the board already. That is one of the tempo pieces that plays really well with cats, though, through the middle. We're getting into a spot where a couple more things will become available for us, and I do wonder if we'll find anything to go with this puck, because this is a decent start for some stars.
Yeah, and it's shown. We're in a good spot. Shout out to Theft.
Oh, here
I
we
don't know
go.
about taking it this time, though. I don't think we take it here. We do only have 4 gold remaining, though. So our options are a little more limited than we would like them to be. We ideally would buy something out of this shop, but is there anything really worthwhile here?
Yeah, there's no shot that we're making the whole entire flipperoo here, but whenever I get to 4-0 and I see a duelist and a Sinbad in the same shop, my brain starts to, my gears start to turn in my head. Not necessarily that we're going to do that and grab a pirate monkey and attempt to do any sort of hand summons, but those two things are 2 of the better level 4s if you did somehow get a monkey on 3 and you wanted to figure out a way to start getting some stats on it.
Well, I'll also chime in here and say that I've never taken Duelist and felt bad about it after the fact. I've never had regrets for taking it because, you know, maybe you can use that gold somewhere else, but it feels like it does something in almost all cases.
Yep. Yeah, Duelist is one of the more flexible things in the game that allows you to do a handful of things. I mean, it's all bench summon, but definitely can allow you to or range your board in some fun ways. Looks like we're up against Duke, and Duke... Is that the immutable idol? I don't know the art very well. Duke didn't have a 14-14 in the front row.
Well, we are going to just barely lose that one. Which it's a little easier to deal with that when we see another Radiant Fairy in the shop. I think we're pretty happy to pick that up.
Yeah, that was the immutable idol. The immutable idol is a super heavy early game tempo treasure, just allowing you to turn everything into a 14-14. One character a turn, but anything you put in the first slot turns into a 14-14 at the start of the fight. So Duke is going to be able to just cruise through level 4. Still going to have to find something to do in 5 and 6. But like you said...
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's why we lost that fight, because they must have had it for a couple of turns and possibly played it on the character that was able to survive. Not 100% sure on that, but I believe that might be the case.
Yep.
Yuck the yak one time.
Unfortunately, we don't have a good way to lose resources.
All right.
Is there, Yuck, as the resident expert on Yuck the Yak, what's the best way to lose resources? Is there a good way?
I mean, sometimes you run out of time and don't use all your resources. I don't know anything about that. I've heard stories.
Looks like we're doing some adventuring with a husky. We've seen a little bit of dog. Another duelist.
There's another duelist. I feel like we would lock for that. Let's see.
So So we have a couple of small, I believe those are called Radiant Fairies. You commented on those, the stat sharing fairies on the front line. Duelist is going to summon one extra one of those. We've got Dandelion in the back line, which is going to, I believe, gain stats every time Puck charges stars in front of it.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to end up in stars. We haven't really seen star comps too much. And I mentioned earlier, it doesn't look like we're going to see it this game either, but hunters have been completely missing.
I keep hearing people talk about this meme, Endo Stars. We're fighting Endozoa right now. Endo has an upgraded Puck as well, interestingly enough.
And a Catquire. You talked about Catquire. It certainly didn't make sense for us to take it. Our opponent, Endo, picked one up. And again, this is something that you definitely can run into when playing star comps in close matchups, which this was. It's not uncommon to get a tie.
Yep. I don't think we're going to be able to slow it all the way down to show the timer off, but just wanted to talk about stars briefly because that's one of the things, we've talked about it a couple of times today, but it's one of the mechanics in the game. Well, let's pause for a treasure. Well, it's shooting star, and we're already shooting off some stars, so I suppose we'll shoot off a few more stars. Shooting star charges a star every time one of our characters dies, so giving us more stars. The way stars work, they're kind of like time bombs. They're delayed damage. You charge a star. There's an event that charges a star. Each card tells you how to charges a star, and then it'll tell you how much damage that star does. It'll show you the damage at the top of the star. Then at the bottom of the star, there's a little timer. That timer tells you the number of attacks before that star fires off. So your star may do 7 damage in 7 attacks. Those 7 attacks count every attack that happens, whether it's your characters attacking or your opponent's characters attacking. So after your and your opponent's characters have attacked, the number of times to count that timer down, then the star will fire off, and it'll just do whatever that damage says to a random character that it can hit. Following the rules, got to hit frontline first.
Yeah, and it feels like we are in a star build now. I mean, not only do we get shooting star, we have the baby mimic attached to it. Love the baby mimic just looking over this way from the bottom corner of that treasure. So a lot of stars happening, and I don't think you mentioned this horse. Maybe you did. Sorry, I was a little distracted. But if you charge more than 7 stars, any additional charge would actually combine with one of the existing stars and just give it more damage. It would increase the damage. So the maximum number you can have at any given time is 7.
That's a good call. I did not mention that. I think we are really interested in Stargazer, which is a level 3 treasure, but I don't know what we would buy to get it. But first off, we got to beat Ninja Sniper, who has an upgraded herding dog already and a pirate map.
Yeah, I see that pirate map. And as you can see, all of our stars don't have the same amount of attack attached to them because we charge more than 7. And as you can see, the strength of stars and what I mentioned earlier, the likelihood to tie fights seems to go up a bit when you have stars, but they're quite strong. If you're tying fights, you're not losing health. You're not losing health. Well, you're keeping your dream of winning this lobby and ending this tournament alive if you're John.
Well, provided our last opponent there was, Ninja Sniper's board there was about lobby power level, the stars did win us the fight, and Ninja Sniper's hero attack tied the fight up in the end. So presumably if we could get a little bit more health on our characters right now as we're getting into level 5, just got there, we might actually be able to start winning some combats with those stars.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We'll certainly add stats if we can do it conveniently. Maybe add more ways to generate stars. Another Radiant Fairy to get another treasure would be welcome, I'm sure.
Looking at a
succubus with a scam character, which I find interesting.
Yeah, succubus is interesting in that, forcing your opponent's characters to attack each other is going to be really good if they've got big stuff you can't deal with, right? Maybe 2 of their big things can bump, and then all of a sudden there are 2 fewer big things you got to deal with. Interesting that John is valuing it like this. I wonder where John is planning to go. We got that upgraded duelist too. There's still a lot of options, and even though the stars are very interesting, we don't have any of the key star pieces yet, and we don't have the Stargazer treasure that would be powering up, scaling our units every time they generate stars. So,
well,
still got to find something here.
Couple things I want to point out here. You talked about losing to the opponent's hero attack. Well, you know what can help with that? Cat box, which is going to summon 3 cats. So if you can win the fight and your only problem is not being able to actually deal damage to your opponent, well, if you have things alive on your board, such as summons, it doesn't matter how strong they are, sometimes that can get there. Another thing I want to talk about is something we haven't really seen, or at least we haven't noticed it yet, is somebody picking up a character that they don't really intend to play now, holding it for the future. I think the succubus, it was never intended to play now. It only really gets stronger as you progress later into the lobby. Kind of awkward that our cat box gets taken out at the beginning.
Well, our opponent's Hermes destroys our cat box, fills up our board, so our upgraded duelist only summons 1 thing off our bench. But luckily, that's all that we needed.
And as you see, we do summon the succubus from hand, so maybe it's actually a strategy for now, but I still wonder if that's a strategy that's also forward-thinking to pick up the succubus here.
Well, the other thing that comes to mind is, depending what John's strategy may be, there may not be that many level 5 pieces John is looking for. Now, if John wants to play stars, I would assume, and I don't think it's that far of a reach, that John may be looking for the Star Child, but if John hasn't totally decided, or if John has a completely different game plan in mind than you or I have even considered, there may not be a lot of level 5 pieces John's looking for. Maybe a succubus is just something nice to pick up, and, you know, as John is waiting to get into level 6, help tie up fights, clean up shenanigans.
Well, I don't know if John was looking for a second succubus. Possibly not. It is a level 5 pair, however, so maybe we'd take it. However, we passed one. We couldn't take it, though. It wasn't that John necessarily decided not to take it. We didn't have the mana, and that's something that can happen. Some characters cost mana. And yeah, you have to consider that as you progress through your turn. We didn't have any mana there, but maybe wouldn't have taken it anyway.
I gotta say, Yuck, I'm really curious about this Cheshire Cat that we're seeing. John did a little bit of scouting, and I noticed position 1 30-30 puck. I wonder if we're looking at a stars strat that we're about to bump into here that's planning and committed to playing stars, because John's board right now doesn't necessarily strike me as fully committed to stars.
We're headed in that direction. I mean, I guess there's some potential to get into pirates, or I mean, we have some scam pieces. Maybe we end up in a combo build. Combo builds, in my experience, don't have the best success at actually winning, which is the main thing we care about right now. But maybe there's some high-level navigation where we're able to play against specific opponents and adjust our strategy at least a little bit each fight.
Like I said earlier, one thing I know for sure is that the top 50 were all in that 30, 40 plus games played range. So one thing I'm confident in is they have ideas. They have a plan.
Yeah, that's very safe to say. So we just have a few seconds left here before we get into the next fight. A lot of health remaining in this lobby. We've seen a couple of ties. It looks like maybe there have been some other ties within the lobby as well. And yeah, you're right. That's a starboard that our opponent has built, and that one feels pretty strong.
Yeah, Designated Villain got that treasure I was talking about. It's giving their puck plus 2/2 every time it dies because it charges 2 stars. So that puck has just been scaling away since the early game, and that thing ends up being a pretty decent unit to have on your board going into the late game. And now it's just who's got the better stars and whose stars are going to actually charge up and fire off. Now, what you'll notice is that was the hero attack. A lot of those stars got orphaned. We didn't have enough attacks to fire them. They don't fire.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep up with there. We're not even going to try to talk through it. So if you don't fully understand stars, that may have been a little confusing. But yeah, we needed more attacks to be able to finish off that Nocturne, which was able to survive. Also was a golden character, so we take a little extra damage. Knocks us down to 15 health. We do lose another player, so we're down to the top 6. Yeah, are we still going towards stars?
This turn is going to tell us a lot, I think, just hitting level 6. Well, there's a Star Child.
Yeah, I agree. Here's a Star Child. Do we want it? Or I don't think we probably want the Nocturne, even though it also generates stars, or it can at least generate stars. I don't know that that fits here.
But John's actually looking at the Barbarossa first, which is an incredibly powerful card when you have a duelist, because Barbarossa can only summon pirates, but guess what? Duelist is a pirate. So Barbarossa can pull duelist, which can pull more things.
Yeah, you basically unlock more board slots to play with because you can, you know, summon more and more things from your hand. and that's obviously very strong regardless of what they are. There are some specific things that you may look to try to summon from hand, but we'll figure out what those are going to be shortly.
I gotta imagine if John is bypassing that Star Child, maybe it's a little bit too slow at this point. Maybe John's got a different effect in mind here. That looks like a double your aura item, which not important in this spot.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I thought we were gonna lean into stars, but sometimes you're just not offered the pieces to go in that direction, and the Barbarossa makes a lot of sense here, as you mentioned, and this can be one reason to have a bit of a combo build going. Because, you know, if you tunnel vision on looking for one thing or a couple of things, sometimes you don't find them. If you remain flexible, as these strong players have been able to do, that gives you more opportunity and a higher likelihood that you're going to put something together that you're happy with.
John's go over here with the most interesting puzzle, because the first thing only summons in one thing, but the second thing summons in two things. You might not have board space for all of that. And Ninja Sniper got some food stats on that herding dog, it looks like.
Yeah, I absolutely did.
Ooh, that's a stat share.
And has a pirate map. Let's notice that. So, yikes. I guess is what I'm going to go with here.
10 damage, yuck.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That means the next time we lose a fight, we are dead. Unless we gain health somehow, those 5 health is going to be lethal to even a single character surviving from our opponent. So we can't be super picky. We need to get stronger, I believe. Scouting our opponent might come into play here. Yeah, we need to do a decent amount to improve our board, I think, and hopefully we can do it quickly.
Yeah, we were looking at a board just the fight before that hit triple digits across the entire board, right after the herding dog shares stats, triple digit board. So that the gauntlet's been thrown. We know kind of what we got to do. That fire mage in the shop is the sort of thing that we might be looking at to help us out, but nope, apparently backline stats too big. One thing I wanted to say, I wanted to explain how damage works in this game, because it might be a little bit different than folks remember or assume. So upgraded characters do 2 damage. Regular characters not upgraded do 1, and you also do damage based on whatever level you are right now. So max damage on the board would be 14 damage from the board, everything being upgraded, everything surviving, plus 6 from your character would be 20.
Yeah, good call. That's something we haven't covered for anybody that's unfamiliar. Well, we're in the top 5. Top 1 is all we really care about, and I don't know if I feel great about this without getting a good look at our opponent's board. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one.
Problem is, it feels like we need a big stat generator, level 6 piece of some sort. Something on level 6 that's just going to give us a bucket of numbers all at once. And right now, we don't have anything like that. The cat cabinet's all right. The fairies sharing their stats are all right. The adventuring husky is kind of big by itself. If we bump into another board the same size as the last one, it's going to be trouble.
Worth noting that we are taking advantage of our hero power here by not playing a full board. We also have some summons, right? Summons from hand. Also, the cabinet is going to summon some things. So we are benefiting nicely from the hero power, but as we mentioned earlier, this is not the strongest hero power, and if you're kind of relying on it this late in the game, well, sometimes you just run into boards that are just too big for you, and this one isn't quite as big as the last one we faced, but this is still a lot of stats to get through.
Yeah, it looks like we gotta get by Duke in the dog pound here, and we have a couple more summons left, but so does Duke, and Duke just took away a lot of our remaining stats to work with. We have...
Okay, Succubus.
Just enough to pull off the tie.
Yeah. I think you have to be pretty happy with that if you're John. You know, you'd rather win, but you're alive.
You know what that is that John just snap picked?
Tell us.
That one is Oberon. Shoot, I almost want to show you because I have the capacity to do that. I haven't been doing that while you and I have been talking. But Oberon has an effect that Oberon adds Oberon's attack to stars, and then when you get an upgraded Oberon, you get a double Oberon effect to stars. You know what? Here, why don't I share that? John wasted no time pulling that out. So Oberon's unyielding. When you charge a star, add my attack times 1, 2 if it's upgraded to its damage. So now those stars with that baby mimic are actually going to do something?
Yeah, and we pick up a second Barbarossa as well. We don't have anything in hand to summon from the second one, however.
That is true. We could set up and may need to set up the Barbarossa chain. That might make more sense. I don't know. You can summon Barbarossa into Barbarossa and you don't really lose anything.
Yeah, that feels like maybe the strategy to me. We'll see if John goes with that. But yeah, not playing a full board could be an option. Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what John's going to do. Yeah, you're going to use one Barbarossa to summon the other. It'll gain the stats from the first Barbarossa. Then the second Barbarossa will summon the remaining pirate, which will summon 2 more things from your board. So we have a lot of things. None of those things alone are super scary, but the stars as well. Maybe the stars are enough. With all that being said, we're going up against first place.
The stars are what we're relying on right now. Each one of those, so now, because we got the baby mimic on the shooting star, every time a character dies, we'll charge 2 stars that will gain Oberon's attack. If we can find ways to get Oberon's attack up, the cat cabinet actually will buff Oberon at some point during the fight. We're hoping the fairies buff Oberon as well. But each of those stars now being, instead of 5, or I think they do 5 damage default, now they'll be doing 30 damage, you know?
Yeah, big difference. Big difference.
Big difference.
Okay, let's see what Indazoa in first place is up to. Well, there's a cat choir that's been not skipping leg day.
I see double Dr. Frankenstein back there.
I can't see that far, blocked by all of the numbers on the cat choir.
Look at those. We got 80 attack stars. We got 50 attack stars. Those are relevant. And they are what we're relying on here to do well.
Okay, summoning more things as our opponent summons things.
Shooting the brave little tailor was really good right there.
Also, only having one thing on your board when your opponent has a succubus, well, that works.
Yeah.
Because the ability on the succubus doesn't activate. It doesn't do anything. We got a big win there. We even get a ghost fight this turn. So it felt like this was a little slow coming together, but maybe 5 health in the dream is going to be enough.
I'm really curious to see this. Oberon is incredibly powerful. Oberon, Starchild has a similar effect, right? Charge a star, you got to float a gold to do it, but add my attack to that star. Well, Starchild charges 2. So you don't necessarily always need both of them. You can play both of them and you have really big stars, but you definitely need one or the other if you're relying on stars to be okay. And now that we got it, you can tell from that last combat, our board fight's a whole lot better now.
Pick up a second cabinet. Yeah, we haven't had the most luck with hitting triples. I mean, we have a couple of treasures, and we're certainly pretty happy with the shooting star treasure. But yeah, now we're back into the spot where our hand is nearly full, our board is nearly full. So yeah, I think we need to maybe hit some triples at some point to give us a chance to really win the lobby. Again, as I mentioned, the good news, we're facing a ghost. I'm guessing this is going to be a free win, kind of no matter what we do.
Oh, and a cat queen is a big deal.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
Interesting. It is a big deal. And yeah, goes back to what we were talking about a little while ago, is being willing to pivot and change your mind throughout the lobby. At no point did this feel like a cat's comp. It still isn't really a cat's comp, but you can combine that with the pirates that we have on board, and it just makes us stronger.
Yeah, I got to pull this up to share. The Cat Queen has an aura. Characters have +3/2, upgraded 6/4 for each cat summoned this fight and last fight. So that aura affects cats that are summoning during the combat from that cupboard that's up on the front line there.
Yeah, and it's going to buff the stats on all of our characters, but that means it also buffs Oberon, which means if we generate any stars, they'll be bigger.
Well, we also really love buffing Barbarossa. Buffing Barbarossa, say that 5 times fast. Because when Barbarossa summons something from hand, Barbarossa shares stats with what gets summoned.
I do feel the need to point something out here. Something that many players have run into is sometimes when you're playing cats, you face a ghost or an opponent that doesn't put up enough of a fight. You don't summon all of the cats that you potentially could. And then the next fight, you're even weaker. So we're not as strong right now as we were going into that last fight, simply because we didn't summon that many cats.
Yeah. Interestingly, too, John picked up the cat box earlier, right? Or no, I'm thinking last game, aren't I? But anyway, the cat box got picked up last game, and that got changed from summoning 3 cats to summoning 2 cats. So cats are intriguing in that, like you said, they may not be as strong one turn as they were the turn before. I do want to, Yuck, I want to talk about, because I think we might bump back into Endozoa's board and that Double Dr. Frankenstein. I want to talk about tricksters and monsters and scam ever so slightly. So Dr. Frankenstein is a character that summons back primarily scam units. They have to be tricksters, or it can be Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein's monster actually is a stat unit, but it summons in primarily scam units for every 2 dead evil characters you have during the fight. So that last combat we saw John go up against Endozoa's board, you're going to get a trickster. It's like a court jester that if it doesn't get a chance to attack, if something else kills it first, it takes half the health off the healthiest thing on the board on your opponent's side. You're going to get the brave little tailor, which transforms things into a 0-12 or a 0-6 when it attacks them, so it can take out a big stat unit. You're going to get try my net, which if you attack into it, you basically lose all your HP, and as long as it has any attack, it'll take you out. And then you're also going to get Frankenstein's monster, which is just a big stat bomb. That thing gains stats based on all your evil characters that have died. And the last one, I almost missed it, was the mirror on the wall. Mirror on the wall. Mirror on the wall is what it's called. And it mirrors the stats of whatever is in the same position on the opponent's board.
So it looks like we're going to lock for another Oberon. We can't get to it this turn. We had a couple different options of what to take there. There was another duelist, which would allow us to play our entire hand. Unfortunately, we don't have an entire hand. We don't have enough characters at this point to get all of that value. So we opt not to go that route. And yeah, that's 217 damage on those stars. And some of them have even more than that. That's a lot. We do have summons, though. Summons are really good against stars.
It's interesting, designated villain, very big star child board, like you pointed out, 217 power stars. We have all these cats now absorbing hits, and the duelist on the front line, to where it did take out our Oberon. A very important piece went away, and we are out of summons now. However, not enough attacks for designated villain to get all of those big stars to shoot.
Well, kind of the weakness of stars, as we see, are summons. You have enough things on board. Those shots are, you know, doing what you want them to do if you're playing stars, and they kill something. But if you just have more things summoning back, either from pirates or cats or whatever that is, well, you can just work through those stars. And we were able to do that. Close one. John, in the top 4 now, has a real chance to maybe in this tournament right now. Going back to back is not something you typically expect to see in a race format. The potential is always there. Now that we're getting later and later in the game, it feels like it's more realistic.
Well, John's build is coming more and more together. I was kind of curious if John was at all interested in upgrading the Cat Queen with we had an 11 gold spell in there. We'd have to sell 2 off the bench, but John had picked up the Oberon earlier in the turn, which of course you're going to want that based on the way this board works. So we don't have the gold to do all of that. Opts to play a couple of spells and roll, look for a couple more shops.
Yeah, and we summoned all the cats last fight, all the cats that we could summon. So we're getting the maximum buff from the Cat Queen here. That's going to help us out a little bit. Now, we're all the way up to 17 health now. I mean, we were down to, what, 5? I think it was 5, right?
Yeah, it was. You're right.
Yeah, now we're all the way up to 17 health. It's a huge, huge difference.
I love this aspect of Barbarossa and the cabinet, and we're doing a little Barbarossa Jenga here because we want the Barbarossa to summon in the other Barbarossa. Why not? Free stats on a ranged unit. And we get the second Barbarossa to summon in the Duelist. We're hoping that before that Duelist hits the board and wants to summon in the Succubus and the Sinbad, that all of that at least enough cats have gotten out of the way that we have an open slot for that. Positioning these boards is a lot of fun.
Yeah, board space is a real issue here. If you summon the wrong thing at the wrong time, you're not going to get maximum value. So, yeah, you position... It's always awkward, but you position the way that you think gives you the best chance. And we've done that, and it looks like the start to the combat is pretty good for us so far. Yeah,
Duke's taking us back to the dog pound. It looks like our stars, when we get enough attacks, will clean up the entire front line and start taking out these Dr. Frankensteins, but it's really going to be whatever comes out of the Dr. Frankensteins for Duke here. We have a lot of tricksters. Oh, we don't have enough scam. There's just not enough pieces to keep up with these stars.
Oh, there's more scam. There's still more. You're right. It's still not enough, but there was more. Worth noting, the summons there came in with Divine Shield. There's a treasure that Duke has there that gives Divine Shield to your front row, and that does also work on summons. It's not only the starting characters. So well played so far by John. GG to Duke. The dream is still alive here for John.
It's wild because Duke was piloting a very strong board there. Extra shields on your summons that are popping in the middle of the combat is really punishing. And John has just towed the line so perfectly between generating high damage stars, having enough summons to absorb a lot of attacks, also having those summons generate stats in the process, using the Cat Queen, using the funny cats that end up coming out of the catnip bottles. John's just over here kind of jack of all trades, master of none, putting together a board that is really hard to fight.
Yeah, it isn't super powerful in one thing, but it does several different things, so it's going to compete against different types of comps. And I love the flexibility and the navigation of this so far by John. We still have a couple opponents remaining. We're down to the top 3, so still some decisions to be made. We spent a decent amount of gold already this turn. We haven't done a lot, so let's hope we can improve in some way, shape, or form here. And we've seen that spell, that expensive spell there, which could golden a character. We've seen that a few times, but never in a spot where it made sense to take it.
I do wonder if we had 12 gold if we would upgrade that Cat Queen with that, but we don't have the gold here. We'd rather get a pair of Cat Queens at this point if we could. Looking like we're not really going to find much that we can easily sell for, so now it looks like John's getting a little more interested in spells than earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it could make sense to play a spell here when you don't have enough gold to buy anything, even if you see it. But the extra rolls could be even better, possibly, especially at 17 health. You could survive a loss, right? So you probably want to improve this board beyond where we're currently at. And extra rolls is one potential way to, you know, even if you have to lock the shop, if you find what you're looking for, you'd be happy to do that.
Absolutely. And here we're going to see a giant mirror fairy. I wonder just how many food stats are getting shared. 3 upgraded herding dogs, Yuck.
Ooh, the spell that turned our Cat Queen into a pig. We lose a lot of stats from that.
We sure do. Our stars are very powerful. It's all going to come down to how big this mirror fairy gets in the end, really, because our stars should be able to clean up most everything else. But 5k health left to deal with is a lot.
Well, it goes back to the health gain. If we were still on 5 health, we would be done. However, John found a way to heal up a bit. Now that gives us time to try to figure out how to win against that, or possibly need to win against the other opponent that we're facing this upcoming round. So we're going to switch heroes here.
Yeah, John locked for that spell, hovered over it. Made me wonder if John was locking for that spell. Sure did. We got Bearskin, we got Guan Yin, we got Mischievous Bruni, and the Pig Entrepreneur. John could opt to get a piggy bank. I don't know how much value that has. Bearskin, probably not. Oh, we have gone with the skip. Guan Yin is fun in that we get a treasure every 3 turns. We get a level 5 treasure. It's 1 level lower than we are now, but not terribly relevant and probably not as good as just getting a couple of stats from the ugly duckling.
Okay. Magic card, double your auras, does work with the Cat Queen. So, yeah, it's a snap pick.
Seems to make a lot of sense to me. Seems like we might be interested in another Cat Queen. However, we need to fill our board.
Yeah, we need more things.
The cabinet was pretty big. We don't mind leaving an empty slot because of our hero power, because of all the extra things we have summoning and, you know, spawning throughout the course of the fight. But right now we have 1 fewer thing than we can play. You know, we can summon 1 more thing out of the hand, or we have an empty board slot. So we want something in there.
Yeah, we definitely do. It looks like maybe John's thinking about buying something out of this shop. With only 4 gold left, you're pretty limited.
Well, and John's...
There's a level 4 pair. No, decides to skip it. Just hunting for something that's going to be more relevant, it seems.
We've got a Barbarossa triple. Actually, that cat may be about the coolest thing we could have found here. It's just extra stuff, and it goes with the Cat Queen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. And extra stuff is good here. It's stuff that doesn't have a ton of stats, but because of the Cat Queen and the treasure we just picked up, 45-33. I mean, it's not nothing.
John playing Jenga again.
Yeah.
Will we get the cat in time? Oh, I'm scared.
The answer is yes.
Looks like just before the buzzer here.
Not even close.
So we know Endo had a big old scam board last time we saw Endo. I bet there's an upgraded Dr. Frankenstein in that wolf.
Something else that we saw that I think we should comment on is John remembered that there were a couple of succubi on Endozoa's board and positioned around that. Put characters that generally would want to be in the back to the front, and that seems to have worked out pretty nicely here.
Yeah, John really spent a good amount of time making sure to do some scouting before this fight, remembering the scam from Endo's board the round prior, and like you said, really intelligent positioning decision there. We are running out of things.
Yeah. Turns out Endozoa had, you know, just more stuff. So GG to John. Endo not live. John was the only player that was live. And so, yeah, we're going to have at least one more game after this one.
We are absolutely getting another game. All right. Well, GG's John. Like Yuck said, Endo. Now we're watching Endo.
We are indeed. So we're into the top two. We know Endozoa. I remember commenting in, well, the last game we spectated, he finished in second. So he's live no matter what after this game. So not anything specific to play for other than bragging rights for Endo. I'm not exactly sure about Ninja. Ninja, I think, went out relatively early, but I think will be live regardless of the outcome here.
It turns out Ninja got 6 points last time around, took fourth, so Ninja will definitely be live.
So this is a very different board. We have a Succubus in slot 1 and slot 2, both with the flying item as well. So they will attack into the back row, very disruptive. Part of the reason that we needed to, from John's perspective, move our board around last turn. And you saw how that worked out. It just makes some comps very awkward and uncomfortable.
Yeah, this comp made John play around it, which made John's entire board not work nearly as well as it would have, which putting flying on a Succubus is something I haven't really given a lot of thought to. I'm going to steal that from Endo. Also, how many Succubi has Endo purchased? What?
Yeah, a couple. I mean, maybe they didn't purchase all 3. I mean, 2 of them being golden. Who knows? But it's a lot of them on board. We know that much. Also, Endo removing the chair, which is a bit of, you know, a unique character. It's a bit of a tech piece. Apparently doesn't fit here. And so you take that out, and let's see if the scam can get there.
Yeah, we got the classic stats per scam, and we've already taken out some backliners. That adds fewer things to collect stats from the herding dogs, so the Mirror Fairy can't get quite as big. That said, the Mirror Fairy gets up to 2K. All we need is one appropriately placed Brave Little Tailor, and this thing can take out that.
Yeah, or the Spider here. The Spider here could work out.
Oh, Frankenstein's monster got a ton of stats there.
Yeah, it's simply not going to be enough. Endo with a lot of health going into that fight. Now both players actually on 17 health, so yeah, we probably got a couple of fights left in us. Yeah, Scam, you need good combat RNG. It started out pretty well for us, but it didn't get there in the end. Worth commenting on here is the Mirror Fairy. Look like it might, you know, be killed by something on our opponent's board because of the Succubus, but is able to gain the stats at the last second to survive there and made all the difference.
I did want to point out, Yuck, we know who the 4 people are who will be live for the next round. You want to hear those names?
I would love to.
We got Designated Villain, has 11 points at the moment, will be live for next game since John is out, didn't take first. We know nobody's ending the tournament this game. We've got John, obviously, already live, won the last one, has plenty of points to, you know, top one and win the next one. And then the 2 folks that we're watching right now, Endozoa and Ninja Sniper, both have 8 and 6 points respectively at the moment. They will both be live too. So that leaves us Designated Villain, Endozoa, John, TCGs, and Ninja Sniper all live for our next game.
Okay, well, that should get interesting. You know, pretty decent chance that it ends next game, but you never know. There will still be 4 players looking to play spoiler as you and Jeebus cast the remainder of the games, however many that ends up being. For now, we've got Endozoa trying to battle it out, if not for nothing else, for bragging rights with a scam comp, and both players are ready. We're hopping straight into the fight.
This is just so fun, stats for a scam, because you play scam to counter stats, right? Obviously, Ninja Sniper's board is going to be way too big. But if you get the right summons for Endo here, Endo's board is just terrifying. How many Succubi can one person play? All of them. Wow, yes. The herding dog taking out the hardworking haymaker actually means that the hardworking haymaker can't do a stat buff, and the brave little tailor attacking with a full board, we get 14 damage. That's a chunk in this game.
Yeah, Taylor attacking immediately, and with only one character remaining on our opponent's board, it's the Mirror Fairy, and well, it's not as strong when it's scam.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what we did there. So yeah, the scam is working.
It's going to be really interesting to see what Ninja Sniper continues to do. I saw a young Tengu on there, which is a flying character, but then, of course, Endo has that chair to counteract that. So both players reacting to one another and attempting to counteract each other's boards. Obviously, Endo has a pretty specific game plan to do that countering. I think Ninja Sniper might have to get a little more creative to figure out how to beat Endo here.
Yeah, now we put a character inside a wolf, which delays the likelihood that it summons anything, which maybe gives us more board space to get more value, which is more scam. So that's pretty good.
Well, and then all of a sudden you start to wonder two things. Well, maybe not you. I won't read your mind here, Yuck, but I start to wonder now, since you got those in the wolves, now obviously you don't want your demon that's in the back in the middle there in slot 6 dying, but maybe, just maybe, you would never have to play that chair at the moment. And then also another question comes to mind, which may just be a terrible play, but if you get another wolf, do you eat something else and have a wolf that has 2 Dr. Frankensteins plus whatever else you ate in it?
Yeah, it's possible. And yeah, you're right with the chair. There's always a bit of a mind game when you get into the top 2. It can be a lot of fun, because you're not only playing around simply what your opponent had last turn, but what do you think they'll do? There can be some galaxy brain plays where you anticipate your opponent making a change based off of what you had last turn. And then sometimes you can just predict maybe which direction they'll go with it. So I don't know if we'll see that here or not. Matter of fact, this could potentially be the last fight if we're able to win.
Very curious what Ninja Sniper has done here. I mean, we know what it's going to be. The gauntlet is thrown. Will the scam have enough scam?
Well, I don't know if it's enough, but there's a lot of it, that's for sure.
Wow, immediately sniping the Resurrecting Angel.
Yeah.
None of the Herding Dogs going down fast. If that Mirror Fairy falls before a Herding Dog shares any stats, okay. Mirror Fairy got big enough to survive a hit or two now.
Yeah, well, there's still plenty more scam. Is it going to be enough? I really don't know. I mean, it really just depends on the fight RNG here.
We have a thousand mirror. We have a mirror on the wall spawning across from the Mirror Fairy, but it wasn't quite big enough to take it out. So we're going to need a little more help.
It doesn't grow. So it was stuck with those stats, and well, RNG here is not going in our favor. In fact, Ninja Sniper able to get the right attacks going there. That one was close. It kind of could have gone either way. We pick up a very powerful item now, and at 13 health, I don't think with this comp we'll be dying in a single fight. So we might have a couple of chances still to just get the right fight RNG. I don't think there's a whole lot we need to do. A combat spell could maybe come into play, but yeah, just get some good attacks here.
Ninja Sniper over there made a smart move to deal with some of these extra summons, extra stats, but as you pointed out, we've now got the double Dying Breath item on our wolf in the back there. So now all of a sudden we have more Dr. Frankensteins that we can summon.
So we see Endozoa moving around the flying items and deciding where to place them, and this feels like it certainly could be relevant. When do you want to attack the back row is the question, and I don't know if he's going to leave it here, but it looks like Endo is maybe leaning towards the first attack going into the back row, and then the second attack going into the front row. So that's just another layer of strategy that exists here in this top 2 duel.
It's kind of funny, and it kind of makes sense to me. I'm seeing Endo looks like ending turn a little bit quicker in the spot, because at a certain point with Scam, you kind of just throw your hands up in the air. We saw the last 2 fights play out. The last fight, the 2 fights ago, we won with a full board. The last fight, we lost. Not that much difference. Obviously, Ninja Sniper played around really well to make the second fight a little bit more in Ninja Sniper's favor, but there's only so much control playing a board like this. At some point, you just kind of take your hands off the wheel, and what happens, happens.
I mean, just enjoy the show. You know, to me, it's enjoyable to watch these fights because, you know, I feel like we can be on the edge of our seat on every attack. And speaking of attacks, we attack straight into the Mirror Fairy, and that's kind of the backbone of that comp. That's the thing that we were having the most trouble getting through.
These angelic commanders have a lot of stats to share with the angels, so we do have a lot of stat scaling available on that board, and they're attacking into a lot of things that they can slay. So Ninja Snipe is definitely not done here. Ninja Sniper's board is growing in the middle of the fight.
No, this fight is just playing out very differently than the other ones, right? It's a lot of stats spread out across multiple characters as opposed to one single large character to deal with. And to be fair, the scam characters like the one big character more than they like the stats to be spread out. Generally speaking, of course, the succubus is a bit of an exception to that.
Well, here comes our extra Dr. Frankenstein, summoning things not in the best spots. Now, that was a good summon in that it took out a whole bunch of health on that angel over there. But the one thing that's working really well in Ninja Sniper's favor here is that these angels add some stat growth. The herding dogs could get scammed mid-fight. Unfortunately, not enough, but smart play. GG's Endozoa taking the lobby.
So many things from Endozoa. It's like, well, both players, really. I mean, just utilizing 7 board slots in a way that feels like you had an infinite number of characters. Endozoa gets there. Very well played.
I really like the play around there by Ninja Sniper at the end, though. That board could continue to grow and absorb hit after hit after hit, which is what you had to do to have a shot to beat Endo there. Those angelic commanders were a very smart play.
We saw some high-level gameplay there, which shout out to the players for getting enough games in to have already gotten themselves to this level of play. It was a pleasure to watch. Jeebus, cute-looking dog you got there. Anything you want to add?
He wanted some attention. It's interesting to see how scam plays out in Fairytale Fables, where there's a lot of different items and effects that can be doubled. Like you saw the item that doubles your death rattle play out very interestingly with the wolf, you know, because now all of a sudden, instead of getting just 1 extra Frankenstein, we get 2. You know, getting the ability to attack the backline directly. Endo was locking for 10 cost items for those items. But for the ability to fly, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of gold. That is a lot of gold.
It's a lot of gold. And he had 2 of them. So that's a lot of investment on something that only really allows you to attack the backline with 1 of your characters. But it's enough that it makes your opponents have to change their comp entirely or just fold.
Yep. Well, I think it's a good time we pull up the race graphic again real quick and take a look at, like I had mentioned, we have 4 players live at the moment for this next lobby. If designated villain, Endozoa, John TCGs, or Ninja Sniper win the next lobby, that's it. They win the whole thing.
It's a lot of live players.
Outside of that, I'm just going to take a look at the admin chat, but it looks like admin chat is requesting a short break. So let's take a quick glance at that.
Before we go, Horse, since I'm headed out now, I'm going to go ahead and give a couple of shout outs before I toss it to you and Jeebus to finish us off. First of all, shout out to Larry Last, the solo developer behind Fairytale Fables. Shout out to Cavale in the background doing great work. Shout out again, I've said this a couple times, shout out to the players for giving us some great gameplay to spectate, as well as, you know, just helping keep this as smooth as possible. A couple little issues, but no big deal. The players have been great working through that with us. Also, this goes without saying, shout out to Horse Thief and Jeebus. Love casting with you guys. It's great to be able to do that again. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm Yuckmouth. I stream 5 days a week. Now that I'm back from my trip, I can't wait to be streaming some Fairytale Fables in the upcoming week. Happy holidays, everybody. And last but not least, shout out to everybody that decided to spend the time with us and watch here in chat. We appreciate you being here. It's been a fun event. I can't wait to see the ending, and good luck to the players.
Yuck, much love. You might not get to have this cosmetic, but you can wear the crown today. It's been a blast hanging out and chatting about this with you. I mean, the lobby is still full. I'm just waiting for confirmation from admin that we're ready for the next game. We could have swapped over to let's swap over to like another 90-second break real quick. I'm getting the sense people may be stepping away. So Yuck, this may be where we say goodbye.
I'm taking my crown. I'm going home.
I'm going to take the crown back. Okay. Sorry, I asked ready, Jeebus, and I didn't see you respond, and then I went, well, I'm going to flip anyway, because you've been ready this whole entire time, and... Oh, no, I've got you muted in my feed again. How does that happen every time?
But
I got you.
But he's so cute.
All right, you're loud and clear in my ears now. You ready to finish this thing out, dude?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to go.
All right. Looks like players are in the lobby and ready, so I'm going to tell admin we can go ahead and get started. I hope everybody who took a break, if anybody is taking a break, we can refire if that was the case, if anybody chose to walk away in that quick moment and we don't know if anybody's back. But everybody is in and ready, so as soon as I start seeing a countdown, I'll flip screens. Jeepus and I are itching to get into the finals here.
Who are we going to spectate?
Well, we just watched Endozoa win a lobby, so I suppose it's probably going to be following Endozoa here. We could follow one of the folks who's live that we have not spectated yet. We could check out Designated Villain or Ninja Sniper. We haven't actually watched. Oh, and we're in a game. Let's go. You know what? We're watching Endozoa because I still have Endozoa, and we're looking at Hero Select, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Endo is live. Anything can happen. Jeebus, what do you think? Amateur, Aladdin, Trophy Hunter, Bearskin?
Trophy Hunter would be interesting. For me, I usually like the Amateur because I like the Tier 4 treasures, but I know that Endo doesn't particularly like playing Mage as much. I think Bearskin is interesting for tempo, and it really depends on if you're trying to get first or not. And since we need to get first, a high roll hero is probably better than something looking for tempo.
Yeah, any other placement doesn't really matter, right? If we get first, we win. If we don't, we don't. And if one of the other 3 people who are alive gets first, they win. So we definitely want to see if there's anything we can do to interfere with that, which, you know, not so much we can do, but we definitely want something that gives us a shot to get first, feels like. Looks like Endo's pick is Trophy Hunter for that. Makes sense to me. So Trophy Hunter will double the first 2 slays every turn. That said, there's nothing really slaying this early. You could get the parrot, but in turn 1, you're not going to do much with the parrot. Endo, taking the 1 damage to get the 1 extra gold to store that 1 extra gold for later.
That's definitely a good call. So some of the more interesting slay things that you could be doing, you mentioned the parrot. Parrot lets you sort of scale up something that's in your hand, which can be pretty interesting. There's the possibility of slaying and scaling up your attack, like your hero attack.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what direction they end up taking here.
Yeah, right now, we definitely just want to take things that'll keep us healthy as we move our way toward level 3 and 4. Endo already grabbed a goose, gold lane goose. Can cash in on that a little bit later. A pair is being offered. Endo's doing a little bit of looking around, seeing what everything looks like. We're going to opt to take a 1-cost item and roll. Now, what that means is, well, maybe we're not rolling. Endo's hovering the roll. If you take a 1-cost item and roll, you can always sell it next shop if there's something in there that you want to buy. And... oh, no. Jeebus. I think somebody's game crashed.
Oh, no.
I saw something from Kamba. I wonder if we have to redo.
We'll see.
I'm gonna lean on admin for that one. We'll continue tracking Endo for right now, but if the game crashed for Kamba and Kamba doesn't look like a full board there. Waiting on a call from admin for the time being. Kamba says it's fine. Are you in game, Kamba? Kamba, if your game crashed, we will restart this lobby. Working that out, though, sooner than later would be my preference.
Looks like Kamba made it back in.
Oh, Kamba made it back in. Okay.
Yeah, just denying Slay from Trophy Hunter. Indirectly, of course.
Sure. Well, I guess we'll continue working our way forward. I'll operate off of Kamba's. It's fine. But Kamba, if you say one word saying, hey, I missed a turn and I want to restart this thing, I have no qualms with that whatsoever. I don't know exactly what happened in the back end, and there's a lot of activity going on in the front end. So we'll continue casting this game. And if I get a message from the admin that we're going to do a restart, we'll just do a restart. But it looks like we're still going. So back to the action. We're about to go to level 3. We just hit it. Endo's picked up a menagerie of things to help tie and win fights for right now. Nothing incredibly directional on level 2, of course. Now on level 3, we're going to get to start to see a little bit more of Endo's thought process. There's a Hansel right there. I'm interested in that. What about you?
Yeah, and maybe the spell, too. If you're going to commit to the Hansel, you probably do both. Because it buffs the Hansel, and then that does sort of lead us into the potential for going with the hero damage.
And our Trophy Hunter being an X3, all that extra attack is pretty nice for not taking damage right now. Presumably, if we find a couple of good things every turn on level 3, I don't suspect we'd be getting hit much until later in the game.
Yeah, and if you get a bit of early attack, it's enough to, at the very least, because we have those 3 instances of hero attack, you can kind of stay even on health, not lose a lot. And then once you get to 5, you can get the Gretel, which slays and gives you additional hero attack as well. So there's some interesting stuff with that here too.
So we got Tikuwabu on Sinbad, the adventure. We've got an egg on Tikuwabu's side, which makes a lot of sense. Just a tempo, let's go ahead and not lose too many fights kind of egg over there. And Endozoa losing the fight, but having 3 attacks at 5 damage, plenty to tie.
Alright, looks like here's a Puck. Probably going to pick that up, I would assume.
Now, that's kind of interesting. We've seen a handful of Pucks. That's one that I did not realize at first was a very solid tempo unit. The interesting thing that you'll notice when people pick up a Puck is that it wants to go in the first slot because it first needs to do its dying breath to generate the 2 stars. Then you need some attacks to set those stars off. So it ends up being a lot of tempo, but also Maybe slightly counterintuitively, so you might not look at it at first and go, oh, that's pretty strong.
A couple of pucks. I could even see us selling something for the spell, too.
Yeah, a little bit more hero attack with the Hansel. The interesting thing is, hero attack is not a strategy that has a lot of things to do on level 4. You can pick up something that has a dying breath that it will buff your hero attack by 1, but that's about the only piece you can find. You can get, Mycroft Homes for a little bit more damage. It's going to be interesting to see what pieces Endo gets offered that Endo needs to start collecting to just kind of, navigate through this middle game.
We also have a lot of gold that we're sort of banking here with these 2 geese. Because we've been stacking both of them separately, we have a lot of triggers on them, so when we do triple it, down the road here, it'll be quite a bit of gold that we can secure from it while still getting that treasure if we want.
Duke's got a lot of royals to start this game and a couple of dwarfies with a couple of items. That makes a pretty thick board. We actually lost the fight and needed the hero attack to tie again, so we've been behind the last 2 fights.
But still got 6x3, so doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that kind of, it smooths out the gaps. Well, we got a triple puck.
Nice triple here.
Weird Compass, the Anvil Wizard Hat. What do you like?
Weird Compass is probably one of the most underrated treasures when you look at it from, if you haven't played a lot, it doesn't seem like it does a ton. All it does is it guarantees a character of your level in the shop, but that's actually a pretty powerful effect, making sure that there's something at 4, something at 5. There's just always something available. We picked up a couple of big tempo hits here. Because we have the Weird Compass, like, we're almost certainly going to be able to pivot into whatever we want down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So really all we need to do is just not die for another 4 rounds, and then we can move into literally whatever comp we want on 5.
Yeah, like you're saying, Weird Compass seems not very exciting on first read, almost underwhelming, and then when you actually take it and play it, it rapidly becomes one of your favorite treasures that you have ever taken and played, because all of a sudden you just start finding stuff you were looking for.
Yeah. And making sure that you're not whiffing with awkward shops that just don't have some of those higher tier characters, and it adds an additional character. It's not like you're just guaranteed one, it adds an extra character of that as well. So you're getting your normal shop +1, and that +1 is always a character of that level.
So we got our puck stars. John had some stars over there. Looks like now we finally won a fight and John had to tie it up. So our board might be getting a little bit stronger, or John might be waiting until that level 6 treasure on level 5 to really come online. Either way, we are at level 4.
Take this duelist almost certainly here. Probably duelist and roll, be my guess.
Yeah, we noticed Endo picked up the, I think that's the Impatient Farmer. Like you said, a tempo drop. Oh, we're not going to go ahead and take that duelist.
Interesting. Must be looking for something specific here.
Well, so in addition to the regular number of characters Endo is getting in the shop, Endo is also getting 1 additional level 4 character. And we bought the level 3 because it was the strongest thing that we saw.
It is quite big, and it looks like we are possibly leaning a little bit into the hero attack here.
Ice Ring, Piggy Bank, 4-leaf. Nothing here terribly powerful for what we're at.
Probably Piggy Bank.
Yeah, we don't have anything to float, but if we end up floating, it's easy.
I think we're gonna sell the chicken here and buy the hero attack scaling. Wouldn't be impossible.
And then you're thinking we're just floating a couple extra gold for next turn, maybe? Curious.
Possibly.
And maybe saving the chicken for later, though, too. With the Weird Compass, you can get a lot of the 5s you want once you get to 5. So saving that chicken until 5
also
is very
true.
tempting, too.
Yeah. Okay, I can appreciate this.
So we got Designated Villain playing Treasure Hamster getting plus levels on treasure selects. Looks like several Oris, a couple of Dwarfies, a handful of items. Maybe Designated Villain is going to end up on some Dwarves. Still another tie. Endo just out here in the business of tying.
Yeah, and you know, it could be too that we're just looking to hold gold, and then leading into tier 5. Like we may not even roll at all. We may just sell up to 18, like sell one of these shields, and then just sit, take an L for a turn against the opponent who's on the bottom, or you know, pick up another tempo unit, and then save the rest of it for tier 5.
We haven't talked much about it today. Endo picking up the Muddy Ocean Crab, which is a ranged character with stealth. It is only ranged while it has stealth, so its first attack is its only ranged attack, and then once it breaks stealth, it no longer has that ranged effect. Interesting thing about that character is it looks like on that attack, the animation, that it's doing a melee hit, but actually it is doing a ranged attack, because you'll notice that after the hit happens, it didn't take any damage.
Yeah, it's a very strong tempo unit, able to generally trade up pretty well because of that ranged effect. And it can't be attacked into, so it plays out a lot more like a 14-14 than it does a 14-5, just because it does get that attack without necessarily getting attacked into first, which is nice.
So we look at Endo's board, and everything they've bought, we're just waiting for level 5 and level 6.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of really aggressive or powerful slay things that are happening before then, before 5, before 6. There's a lot of very good slay things at 5. You know, there's Gretel, which is great. So there's other ones that, like, you can give all of your characters slay from Nocturne. So, like, there's different things like that that you can sort of leverage once you hit 5. Beforehand, it's kind of just self-scalers, which are fine to have on the board, but they're not really where you want to be long-term, I don't think.
So it's interesting, we see Sea Crow over there had a pair of the Muddy Ocean Crabs, but also a couple of Cat Choirs that had just enough stats to finally deal a little damage to Endo here. We lost the fight, we lost our Armored Egg, and we're 1 XP short of being level 5 and maybe spending a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, we do have 25 gold, though, so we could pick up the little tailor here, perhaps. That might be enough to sort of eke us through to tier 5.
Well, Endo...
You know how much Endo likes that on 5. Or in slot 5, rather.
I was wondering how much Endo may have valued having this much money just going into 5, opting to pick up Adventuring Husky, which is a whole lot of stats, and selling to 24. So to explain for the folks at home, the way Piggy Bank works is you get extra gold at the start of your next turn for every interval of 6 that you saved up the turn prior. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull that graphic up so that we can show that on the screen.
Yeah, so we'll be getting 4 bonus gold in addition to the 24 that we're holding, plus next turn's gold, which I believe should be 11.
Yep.
So we're going to have essentially just a shit ton of money.
I think 39. The math is 39.
Yeah, I mean, shit ton, 39, whatever, you know. Basically the same number, but it's enough that you can really turn your board into something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can very easily sell this farmer, so that'll put us at a solid 40 gold to work with. If you can't convert your board into something different with 40 gold, it's kind of hopeless out there.
So this feels to me like a calculated risk. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I would think so. Again, we're fighting the bottom board, which when you're in a situation like that, you can afford to play a little bit greedier. Obviously, just because they've taken some damage doesn't necessarily mean that their board is going to be weak. They could have taken a calculated risk earlier, and then now they've gotten themselves into this position and they've gotten a little bit stronger. But we're limiting ourselves with the amount of damage that we're going to take by grabbing the Husky, and then we're just trying to play for tier 5.
And we do take the smallest hit we possibly could at that point, 5 damage. Seems worth it. We got nearly 40 gold to work with, and a whole bunch of important things could be popping up in our shop now. And we got the weird compass, so we'll see a level 5 in every shop. So I don't know. Where do you want to start building here? What do you think? If you're going to be able to pick of the litter, get whatever 5s you're looking for. I see that corgi. I see a husky. Looks like not interested in that. But another husky we're interested in, but not a nocturne, huh?
Yeah, without the nocturne, I'm not sure where we're going. It could be that we're looking to. I mean, here's a Gretel. Be an interesting pickup. That's something that has good sleigh scaling with our hero power. I could see the triple's pretty good.
You can see a level 3 treasure, Slay Moon, Ares Helmet, Simple Dagger. Well, Slay Moon goes hand in hand with the hero power. However, we don't really have a lot of Slayers yet.
As well. Nocturne would make all of them Slayers, which I think is a little interesting.
Opted to skip. We're looking more for characters than any of those level 3 treasures.
Take a scam unit in Medusa, unsurprising.
So I think Endo now, I know when I have piggy bank, I won't speak for Endo, but when I have piggy bank, every turn I'm doing the math of, okay, how much do I think I can save? And I saw a pause there and I wondered if Endo was doing that math.
Like you could save 12. I think we've lost the last 2 fights. I think we need to be a little bit strong. Like this is a tempo treasure that we grab, gives our board a little bit more stats. You know, our Husky's big. We have Gretel being able to, in theory, scale our board a little bit as well. A couple Medusas, or sorry,
Brave Little Tailors? Oh, no.
Yeah, Brave Little Tailors. No, we don't have those yet.
No, we have Succubi.
We have Succubi in this case that can get some scam on. We'll see where this ends up. I don't know if this is exactly what they were hoping for on 5, but it could be a lot worse.
And Treasure Endo picked is a +2/1 for every level you are above 3, so we're getting 2 procs of that. Looks like Ninja Snipe has already got a convincing number of dwarves from presumably the Fortuna hero power. We got an early Admiri, maybe?
Turns out that the Husky is just big enough that it doesn't matter.
Very interesting to see how quickly Ninja Sniper's board gets bigger, considering Ninja Sniper can buy items now to get stats. Interesting trade and conversion right there. But Endo's board being convincing against that is a good sign.
Didn't get a sleigh, so unfortunately no scaling.
Very curious what the next couple of things that Endo starts cherry picking out of the shops. Again, I look at this and I don't necessarily see a specific thing to do. That Husky leads into some pretty good dog builds. The scam, you know, Endo played some Dr. Frankenstein's last game and that worked out pretty well. Could lead toward that. We really won't know what we're doing, I guess, until level 6.
Yeah, I would think that our shops have been a little disappointing here as far as some of the payoffs. Like, yeah, the Succubi are nice scam units, and they definitely helped us secure the victory against the Dwarf board. But ideally, I think you don't want to be angling into scam just yet. But maybe it has worked out in the past. Obviously, we saw it last game where it was pretty great, so...
I'm doing my best to eyeball. Endo keeps scouting John, and John just hit level 5 on Fisher King and got a level 6 treasure offered. I'm doing my best to eyeball what that treasure was, but none of them look like level 6 treasures to me, so I'm kind of curious, did John maybe get one that didn't work and had to re-roll it 2 turns later?
That does happen from time to time. A lot of the 6s are kind of narrow. They're very powerful, but they're sometimes very conditional. And if one is set up, just it doesn't work with what you're doing. Looks like we're probably going to hold and just try and bank some extra resources. Hopefully we have enough of a board that we don't take a ton of damage. Obviously the 46 Husky is very large, so that helps a lot.
It's kind of interesting, again, we're not quite at the 24 cutoff for, you know, 4 interest points, but what is rolling and buying much more do for us at this point? We've already picked up enough to fight. Yeah,
possibly nothing. If we think that the board is strong enough to battle what our opponent currently has, then there's not really much of a reason to rolling on 5. If our intention is to play scam, like you need a lot of the scam units on 6, so...
Designated Villains board actually looking pretty spooky over there with the cat cabinets, all the furniture being spawned, and now we're just down to one big Ori fighting up all the Succubi, but of course we have high attack at this point in the game, so now we can tie. I know we don't have high attack, but, you know, our attack's is decent.
Managed to get a little bit of extra scaling there, which is nice. Probably going to roll here for our free roll, and then we'll see where that leaves us. Most likely just doing nothing for another go.
It's going to be really interesting to watch Endo scouting this turn, because you don't want to take a big hit going into 6, but you want to have a, you know, you want to have a pile of gold going into 6 like Endo currently does. I personally might be a little bit worried, but maybe Endo is totally okay, has done the math, and everything's fine.
They're likely on dwarves, given their hero power makes your items cost 40 gold or 40% less gold, which leads you into dwarves pretty comfortably generally. We do have some of the better cards against dwarves in the succubus, so we've set ourselves up for success in these spots. Likely, Endo does a lot of scouting and has been doing a lot of scouting, knowing that a lot of your opponents have been on just big stats, dwarves, and whatever. That could be the reason that we picked up the 2 succubuses to begin with.
And maybe Endo just, you know, experience from screaming and things like that. Maybe Endo knows just how far a succubus can go. You know what I mean? It's a little different when you're in a lobby. We've played a lot of different kinds of games against a lot of different save boards, but Endo's played a lot of games with the scrimmers where they've been out there generating full lobbies. So there probably has been a little bit of limit testing, and we're probably actually seeing the results of some of that limit testing.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that your opponents are generally going to be getting big stats, you know what the hero power has the capability of doing, especially, you know, with our next opponent here. You might not feel like you need another thing, but whether you're going to win or lose, you know, another 5-drop isn't going to change that a ton.
No. I just cannot wait to see what we do with all this money. Now, Duke,
probably buy some 6-drops.
Duke's 0-2 Ori just makes me so happy. And Duke has a 500 sword, the Excalibur. 500 extra attack in the first slot. Endo taking a 10 damage hit there. Not enough.
Well, our succubuses did nothing because both of them died before they could attack. Just not a deal.
Kind of the offshoot, I guess, huh?
We have 58 gold. We're going to have to make a real comp here.
We're going to spend so much money this turn, and I am here for it. That's a snap buy on a Barbarossa. Seems like a good piece when we're looking for certain things that'll fit together, and we have a mirror on the wall.
We are looking to do some scam, I think.
I would say, yeah, looks like scam to me too. The amount of power that Endo just purchased in 4 characters, you know, 24 gold, spent a lot of money on those 4 characters. This board is going to be so much better than what we saw last fight. And we even have a pirate monkey now for our Barbarossas, because why not? We need something to summon in. What do you like here?
I could see the battle song being pretty good. It's quite strong with like the Barbarossa, giving it extra stats. Quite strong with the Archdemon here.
Yeah, it's one that I don't often value, but in a spot like this, it is absolutely perfect. We've got scam, we've got summons, we've got... It's exactly what we might want, and there it is. There's the big demon.
So, yeah, Dr. Frankenstein's really interesting in that it doesn't care what evil things died, just that some evil things died. So the demons that get, you know, summoned and resummoned in there are often irrelevant. It just doesn't matter what they were as long as they get summoned. So in this case, you can, you know, have them just be these demons that the arch just gets to resummon, and then now all of a sudden your Frankenstein is even better.
Yeah, I want to take a look at a couple of these scam units that Endo has purchased here. Archdemon, every time an evil thing dies, Archdemon resummons a Demon Harbinger, which is just, you know, like a 10-5, 15-5. It's just a kind of a generic pile of stats, basically, but you get 3 of them. So, like Jeebus, you were saying, that plays into the Dr. Frankenstein, which we can scroll down and take a look at. Dr. Frankenstein summons for each of your 2 dead evil characters, summon a random trickster or monster. Monster is a bunch of stats, tricksters have some stats, and before I talk about more, let's look at the fight. We got Ninja Snipe on Aladdin here. Playing dwarves with cats.
Well, we opted to double copy the stats of their biggest thing. Good scouting to allow us to do that. The monkey is able to give us a little bit of a bonus on some stats as well. So we have one big thing in the front. We get to sort of clean up a bit from the back row here and then do a bit of damage.
One thing I noticed, it looked to me like we attacked immediately into the Barbarossa and then immediately into the upgraded duelist that got summoned into the Barbarossa spot. So Ninja Sniper was expecting to have one more unit on that board, but it looks like we took it out before that happened.
That's the risk sometimes of the card like that. Like, summoning two things is a lot less predictable than summoning one thing. When you have a full board, of course.
So we got some more Dr. Frankenstein happening here. Gotta imagine Endo is probably thinking about a duelist in order to get a few more things on the board, just like we saw Ninja Sniper doing.
I don't actually think, because he passed a duelist earlier, I don't think that he wants duelist, because... So the Barbarossa passes its stats on directly to the monkey, which then buffs the board, whereas the duelist does not. So I think... I think that we don't actually have room to fit duelist on here, but we can fit the Barbarossa because it only summons the monkey that's in our hand.
That's a good point. Looking at a Silver Dagger, a Sintamani Stone, and a Pirate Safe, and Endo's making a lot of decisions, ultimately opting to take none of them.
I can appreciate Skip just so that we can cast that spell. That spell's probably better than any one of those individual treasures.
Especially with an upgraded Dr. Frankenstein at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
now we're keeping an eye out to get the item to double that so we can summon 2 Frankensteins, which would be pretty solid.
We saw Endo pull that off last game, too, so we know Endo will be looking for it. A little bit of scouting here, figuring out where the mirror on the wall goes, because you always got to scout when you got that unit. It looks like...
Yeah, and it being upgraded is pretty nice. If they have a really large individual unit, like you can make a pretty big thing out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're down to our last 5 health. We do have a ghost fight here. Looks like we're in the top 5 at this point.
Everybody is pretty low health here, though, so pretty close lobby.
Looks like Seacrow had a good boy and a host of angels. Well, this is a very strong board. There's not going to be a weak board, even in the KOs here. Now, the convenient thing is we have a lot of resummons, too, to handle a lot of this ghost board resummons, because this is not necessarily a freebie from what I'm looking at. However, the Dr. Frankenstein might make it look a little bit more one-sided if that comes out. So if you're looking at the counters on the top left, it's indicating how many resummons are left for the angels, because the angel in the back corner is resummoning all the other angels, the one that we're now attacking everything into. But yeah, way too many things.
Yeah, looks like the Frankenstein's monsters will take it just fine here. Yeah, the angel placement was a little awkward on that one because we didn't get the full amount of the resummons on the Archangel there. So I think that would have made a pretty big difference.
Now, I'm really curious, Jeebus. I'm going to flip over to our score tracker. I'm seeing some updates in here. I'm wondering, we're in the top 3. I'm wondering how many of our top 3 are live. Oh, I'm being told everyone is live. This is for all the marbles.
We'll see how hard we're able to scam. Luckily, there's another unit in the shop that we can always put in here. Ooh, summoning an additional copy of our first character is very interesting. We could put Frankenstein in slot 1 and then just summon an extra wolf with a Frankenstein in it.
I mean, I like it. It's cheeky. You would leave your very last slot open then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But how much value does that really give you? It's a couple more evil things, I guess.
Who knows?
So you haven't thought through exactly how you want it to work. You just know you like the idea.
I know that it is a thing that you can do.
Why does it feel very appropriate that we've seen a fair bit of scam today? I feel like anytime any of these tournaments happen, we end up seeing a whole bunch of scam boards in the mix too. Another archdemon.
I'm being told that it does not summon the wolf, that it doesn't contain the thing that's inside of it.
Oh,
which
okay.
I suppose makes sense.
Well, in that case, it's probably better to do what Endo's doing here and duplicate. Oh, wait, we're not duplicating anything. We didn't take the treasure. But it's probably better to do what Endo's doing here.
Yeah. The 5 gold, I think we just need units. Like, our treasures are fine.
I love that Excalibur. I love that 500 damage. I think it is so cool. Now, Duke had some dwarves that were getting big, but we only had the one Admiri, which wasn't quite enough stats to outstat the lobby, it would appear.
This mirror is doing some fine work, it seems.
Yeah.
Well, to the Shadow Realm with you. Oh, they're already dead.
Yeah. Mirror placement went well, and Endo cleans up a ghost fight, no problem. But good looking board from Duke, just not
It's
quite big
another
enough.
Frankenstein.
Dr. Frankenstein, do we want an upgraded Brave Little Tailor? It's not that much better. It's not any worse, obviously.
I guess it depends on whether or not we care about the treasure, but we haven't cared about any of these tier 6 treasures, so I can't imagine that there's a 4 that's
What pirate
so
map
compelling.
might we want? You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anything? Is there a 7 that we're interested in? Probably, but
I mean, but we've passed the option to get that twice already now.
yeah, and
Because you can always take the other map, the
pirate safe.
yeah,
Yeah.
which would do the same thing effectively.
And we definitely skipped that at least once.
So yeah.
So we're seeing another
We want
Barbarossa. I'm looking at
another-
that upgrade spell too.
Yeah, I'm looking at that upgrade spell too. I wonder. There's also the item in the shop too.
Oh yeah, there is.
One that gives flying.
I don't think we've ever seen Endo make a flying succubus before, have we?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Just
Like
like
be a flying little tailor here.
never seen you play mages. All right, we just picked up another piece to summon in, and
Well, we're locking for one of those two things. I suppose that depends on what opponent we end up fighting in the end here, right?
yeah, this John.
Like if we
board-
tie in this spot,
The real question against John's board is I don't know what that Barbarossa is going to summon, and everything on John's board is upgraded because I see a Golden King treasure.
probably a big monkey, if I had to guess.
Gotta be a big monkey, right? Straight into the first Brave Little Tailor, and now setting up a sequence of Demon Harbinger hits that the second Brave Little Tailor just never gets to go. Oh, hey look! With the Barbarossa, it's more
Neither
Barbarossas.
of the tailors got to attack. That's unfortunate. We're gonna have to hope that this our scam units are very strong here, otherwise this is gonna be pretty rough.
Oh,
Yeah.
the stats.
So there was a monkey in there.
We live or die by scam.
I mean, those were some good units, for sure.
There's a big mirror fairy and a big Blackbeard over there, and our mirrors on the wall are not looking as big as that mirror fairy, but the Brave Little Tailor takes it anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unfortunately, our mirrors didn't summon in the same spot as that, but you get enough, you get enough tailors, and it just doesn't matter.
Wow. All right, scam. Who's got more stuff? Apparently, in this case, Endo.
Sometimes you get scammed, right?
So we're looking at Ninja Sniper pulling it off, getting to the top 2 here with the Angels and Cats. I thought Ninja Sniper was lower health earlier, but has effectively stabilized, and Cats can fight scam. Cats are kind of good scam in a way. This is evil scam.
So we're definitely taking this wolf here,
Yeah.
like 100%. And the flying, if we're able to hit any one of their backline with that, is amazing. You get rid of the Cat Queen, like the board kind of crumbles. If you get rid of the commander, like it kind of falls apart a little bit too. Basically anything that you hit on the back row is awesome. Especially because Good Boy is only really buffing, like, for the most part, the back row. So you kind of need to deal with that.
The Archangel and the Cat Queen, if either of those get taken out to start the fight. Now, the Angelic Commander comes back if that gets taken out, right? But if the Archangel or the Cat Queen...
It can't resummon itself. It resummons another.
Well,
so it works if you have 2 of them.
Right, that's the Archangel is the resummoner in 6.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yes, it would work that way. So it has to hit one of the other 2.
If it hits 5, if it hits that's the Angelic Commander. If it hits that, we'll get another Angelic Commander. It'd still be good to take one of them out. And I think the one that comes back will come back with fewer stats, meaning that board can't grow quite as much. So still good, but not quite as good.
Cat Queen would be the ideal.
No. And again, there's no way to predict this because it's going to be so many summons and so much scam. Oh, we lost 1 Dr. Frankenstein and the wolf went away. 2 fire mages played to counteract the backline Dr. Frankenstein. Smart play from Ninja Sniper. And here we are on the Endozoa side of things. Just no units left. That's it. 2 fire mages taking out your backline.
Sometimes you scam, and sometimes you get scammed. Not only did the pig hit one of the wolves, but the 2 copies of the fire mage just deleted the whole backline.
Well, big GG's to Ninja Sniper for winning it. And Jeeves, do you know what Ninja Sniper won?
Do I know what Ninja Sniper won? That's a great question.
That was more an opportunity to throw the crown on your head. I had to get you too. Come on.
Is it perhaps a crown?
It might be a custom hero border and board cosmetic that I don't have the graphic to show off yet, but we will definitely show that off. Congratulations, Ninja Sniper. Let's go ahead and show the final scores here on the race. Winning the final lobby while live, ending the tournament. Well played. Well played, everyone.
Yeah, I think, you live by the scam, you die by the scam. I think Endo had a very good shot of taking that down there. But, sometimes you just play a bunch of things that mess up the backline and you cast a couple spells and you out-scam the scam. That's good enough.
Did not mean to be sharing that. I did have a... My apologies. Did have a quick little outline that I wanted to reference while I was, I'm the kind of guy who likes to outline things. Yeah, I planned ahead. I planned ahead, let's just say. So, I think Jeebus, we just say congratulations. Ninja Sniper will be in touch. I believe Laralas may be in touch. Maybe Kiviel, might be me. We'll get in touch with you to make sure that you get those codes for what you won there. One last reminder, if you showed up late and you want 4,000 crystals, enough to unlock 1 hero, we have code Frenzy for the tournament, for the Fairytale Frenzy. Code Frenzy in the shop, in-game, will unlock you 4,000 crystals. Let you go get yourself a hero. GG's and congrats to our top 50. Every last one of them was given a code for 12,000 crystals. So just wanted to reiterate that so that they all had a chance to, if they got in the tournament, go ahead and unlock a few heroes. A little bit of a thank you for pumping out games the first 3 days. Outside of that, I definitely got to remind everybody that Fairytale Fables is now free on Steam. So you should probably go download that if you wanted to. So that is out now. No need for keys anymore. Jeebus, that's all my wrap-ups. You got anything you want to say before we send a raid off to some Fairytale Fable streamer?
No. Hopefully there's more tournaments. If it's something that can be baked into the client, that'd be pretty cool too. And then, congratulations to Ninja Sniper. Good board at the end and well played with the extra scam there. So
yeah, GG, well played. And I just want to say thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks everybody for playing. Thanks everybody for making this happen. Apologies for some of the technical stuff. I had a couple of things that I wish I could have fixed mid-flow, but show had to continue on. But real big thanks to everybody. Just looking forward to playing some more of this and hanging out with y'all on the ladder. But anyway, I'm going to just go ahead, queue up a raid for Kokodon, and I think we say congratulations, Ninja Sniper. And I think we're just going to go ahead and wink at everybody on our way out the door. All right. That's all my wrap-ups. Let's go see what Coco's up to. Much love, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, Jeebus. It was really fun doing this with you.
Yeah, thank you.